Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Extinct Creatures Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Dear Mr. Izuku Midoriya, while we commend you for your acing the written exams, and the points necessary to enter the hero course with your rescue and villain points, as you are without a strong, combat-oriented quirk, we regret to inform you that you cannot be accepted to enroll in the UA hero course. Though you are unable to be accepted in the hero classes, we do however offer you the opportunity to enter our general education course. We hope to hear of your decision promptly. Yagi Toshinori, UA hero course head director. Izuku's eyes burned, his throat thick and heavy as he tried to swallow past the lump caught in it. It had been his one chance of getting into the hero course, making his dream of just simply helping people come true, and it was now being shown how futile it really was. All the people he had encountered in the practical exam had scoffed and told him his dream was unrealistic, hell even his idol told him the same thing, but Izuku had to push it a step further. Now it is here in black and white, staring him in the face. Izuku would never be a hero, at least, how he wanted to be. When his mother called him for dinner, Izuku listlessly walked down the hallway, his crumpled letter in hand. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Did you get in?" His mother wrung her hands, looking at her son anxiously. Izuku swallowed hard and shook his head. After a moment, Inko sighed, the tone carried by the breath of air making her son stiffen. Her words after only solidified his incoming anger, the incoming bitterness. "That's good, sweetie. I couldn't imagine someone as fragile as you are taking on the hero course. It's such a dangerous line of work, being a hero, and you're so fragile with your dashta. With my quirk, I know." Izuku muttered bitterly, something he never felt he had the guts or guile to do in front of his mother, but all the naysayers, all those telling him to give up, that he may as well be quirkless because there were no animals on Earth that his quirk worked on, at least, not anymore. They had discovered the quirk to give Izuku the ability to mentally communicate with extinct creatures, even from beyond the grave. The touch to a Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton in the Muzutafu Natural History Museum gave him a shock, his 9-year-old body taking in hundreds of thousands of images of life-or-death fights, meals having gotten away, eggs sired and the owner's end on the prongs of a triceratops' horns. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, Cretaceous Calling. When focusing on a singular creature or object, Izuku can absorb and remember the lifestyles, animal language, and memories of creatures that have long since G0NE extinct. Other abilities may be available, but since the creatures are extinct, we'll never know for sure. He may as well be quirkless. "I told you that you would never get into UA, you useless F-." Explosions rang in Izuku's ears as his tormentor and once childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo, slammed him against the wall of Aldera Junior High. Izuku didn't rise to the bait, merely letting his blank gaze stay fixed on the ground. His hero analysis for the future, Volume 14 was on the ground, charred and almost unsalvageable. "You really think you could amount to anything in this life with a worthless dream like yours?" Explosions popped against Izuku's chest, but the greenette didn't have the will to cry out anymore. "Here's a bit of advice for when you try next time." Bakugo leaned in close and hissed through a smug grin. "Climb up to the tallest building in the city and take a swan dive off its roof. Maybe you'll be reborn with a better quirk in your next life." "DMNIT, kid. Don't do it." Blank green eyes turned to look behind their owners. Scar tissue covered a good 25% of his body from what Izuku could see, burning blue eyes were wide in alarm and worry as they tracked Izuku's every movement. Spiky hair was dyed black, but white was showing at the roots. "Why shouldn't I?" Izuku asked, looking back over the railing. "My dream is gone, my idol denied me the only path I could be happy in, my best friend gave me sound advice, so why shouldn't I follow it?" Blue eyes glanced over to their red counterparts, the other owner unseen behind the door. That was all it took for the kid to launch himself over the railing and into oblivion. The 14-year-old never counted on two people following him over as well. He also never counted on finding out that his calling wasn't in this life, but his next. Even if he didn't die. Day 1 on the arc for Izuku, Touya, and Tenko. Chief Leonidas Dash, a man on the back of a dusty gray and red fire wyvern, called for his leader's attention but said leader had already seen the issue. "Yeah, I see it." A large, muscular man with black hair, silver eyes, and a scar across his nose stared up at the flashing red light of the monument that floated practically next door to them. A of crimson light shot upwards, the sound akin to one of the wrecks roaming in the wilds would give when issuing a challenge. It pulsed 3 times, and Leonidas' eyebrows shot upwards, his lips quirking into a curious and feral grin. Well, he murmured, turning his white ice wyvern, Andromeda, towards the obelisk. 3 new survivors fit for my tribe. His eyes, hardened over the decades of facing down the beasts that lived and ruled the island, softened when he neared, noticing that the 3 newest survivors were just kids. His gut churned, looking from the one with scars he hadn't even seen on the corpses found in the woods, to the one with obviously unkempt body and malnourished physique, to the one with what looked like burned scars seen through the holes in his shirt. What had the world come to when it DMNS little ones like you? Gently easing Andromeda to land, Leonidas slid off her back to approach the 3 kids cautiously. The one with all the scars, wait, were those staples in his skin? Groaned, shifting before eyes bluer than a lightning wyvern's breath attack shot open. His palm was suddenly ablaze with blue light, blue fire, and he snarled at the people surrounding him and his friends. Come any closer, and you'll be ash where you stand. Day 1825 on Ragnarok Isle for Izuku, Touya, and Tenko? Ragnarok Isle, Highlands, territory of the Winchasers. 3 years since arrival. Young lord? It's time to get up. Touya and Tenko are already awake. A bed of furs rustled as the large lump underneath groaned in protest. You'll never take me alive, the person outside the large, reinforced doors gave a sigh. Young lord, the chief needs you up. His cough is getting worse and you as his next in line need to take over the patrols and assigning today. The man under the covers was silent before he heaved a sigh, pushing back the furs and silks to reveal the one underneath. A small chirp at his bedside made him look down and smirk. The first thing he had ever connected to on this island was a silver and red compy, just before it bit his ankles off and chased Tenko and Touya away. The big master is still sick, isn't he? The little dinosaur asked, his chirp conveying sadness. His owner nodded. Yes, but he'll be up again in no time. Until then, I'm the alpha of this pack, Rowan. Standing up, the man padded to the washbin, dipping cupped hands into the water and splashing it over his face. Looking up at the mirror, the man looked over his form. Izuku Midoriya Leonidas, adopted son of Chief David B. Leonidas and resident Beastmaster of the Winchasers, had grown much since he had awakened on the beaches. The scrawny 14-year-old that had woken up on the shores of the Highlands was long left in the past, and standing in the mirror was a 17-year-old veteran of the Ark, survived for 3 years. He was muscular, but not in an overdone way like those in the Wolfrunner tribes near the mountains, more akin to a runner or swimmer. His body was lithe and built for agility. His hair was a long mass of curls falling around his head, and he reached for the side table next to his washbin to get a cord of leather as his hair tie for the day. His back, front, and shoulders were laden with scars, some in the form of strange starbursts, but others looking as if they were from claws, teeth, or drops of acid. Thanks to his quirk, Izuku could help tame and ally the Winchasers with rogue or wild dinos much easier, and they didn't need to waste resources in the field as often. Drying his face, Izuku threw on his hide clothing and stepped out the door, Rowan on his shoulder and chirping in his ear as they ventured to the sitting room where Tenko and Touya were waiting. Look who's finally up! Touya sat up at the table, smirking at his little brother as he strode into the room. Shut up, you, Izuku shot back. Not all of us can be night owls that live on 4 hours of sleep like you two. Izuku glanced at Tenko, who was busy carving at a stick of wood with a small knife. We have a plan for the day, he asked, all business. Touya nodded, glancing out the window at the stables. Yeah. I need to patrol the hatchery today. Izuku nodded for the older man to go on. One of the wyverns in the crag had started acting erratically a couple of days ago, remember? We might have an alpha on our hands soon, so be ready. I'll be taking about 5 or 6 of the flyer squadron with me if that's doable. Tenko made a noise. Didn't we just certify them for flight duties the other day? Touya and Izuku looked over at their third member before the older scoffed. If they can't handle it, why the hell did we certify them in the first place? Izuku hummed. You're right, if we do have an alpha on our hands, they wouldn't stand a chance. Pulling out a small logbook, the green-haired tribe member ran an index finger down the list of names before pausing. Picking up a charcoal pencil, he lightly underlined 4 names and handed them to his second. Take Mia, Ren, and Shane with you instead. They've got a good 2 years of survival under their belts and know how to patrol high enough to be unseen by flying alphas. Touya looked over the list, rubbing his scarred chin thoughtfully. Sounds good to me. He glanced at Tenko. So what are you going for today? The brunette scratched at his neck lightly, looking out the window to the village sprawled under their home. We need to tame more griffins, we lost some to a rogue Giga yesterday, remember? Izuku grimaced, still hearing the cries for help the adolescent griffins had sent out. Good idea. He muttered. Be sure to take some extra trank arrows, we can't afford you to run out in the most important moment. 10. Red eyes softened when Tenko reached up to ruffle Izuku's hair. Don't worry about me, Runt, You just do your rounds and handle whatever fights have broken out like the old man does, okay? The slightly shorter man huffed and swiped half-heartedly at the offending limb, making both older men chuckle. Yeah, I get it. Don't worry about those who can handle themselves. I hear you. With that, the three heads of Winchaser village went their separate ways, each doing what they were self-appointed to do. Those of the Winchaser tribe woke to the sun rising over the oceans and the breeze carting through their hair. The barks of raptors and the shrieks of flocks of Argentavis and their riders coming in from the redwood zone with extra supplies and food always greeted Izuku as he came down from the head house, making a beeline for the storehouse. The one in charge of food sorting and logging, a tall African-American man in his 50s named Elijah, turned when he felt eyes on him, flashing a smile as the acting chief made his way through the throng of villagers. How's it looking, Elijah? Izuku asked, coming up beside the taller man. Said person handed a bark clipboard to his superior. See for yourself. We're low in fish and meat, but the farms on Lighthouse Ridge are giving us more of a haul, so we should be all right. Izuku hummed, mentally recording the numbers on the parchment before handing it back. As long as we can keep people from taking more than 3 servings of meat until we can restock, it's fine, but with the winter season coming in faster we'll need to go out a bit more. Elijah grunted, lifting a barrel of fresh water to put into the refrigerated shack. When do we go out to hunt? I'll head a party with the Thunder Legion tomorrow, can't promise anything later. We may have an alpha flame on our hands pretty soon. Elijah glanced over at the hatchery where the wild wyverns lived, frowning uneasily. Ever since Izuku and his 2 companions were found at the Red Obelisk, the Winchasers had been regaled of the world the 3 had come from, a place where people had superpowers and made the impossible possible, and how in society there, the power you were born with, or lack thereof, would determine if you were set for life or destined for failure and weakness. Touya and Izuku seemed to still have their powers, which was why the nickname for Touya was Blue Flare, and Izuku was Beastmaster, but Tenko apparently lost his in the transfer to Ragnarok. Not that it bothered the kid any, seeing as his power had been deadly to those touched with a full 5-finger contact. The tribe had been outraged at their treatment in their old world, but in a way they weren't surprised. They had all come from times and worlds where they were forgotten, cast aside, or dead for simply being born. Though things had gotten much easier, and they had advanced to creating generators and wind turbines for power in the important buildings, they had nowhere near enough resources to create buildings strong enough to withstand an alpha wyvern attack. Elijah, it'll be all right. Izuku's hand came around to smack the larger man in the back, making him grunt. Touya knows what he's doing. The man smiled as Izuku turned to continue his rounds. The chief was onto something when he adopted those 3, he thought proudly. The Winchasers are gonna rise under their care, I just know it. Izuku's next stop were the farms and granaries. Greetings were called as he rode Katashi, his dark green fire wyvern, overhead, the massive shadow casting shade over the farmers and landowners further out from the main village proper. Little Wing. How ya today? Izuku slid from Katashi's back, casting a grin at the 30-year-old farm head. Not too bad, Melissa, not too bad. How are you holding up out here? The Allosaurus breeding season is about to kick in, so gathering seeds will be harder than normal. The woman, a rather brawny Irish redhead with a side business running a tavern in the village, smirked at her guest, her muscular arms crossing as she eyes her acting chief up and down. Doncha worry any about that, Little Wing, she said. The fields and greenhouses be well taken care of no matter the threat. The woman turned, signaling Izuku to follow behind her. They went up the stone trail, flattened by flocks of people riding gallimimus and dancing around the small wagons made for said dinosaurs to pull. Stock rose a good 18% when Yak gave the idea to use Limantria as fertilizing plains. Melissa led the young man through the stone fences to several lots filled with planters, a green cloud overhead produced by the desert moths. Rockerots, saveroot, citral, and lawngrass grew in droves, casting a series of colors across the small farmland. We have been gettin' some troubles with a Paco mantis round a few miles that away. Melissa gestured towards the northern beach area past the hatchery. But nothin' like a good raptor on their tails won't chase 'em away. Izuku shook his head in fond exasperation. Leave it to the farmers to drive off their problems with teeth and speed. But it does seem like the coming problems are revolving around that common alpha flame. Is the irrigation system working? Izuku asked, glancing over at the river and lengths of stone pipes. No problems with the pipes or needed repairs. Melissa huffed, raising an eyebrow wryly. If there were, you would have heard about it. True. Izuku lapsed into silence, looking over the bountiful fields. Everything seemed peaceful, but when living on Ragnarok, there was a roar followed by several screams. AHP, and there we are. Izuku chuffed a laugh as he jogged back to Katashi. Be sure to make your produce deposit before the end of the day, Mel. The woman merely waved the kid away as he urged his green wyvern to rise into the air, the sound of his wings akin to thunder shaking the skies. As Melissa watched Izuku fly off towards the sound of chaos, she had to unleash a wild grin. That boy and his brothers came, and the moment Leonidas took them past the gates that first night, the survivors' world was shaken. 3 blissful years of renovating ideas, inventing appliances from simple compounds found in the animals on this island and others, and with his ability to communicate with any of the creatures he sees with his mind, save for the odd insects, reptiles, and brainless sea creature, the Winchasers became prosperous. Humming contently, the burly woman turned and marched towards the greenhouses. She had her job to do after all. Opening, 2 Worlds by Phil Collins, Altver. We're flying low over a canyon before circling around over the ocean. Then the scene skips to the red obelisk beside the highlands on Ragnarok Isle before we fly over it, the landscape blurring with the speed. There, a medium-sized village is seen with large spires of rock jutting from the ground in the distance. The title of the story flashes in a swirl of fire onto the screen before vanishing from an arrow. Son of man, look to the sky. Put your faith in what you most believe in. 2 worlds, 1 family. Trust your heart. Let fate decide. To guide these lives we see. The scene zeroes in on a large mountain hall on a cliff overlooking the village. With a huge door in the front slowly opening showing the occupants Izuku Midoriya Leonidas, Tenko Shimura Leonidas, and Touya Todoroki Leonidas, with the villagers all around them. A paradise untouched by man. Within this world blessed with love. A simple life, they live in peace. The great hall is filled with people laughing, celebrating, and telling stories, giant and small-sized wyverns eating from troughs lining the massive inside, even some Argentavis perched in the rafters watching the proceedings with amusement in intelligent eyes. Softly tread the sand below your feet now. 2 worlds, 1 family. Trust your heart. Let fate decide. To guide these lives we see. On the beach, Izuku walks slowly and thoughtfully over the sands barefoot, his long ponytail waving like a green banner in the winds, leaving his footprints in the sands as the prints of a Giganotosaurus trail beside him. The boy looks up with a grin at the smoky gray and black giant, who bends down to nuzzle her master. A harsh pat on the back makes him stumble forwards and he turns to see Leonidas, Tenko, Touya, and the other members of the Winchasers gathered behind him along with their dinosaurs, grinning and gesturing for him to join them. Beneath the shelter of the trees, only love can enter here. A simple life, they live in peace. The scene changes again to Izuku, Tenko, and Touya helping the Winchasers rebuild after the damaging raid. The entire tribe of Winchasers have banded together, even calling on their tribe alliances, to rebuild stronger than ever. Raise your head up. Lift high the load. Take strength from those that need you. A 7-year-old girl is struggling with pulling a small wagon of stones for her mother and father to use. Tenko helps her pull it before it can tire her out. Too much her. He smiles kindly at her and the duo work together to pull the wagon up the hill. Build high the walls. Build strong the beams. Over time, the village evolves to a small town, gates rising from the rocks and landing towers built. Touya helps with leading the ankylosaurs to carry metal and stone to build dino gates around the highlands, and Izuku leads the Thunder Legion, the unit of elite wyvern riders, overhead, guiding a small group of new survivors to the safety of the Winchaser tribe. A new life is waiting. But danger's no stranger here. The scene changes to show the Winchasers being raided again. Izuku is bleeding from the head and is sporting a bite from a saber tooth in his leg as he struggles with Tenko to get their people to safety while they fight off the enemy tribe. An arrow flies past the two and they look up to see Touya on the back of his lightning wyvern, grinning reassuringly at his brothers as he leads the Thunder Legion into battle. The view of Izuku's face fashes from grinning to glaring and blood-spattered, then grinning and back again before it settles on a nighttime setting. Izuku looks you at the moon from his window, thinking on what could have been back in his world. No words describe a mother's tears. Izuku thinks about his mother, alone in her apartment, and the moon shows an image of her sobbing at his disappearance. And no words can heal a broken heart. Touya thinks about how he abandoned his brother back in their old world as Tenko thinks about how he was used and then abandoned by the League of Villains. A dream is gone, but where there's hope. Then it changes to Izuku's eyes hardening when he remembers how she and everyone else around him had broken him, made him feel less than and discouraged him. He walks to the door to his room and opens it, revealing Tenko and Touya doing the same thing. They give each other tired smiles. Somewhere something is calling for you? The scene changes once more to Izuku patrolling with the Thunder Legion when the red obelisk suddenly ignites, pulsing rapidly 40 times in quick succession. Izuku urges Katashi to pause and slowly turn towards the obelisk, narrowing his eyes as nigh on 40 streams of light are shot towards Ashfallen Canyon, catching the attentions of all the other tribes on Isla Ragnarok. 2 worlds, 1 family. Seeing the results of the obelisk summoning, Izuku urges Katashi to unleash fire on a wild Spinosaur. When the smoke clears, Class 1A is reveled, Aizawa at the front to protect his students from any other attacks. Izuku's boots hit the rocky shore of the river and heterochromic eyes and black eyes turn to look at his silhouetted form as Katashi lowers his head over his rider's shoulder. Trust your heart. Let fate decide. To guide these lives we see. The screen goes dark, showing one last image of Izuku's wyvern's wings, catching the wind of a gale. Opening, 2 Worlds by Phil Collins, Altver. We're flying low over a canyon before circling around over the ocean, then the scene skips to the red obelisk beside the highlands on Ragnarok Isle before we fly over it, the landscape blurring with the speed. There, a medium-sized village is seen with large spires of rock jutting from the ground in the distance. The title of the story flashes in a swirl of fire onto the screen before vanishing from an arrow. Son of man, look to the sky. Put your faith in what you most believe in. 2 worlds, 1 family. Trust your heart. Let fate decide. To guide these lives we see. The scene zeroes in on a large mountain hall on a cliff overlooking the village. With a huge door in the front slowly opening showing the occupants, Izuku Midoriya Leonidas, Tenko Shimura Leonidas, and Touya Todoroki Leonidas, with the villagers all around them. A paradise untouched by man. Within this world blessed with love. A simple life, they live in peace. The great hall is filled with people laughing, celebrating, and telling stories, giant and small-sized wyverns eating from troughs lining the massive inside, even some Argentavis perched in the rafters watching the proceedings with amusement in intelligent eyes. Softly tread the sand below your feet now. 2 worlds, 1 family. Trust your heart. Let fate decide. To guide these lives we see. On the beach, Izuku walks slowly and thoughtfully over the sands barefoot, his long ponytail waving like a green banner in the winds, leaving his footprints in the sands as the prints of a Giganotosaurus trail beside him. The boy looks up with a grin at the smoky gray and black giant, who bends down to nuzzle her master. A harsh pat on the back makes him stumble forwards and he turns to see Leonidas, Tenko, Touya, and the other members of the Winchasers gathered behind him along with their dinosaurs, grinning and gesturing for him to join them. Beneath the shelter of the trees, only love can enter here. A simple life, they live in peace. The scene changes again to Izuku, Tenko, and Touya helping the Winchasers rebuild after the damaging raid. The entire tribe of Winchasers have banded together, even calling on their tribe alliances, to rebuild stronger than ever. Raise your head up. Lift high the load. Take strength from those that need you. A 7-year-old girl is struggling with pulling a small wagon of stones for her mother and father to use. Tenko helps her pull it before it can tire her out too much. He smiles kindly at her and the duo work together to pull the wagon up the hill. Build high the walls. Build strong the beams. Over time, the village evolves to a small town, gates rising from the rocks and landing towers built. Touya helps with leading the ankylosaurs to carry metal and stone to build dino gates around the highlands, and Izuku leads the Thunder Legion, the unit of elite wyvern riders, overhead, guiding a small group of new survivors to the safety of the Winchaser tribe. A new life is waiting. But danger's no stranger here. The scene changes to show the Winchasers being raided again. Izuku is bleeding from the head and is sporting a bite from a saber tooth in his leg as he struggles with Tenko to get their people to safety while they fight off the enemy tribe. An arrow flies past the two and they look up to see Touya on the back of his lightning wyvern, grinning reassuringly at his brothers as he leads the Thunder Legion into battle. The view of Izuku's face fashes from grinning to glaring and blood-spattered, then grinning and back again before it settles on a nighttime setting. Izuku looks you at the moon from his window, thinking on what could have been back in his world. No words describe a mother's tears. Izuku thinks about his mother, alone in her apartment, and the moon shows an image of her sobbing at his disappearance. And no words can heal a broken heart. Touya thinks about how he abandoned his brother back in their old world as Tenko thinks about how he was used and then abandoned by the League of Villains. A dream is gone, but where there's hope. Then it changes to Izuku's eyes hardening when he remembers how she and everyone else around him had broken him, made him feel less than and discouraged him. He walks to the door to his room and opens it, revealing Tenko and Touya doing the same thing. They give each other tired smiles. Somewhere something is calling for you? The scene changes once more to Izuku patrolling with the Thunder Legion when the red obelisk suddenly ignites, pulsing rapidly 40 times in quick succession. Izuku urges Katashi to pause and slowly turn towards the obelisk, narrowing his eyes as nigh on 40 streams of light are shot towards Ashfallen Canyon, catching the attentions of all the other tribes on Isla Ragnarok. 2 worlds, 1 family. Seeing the results of the obelisk summoning as he and Katashi fly over the canyon's lip, Izuku urges his wyvern to unleash fire on a wild Spinosaur and several baryonyx surrounding the group. When the smoke clears, Class 1A is reveled, Aizawa at the front to protect his students from any other attacks. Izuku's boots hit the rocky shore of the river and the newcomer's eyes turn to look at his silhouetted form as Katashi lowers his head over his rider's shoulder. Trust your heart. Let fate decide. To guide these lives we see. The screen goes dark, showing one last image of Izuku's wyvern's wings, catching the wind of a gale. Flashback, Day 1 on the arc for Izuku, Touya, and Tenko. 3 hours after arrival. So, you're all saying you come from a world where there are actual, honest-to-God superheroes? Izuku made a face and nodded. Why yeah. Though a good chunk of them isn't any more in my eyes, he thought to himself. And you found the kid when he was, and I quote, following his childhood friend's advice, on the top of the tallest skyscraper in the city? Melissa, the head of agricultural collection in the Winchasers, spoke up, her green eyes dangerously cold. Being around people from different time PRDS, after the reality had sunk in that they were in this together, opened the Irish woman's mind to the concept of science and abandoned the old ways of thinking such as witchcraft and magic as was popular in her time. The blue-haired young man, whom they discovered was named Tenko Shimura, nodded, scratching his neck to assuage nerves and anger, only stopping when Touya laid a gentle hand to his elbow to get him to stop. Yes. Leonidas hummed, tracing his scar as he looked at the kids empathetically. All 3 of you kids are rejects, aren't you? That earned a flinch from all 3, though Izuku's was less pronounced, like he was used to it. Ah, sheet, no that's not what I meant, Leonidas sighed, sitting down on the bench across from the 3. Rejects are what the Crimson Arc loves to pick up. We all came from bad backgrounds. I was about to be executed since I refused to carry through with a massacre. We were tired and wanted to go home, but what my men did against my orders and going with those above my station. He grit his teeth in rage thinking about those inhumane actions during Vietnam. It was inexcusable and barbaric. Melissa huffed. I was always too manly, fair, ma, old home. Refusin', hands fair, marriage began chip at the men till they decided I was too much of a problem. Showed up air just as they were about to drown me, fair be in a witch. Izuku, Touya and Tenko turned to Elijah who shrugged. Black man in the 1960s, guess how well that went. The new trio nodded, remembering very old news articles of the past about American racism. So you know a bit of our stories, Leonidas pointed out, leaning forwards with a smile. But what about yours? What made your friend say what he said, and what's the story behind your 2 friends here? Touya, Tenko, and Izuku shared a look. Izuku trusted the 2 older boys because they had tried to stop him, at least they acted like they cared. Even more so, they jumped after him. Tenko and Touya had claimed the green bean as their own the moment they both jumped over the railing of that building to save him. A trust built in a desperate situation had formed, and through that trust, the 3 newest members of Isla Ragnarok wordlessly came to a decision. It was a decision that would change the course of the arcs, the Winchasers, and their destinies forever. Ragnarok Isle, Highlands, territory of the Winchasers. Present day. Bring him down a bit, Hestia, nice and easy. Izuku waved his red and gold Argentavis down as she held an ankylosaur in her talons, easing back and forth as she gently lowered the freshly tamed armored dinosaur to the ground. The grass rustled at the force of Hestia's wing beats, but the Anki was set down with barely any fuss. Izuku focused his mental probe on the Anki, soothing any residual fears it had being around the many humans and carnivores. How are you feeling, Groundsplitter? The Anki gave a throaty growl. Still uneasy, small 2-leg. Are you sure the sharp teeth aren't going to attempt to eat me? The 17-year-old patted the creature's armored head in reassurance. Promise. Glancing over at Hestia, he nodded his thanks to his heavy lifter. Take a rest in the aviary, Hestia. You've earned it. The female nodded, her feathers ruffling in a show of her thankfulness. Thank you, young master. Should you need me again today, only call and I shall fly to you. Watching her fly off, Izuku sighed before turning to the Anki. The herbivores' feeding troughs are on the seaside part of the village, far from the carnivores. Even if you wander over near them, those meat-eaters won't harm you. The Anki grumbled uncertainly, making the young acting chief smile reassuringly. The pack hasn't been doomed just yet under my charge, Groundsplitter. Trust me. With a sigh, the Ankylosaurus gave a sweeping tail wave meaning he would agree, and ambled off to mingle with the other herbivores. Izuku sighed and leaned back against a house wall, watching the newest addition leave a trail of dust with his heavy steps. All right, now that's done, he gave a sigh and looked up at a small 4-person flock of pteranodons flying overhead with their riders, lifting a hand to block out a bit of the sunlight hitting his eyes. Izuku! The familiar voice made the young adult jump in surprise before spinning around at the sound of wing beats. The glittering, snow-white ice wyvern, Andromeda, came in for a landing beside the young man, and sliding off her chilly scales was Izuku's, Touya's, and Tenko's adoptive father, Chief David B. Leonidas, or just Leonidas, as he liked to be called. "Hey, Pops. Sure you should be out and about with that cough of yours?" Viridian eyes looked the imposing man up and down in concern, but the chief just chuckled and waved the question away. "I've been feeling much better as of late, kid, don't worry." Smoky gray eyes gazed around curiously. "Where are Tenko and Touya?" Izuku hummed following as Leonidas gestured for his son to walk with him. "Tenko gave me a report of us losing a small flock of adolescent griffins," the young man began, the rock and gravel path crunching under boots as the duo dodged playing children and avoided wagons and carts. "He went out to tame some to make up for the loss. I think he feels guilty about it for some reason, but I'm not sure." Leonidas grunted, shaking his head in fond exasperation. Tenko, right after Izuku, was one of the most soft-hearted people he knew. He could empathize with losing people thanks to his background. Those griffins would be starter partners for the younger children when they were able to bond with their first flyers at 12. "Well, I'll just have to speak with him when he gets home." Leonidas patted his youngest on the shoulder firmly. "What about Touya?" Izuku paused near a well by Melissa's tavern. Cranking the bucket for a small herd of compies chattering about them being thirsty at the well wall, Izuku continued his report. "Touya is checking the progress of a possible alpha fire in the hatchery." Leonidas hissed, knowing the village was nowhere near able to repel an alpha fire wyvern at this point in time. "He took some of the seniors with him, right?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah, but he would have taken the newly joined if Tenko and I hadn't talked him out of it first. Luckily, Touya can see reason and his blue fire hasn't fried his brain yet." "Little sheet, not even gone for a third of the day and you're talking about me behind my back?" Izuku merely turned to his older brother and did the mature thing, stuck his tongue out at the older man. "Pop always says to never let your opponents take the first shot." His quiet silvery green-gray poison wyvern female, Alice, named after a movie adaptation of one of his old-world favorite video games, bowed her head shyly and respectfully to Izuku, who did the same, a custom among the wyvernian species for their leaders. "We have 7 new adolescent griffins. They're skittish, but they didn't attack anyone on the fly back, so they'll be alright when Izuku connects them to everyone else." Leonidas nods while Izuku grins at his brother. Good job, Tenko." Their father looks the two boys up and down. "Any troubles, Touya? Izuku told me what you were doing for the majority of the day." Leonidas looked over his second oldest for any injuries or ailments, but the two young men merely shook their heads no. "I have some bad news and possible good news." The Quarted's features hardened and they looked to Touya for his report. "An alpha wyvern is in the making," Touya confirmed grimly, making the intensity of the conversation rise. "But it's very slow. All regular activities for normal-grade wyvern behavior are still present, and it was docile until I approached the clutch she was protecting. 7 eggs at a 10-meter range and she went aggressive." Raikiri, the electric blue and pitch black lightning wyvern Touya had bonded with, rumbled nervously and pressed his pointy snout into the shoulder his rider's hide trench coat, earning a soothing slide over the muzzle from scarred hands. "What's the estimated time of ascension?" Leonidas asked, straightening his body slightly. Touya hummed, going through the memories of records from people noting the times wyverns ascended. 2 to 5 months, he finally said, looking at the 3 around him and their wyverns, knowing the Draconic understood him through their bond with Izuku via the Green Teen's Quirk. The group relaxed minutely. "That's if things continue how they are now. But if we can drive her off even before then, we'll have a shorter frame, but it would take her longer to fly back after exhausting her resources to go through said ascension." "Alpha Alley," Izuku muttered, noting a place on Isla Ragnarok he had recorded in his travels over the island. Touya nodded. "It's on the other side of the map and takes days to get there on wyvernback, but it can be done." "We'll consider the course for now," Leonidas said, his voice gravely as a cough racked his form. "For now, let's worry about the allosaur mating season coming in." The chief turned to his youngest. "Has Melissa made the proper precautions?" Izuku chuckled and gave a good-natured roll of his eyes. "Melissa has an army of raptors helping out in those fields, Pops. She's finer than wine aged for a century." The men laughed at that, and all turned towards the great hall with their wyverns, intent on getting lunch together. Great Gpithecus Forest, Day. Meanwhile on the other side of Isla Ragnarok, the blue obelisk gave well over 20 pulses, unseen by the Winchasers. The silhouettes of what were undeniably humans all floated gently to the ground before the wheezing rasp of breathing through an air filter permeated the air. The glass of a gas mask glinted in the sunlight as the owner's hand twitched once. Flashback, Day 14 on Isla Ragnarok for Izuku, Touya, and Tenko. 2 weeks had passed since the three boys had awoken in the shadow of Leonidas' tribe and given the choice to join or be on their own but align with the Winchasers anyway. The boys had chosen to fully integrate into the tribe, but they had yet to tame anything, sans Tenko and his Deinonychus he named Joker, due to his coloring of green, purple, and white. Apparently, Leonidas wanted to change that starting today. You want us to what? Izuku looked at his guardian as Leonidas stood there with a wide sheet-eating grin on his face. Learn to ride and fly, obviously. The large man, broader and thicker than even All Might in his beefed-up form, smirked at Touya's wide-eyed, "Are you kidding?" look and Tenko's excited glint in his eyes as Joker stood dutifully by his side. You've joined the Winchasers, and almost everyone in this tribe has at least 3 rideable dinosaurs and least 2 flyers to their name, be them an Arnactavis, a pterosaur. The glittering scaly hide of Andromeda sent reflections of light over the training fields before the ice wyvern landed behind her rider and his charges. Leonidas finished as the wind from Andromeda's landing died down, leaving the boys awestruck as anyone was in the wyvern female's presence. Or a personally hatched and raised wyvern thunder. Leonidas' gloved hand reached up and scratched the scales behind the crown of horns ringing Andromeda's head, enticing a purr from the wyvern. Touya's gaze wandered to the massive eagle-looking bird flying leisurely overhead. "What are those?" he asked, pointing out the bird to both Izuku and Tenko. The 2 boys looked up, but shrank back when the rusty red and golden yellow bird let out a furious shriek, her burning orange eyes furiously on an oviraptor racing away as fast as its legs could carry it. Leonidas frowned, his hand moving towards the arrow quiver and bow at his sides. "A Rouge Argentavis, she's been leaving us alone so far over the past month or so, but that oviraptor isn't one of ours. Either way he must have stolen her egg," she said. A flash of green raced past the group of men and they had no time to react when Izuku had intercepted the egg stealer, wrenching the blue and white cargo from its claws even as it squawked and caterwauled in obvious objection, making the 3 other males shout and prepare to rescue the youngest of them who was now directly in the line of attack. The flame-colored Argentavis drew her massive talons forward to snatch up the one who now possessed its egg when Izuku squeezed his eyes shut and reached out to her, sending feelings of remorse and anger on the mother's behalf. "Please, don't attack." The thundering of feathers and the buffeting wind seemed to pause before it began again, slower and calmer now than before. Izuku cracked open an eye to see his reflection looking back at him through the Argentavi's own golden eye. "You, who steps before my talons and offers the spoils back to the owners. I'll ask of you, are you my rider?" Highlands, territory of the Winchasers. Day 1830 on Isla Ragnarok. Gazing up at the skies, Touya could tell a storm was brewing on the horizon. Far away in the distance, a speck directly across from the highlands indicated the next island. What Leonidas told him was an island without the wyverns, griffins, and other rare animals unique to Ragnarok and the scorched island that Ragnarok had. The storm was looking over the small speck, seeming to want to swallow it whole. Narrowing his eyes at the approaching squall, Touya turned to Raijin and mounted the lightning wyvern, patting the armored shoulder reassuringly before he whistled and began guiding the wyvern into the air, heading towards the highlands again from the border between desert lands and redwood territory. Glancing at the hatchery, his eyes widened in alarm when he saw white and gold wings seething in a red mist flash over the lip of the magma crags before vanishing. As if we didn't already have enough to deal with, he thought grimly. "Pops, there's a storm coming our way." Leonidas and Tenko paused in the grooming of their equus as Touya dismounted from Raijin. Leonidas frowned, looking at his second eldest in concern. "How close?" Touya pursed his lips. "Last I checked, it's already swallowed Mother's Island and will be on our doorstep by the time the sun touches the horizon." The chief's eyes widened in alarm, his chest hitching with a small cough in his surprise. There hadn't been a storm that fast or big in a long time, since he had first risen to chiefdom here. Liking his lips in preparation for the near discord that would follow, Leonidas glanced at Tenko who was already whistling for Alice. Turning to the other man while whistling for his own wyvern, he ran through a mental checklist. The Great Hall would be plenty big enough to house the tribe and the tames until the storm ended, but the problem is how big the storm is. "Where's Izuku?" "Helping Melissa with an allosaur problem. I'll get him and have him help with storage and sheltering. You let the tribe know." At Leonidas' orders, Touya leapt back onto Raijin and began the emergency preparations. The winds were already picking up as Andromeda touched down at the fences of the fields. He watched Katashi flap into the air with a squirming allosaur in his claws before biting into its neck and violently wrenching his neck to the side, snapping the feral's neck cleanly and mercifully. The green fire wyvern released his kill over the beach for the Megs before Izuku urged his companion to fly towards Andromeda when he spotted her unmistakable glint. We felt the winds over the beach, the greenette said as he looked over at his father, both still on their wyverns' backs. How much time we got? Less than 6 hours, Leonidas answered. Maybe more if we can utilize the RGs. Izuku's eyes glazed over and glowed a gentle gold for a split second, showing he'd searching for a specific tame in their repertoire. Hestia's on it. She's leading a flock of 15 to help gather the other animals as big as or smaller than Anki's. Leonidas nodded, relieved. Good. Let's tell everyone here, RGs can't carry the Gallimimus. Izuku nodded, leaning forwards on Katashi's back. I'll take the left fields while you take the right, he said, shooting a smirk at his adoptive father. Try to keep up, old man. Meanwhile, the red obelisk gave a weak pulse, flashing violet for a moment before falling still. Flashback, day 100 on Isla Ragnarok for Izuku, Touya, and Tenko. Waves lapped at the side of the large whaler-class boat as Leonidas, Tenko, Izuku, and Touya sailed on open ocean waters along with a crew of capable ship hands, looking to bring back a Leadsichthys. Touya's hair had gone from its once black color to a beautiful snow white, and Izuku's was just beginning to tickle his jawline and the back of his neck. Tenko's was already too long to not be in the way, so he had begun tying it up with leather cords. Everything was quiet and peaceful, nothing but the waves lapping at the boat sides and the ichthyosaurus squealing as they played in the swells like modern-day dolphins would. Suddenly a large swell came up and slammed against the ship's deck. Only it wasn't a swell, and the resulting smash breaking splinters from the boat was no megalodon either. An eerie howl echoed in the air before the massive fin of a Leadsichthys broke the waves, circling around slowly before carving a path straight for the redemption side. Lock her down, ladies and gents. We're bringing in this lead before the day is over. The harpoon launchers were loaded with their harpoons filled with narcotics, a special blend created and tested by Izuku on a meg a few days ago. If they brought in this lead, the tribe would be able to eat without a hunt for months and could trade some prime fish meat with those in the Crystal Isles across the northern seas for skis and other goods they didn't have on Isla Ragnarok. Izuku's eyes gained an excited glint as he aimed his mounted turret at the slicing fin. Fingering the trigger, he waited for his father's command. Fire. Present day. Gathering up every Gallimimus in the fields was harder than it seemed. Despite Izuku's ability to connect and communicate with these creatures, Gallimimus are little more than giant featherless modern-day chickens when it comes to intelligence, so it was harder to locate and gather them up. Leonidas had, despite Izuku's taunt at the start of the task, finished first and was assisting Izuku in rounding up the last of them when the obelisk that was their neighbor suddenly pulsed in rapid succession. Izuku, having remembered to count the quick pulses and streaming lights, went pale at the large number. With the storm on their doorstep and the air carrying the scent of rain and lightning, Leonidas and Izuku froze. Well over 15, the greenette said, licking his lips as Katashi hovered at Andromeda's side. Leonidas nodded grimly. More than 20 new survivors, right when a squall is about to swallow our isle. Izuku's shoulders jumped when he heard the mucus in Leonidas' throat making his voice sound gravely, more so than usual. With their eyes on the crimson light of the obelisk, they turned their wyverns towards the monument. Suddenly, there was a flash of red lightning that curled around the prongs of the obelisk and a sudden grinding before a pulse of light blasted from the top of the monument. 20+ lights were fired from the top instead of the bottom, towards the Hidana grasslands where the squall would hit last, impeding any attempt to make it home in the storm. Oh, no! Izuku muttered, his heart dropping into his stomach. The winds began to pick up, making Andromeda and Katashi stagger in the air for a moment before steadying. Kid, don't even think about it. Leonidas guided Andromeda closer to glare at his son. We can't do anything for them right now. The chief was hunkering down over his ice wyverns back to fight against the screaming winds. Izuku shot a look at Leonidas as he turned Andromeda towards the Great Hall. If I take Touya or Tenko along with the Thunder Legion we can make it. Don't you dare dash. Izuku whipped his head around to glare at his father. As long as I'm alive, I won't let anyone die if I can save them. Leonidas jerked back, his gray eyes wide. Should he be surprised though? The conviction when survivors turn up in these sorts of conditions was always Izuku's true strength came out. Though Leonidas couldn't truly approve of it, he accepted that Izuku just wanted to help people, an old dream that never truly died from his old world. The older man gave his son a resigned, if exasperated, smile and shook his head. You don't know when to leave well enough alone, do you? Izuku gave a sharp grin back, one with more teeth than was necessary. Don't know the meaning. Leonidas nodded once before standing on Andromeda's back and leaping over to the green fire wyvern, heedless of the strengthening winds. He wrapped his youngest in a one-armed hug. Fly fast and watch over them. Izuku hugged his father back, knowing as all survivors do, that this could be a goodbye. As Leonidas leapt back to Andromeda, Izuku turned to look at Tenko. The youngest nodded to his oldest sibling and jerked his fist up. In the Winchaser signal, among those in the Thunder Legion, it only meant one thing. Let's fly. Tenko nodded and mounted Alice, the female poison wyvern, letting out a melodious shriek as she leapt into the air. Dusty green-gray-blue wings striped with a dark gray made the air shake as they joined the emerald fire wyvern in the air, and soon the two were flying over the mountains towards Hidana grasslands, flight helmets gleaming under the dying rays of sun in the wake of the squall. Those boys are Winchasers, Leonidas, Elijah said, riding up on his silver Argy, Benji, and hovering beside his old friend's white ice wyvern. They'll be all right. After all, they don't run from the winds, they ride them. Leonidas paused in watching his sons vanish over the treetops, before he grinned ferally at the motto of their tribe and nodded his head in approval. The first thing Shoyuta Aizawa realized upon waking up was that there was grass under him. It wouldn't have really bothered him if he didn't remember that he was in the middle of being slammed into the ground during a USJ field trip with his class when a bright red light blinded him, and a horrid grinding sound filled his ears. Aizawa's eyes snapped open, and he sat upright with a gasp, instantly noticing that he felt no pain even when his skull had undoubtedly been fractured. His elbow burned into bubbles of liquid because of a poisonous gas. Looking around frantically, he saw those who had been present at the unforeseen simulation joint. The present heroes and heroes in training were scattered around the grassy ground in various states of consciousness. Denki Kaminari was going around with Tsuyu Azui and Hagakure shaking their peers awake. The air is too clean, Shoyuta thought, looking around their landscape cautiously. Everything is too wild, overgrown and untamed to be anywhere close to civilization. There was a hoarse croaking caw overhead, and Shoyuta looked up only to almost shrink back in shock. An honest-to-God pterodactyl swooped downwards and landed on the outer edge of their circle, walking nonchalantly along. Everyone wake up. Something isn't right. Well, isn't that the tamest way to put it, he thinks wryly as Yagi and Bakugo JRK awake. One by one, with the ever-prompting shakes of Kaminari and Tsuyu, the rest of the students awake and begin to look around in shock and awe. Kota warily approaches the pterosaur, but the moment he speaks to it he JRKs back in fear. I can't understand a word it's saying, he stammers. Aizawa tenses, his suspicions confirmed. One of those villains back at the USJ had a time-traveling quirk, or at least something similar. There was a growling mmmmm, a deep bass thrum from nearby, and Aizawa turned to see a herd of parasaur wandering in the field of grass near a large river and lake. Hey, look at these little guys. Ciro's voice pulled at the class's attention, bringing them over to a small group of 5 or 6 chicken-sized dinosaurs. They weren't like any Shoyuta could recall learning about in his childhood boredom, but the eerie chirps and mocking ped heads made his instincts blare. Bakugo snorted, stomping over to one with a red scaly hide and silver plume of feathers. Little weak but lizards, what makes them so special? Reaching out to send an explosion out to scare them away, the spiky blonde froze when he finally felt something that should have been there missing. In that moment, the little pack of dinosaurs barked and suddenly attacked. Before anyone could move, and millimeters before those needle-like teeth snapped on Bakugo's fingers, 2 massive roars shook the air, making everyone fall to their knees from the sheer primal fear coursing through them in that moment. Aizawa, get everyone to the trees now. I'll hold them off. All Might was trying to access his bulked-up form as 2 giant dinosaurs broke through the far thick of forest, one black and red while the other was a solid silvery gray. Before he could do anything, 2 answering roars came from above, making the monsters on the ground look up. Aizawa would have fainted if his kids, he had known them for only 3 days, but if anything happened to them in this hell of a world, he would kill everything in this lost world rip-off, and then himself and Yagi weren't priority. 2 dragons, bearing 2 wicked taloned legs and massive wings each, were diving straight for them. Change wing, take out the silver giga. Attack acid bath. Got it. Wait, were there humans here besides them? It didn't matter at the moment, he had to get his kids to the trees. Herding everyone into the thick greenery, Shoyuta turned to see the 2 dragons wheeling through the air, diving low to claw and bite at the gigas, that's what the Green Rider called them. The green dragon inhaled before unleashing a torrent of blinding, burning fire onto the black and red giga, while the gray-green dragon spat out a glob of hissing, bubbling liquid that splattered onto the grass beside the silver one. The giga gave a roar of rage and pain as its scales began to peel off, almost as if it were splashed with Ashitos? Wait, acid bath. The emerald dragon flapped hard, picking up a cloud of leaves and twigs as it landed in front of the gigas. The 3 predators stared at each other, the one human on its back sitting eerily still. With twin roars, sporting acid burns and fire burns alike, the 2 gigas turned and fled, shaking the earth as they returned from where they came from. The light gray-green dragon fluttered its wings delicately as it touched down, its own rider sliding off its back as the green rider did the same. "You hurt?" the shorter one asked, looking the taller rider up and down. "No, Alice and I stayed high. You? All good here." Turning to the group of 20 kids and 2 adults, the shorter of the two stepped forwards, coming just under the height of Izawa himself. Completely ignoring All Might, though he had puffed his chest up as if to receive praise, the green rider nodded to Izawa. "Are you the one in charge of this group?" he asked. Izawa narrowed his eyes, unaccustomed to being addressed instead of All Might since he was there. "What if I am?" Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the symbol of peace wilt a bit at being ignored. The duo that saved them exchanged a look. Lifting his right arm, the taller one tapped a strange implant on their inner wrist, bringing up a hologram. Selecting several items, he began running through what was needed and what wasn't, leaving the smaller to explain. The green rider crossed his arms. "We're from the tribe known as the Winchasers, watchers of the Red Ark and inhabitants of the Western Highlands." Brilliant green eyes peered from within the slits for eyeholes in the helmet. "And you 20 new additions to Isla Ragnarok are now dashed. Young man, control your beast right now." The green rider seemed to stiffen when Small Might shouted at him, the green dragon snout curiously sniffing Tsuyu, making her croak in alarm. He turned on the symbol of peace with a frosty hiss. "Katashi is his own person, though he only listens to me. He will not hurt any of yours unless you are a threat to me and my own. He is merely making sure you pose no harm." "Who are you to say that, you weak but extra?" Bakugo interjected, storming up to the green rider, though he was an inch or two shorter than their saviors. "How can your puny sheet oven but control that stupid iguana?" The gray rider snorted as he closed out his strange hologram. "Meatbag, you've got a lot of nerve to call the next in line weak. Without any of his tames, Jade Wind could knock you on your butt. And anyways, should you really be talking that way to the ones who came to take you to the closest thing to civilization this world has? Ha! Baku bro, that's enough. Let's not tick off the ones with fire-breathing and acid-spitting dragons, okay? Whatever. I'll blow them away, shitty hair." Bakugo flexed his fingers, reaching for his quirk as if it were second nature, but again, nothing happened. Something was missing. Finally figuring it out, huh? They looked up to the gray rider's form, leaning against his dragon cockily. "Don't worry, I was like you guys once. Relied on my quirk 24. The most destructive lose their potency over time on the arc, and some just outright vanish on entry." Red eyes glittered under the mask as he watched the various kids try to activate their quirks. Out of the 20, only 8 or 9 managed to do so. Bakugo not amongst them. "Wait, so until we can get home, we're quirkless? We're powerless?" The two strangers watched the ensuing chaos, the symbol of peace staring at his trembling hands as they failed to bulk up, Bakugo screaming in rage as he was demoted to quirkless and worthless, something that made Jade Wind flinch slightly. Snapping his fingers, the dragon beside him scked in a breath and roared, the sound snuffing out all other noise. "If you want to survive, you need to do exactly as we say." He gestured to himself and Change Wing. "We can take you to our tribe, but it's a week's worth of a journey away from here on foot. Our wyverns can't carry all of you, so on the way you'll need to learn how to survive and adapt, not having your..." His eyes sneered at Bakugo's from behind the helmet. "Gifts, to give you the leg up. You may be a quirkless freak," Bakugo shouted, making Katashi snarl and hover his head over his rider's shoulder. "But I'm gonna be the #1 hero. I don't need to learn to survive to make it here." Jade Wind huffed, the sound ringing in his helmet. "Can you fend off a Baryonyx while you're swimming for oil in the water wall of the ancients? Ha? Can you properly tame a Spinosaur without it biting your head off? Can you tame an Argy, get away from an angry wyvern's nest with the egg of your choosing? Can you ride a Giga into battle without it bucking you off to eat you when it's wounded enough?" Izuku listed the difficulties even he had when he came to this world, knowing that his quirk gave him the advantage, but there were some dinosaurs that it wouldn't work on as easily. Turning to Tenko, the shorter gestured to the higher area near the end of the cliffs on the far side of the grasslands. Nodding, Tenno mounted Alice and the duo vanished over the clumps of trees. "Where is he going?" All Might asked in confusion. "He's going to look for food. There's a squall coming this way, which was also why he and I came out here when we saw the obelisk light up." Green eyes glowed under the helmet as he glared at all 15+ new survivors before him. "If you all want to survive in the Ark, primarily on Isla Ragnarok, Crystal Isles, the Center, Mother Island, anywhere on this world, you need to understand the rules of survival. Everyone gather around, because I'm only gonna say these rules once." Once he had the whole group around him, Izuku hopped onto Katashi's back so they could all hear him. "Rule 1, no matter if it's a human or a dino, if it wants to kill you, you kill it before it can. cutting off protests of, "That's not heroic, so you're a murderer, you're a villain." Izuku glared through his helmet. "So it's all right for the hunting party you are given charge of, to make sure they get back to their families and to strengthen the tribe as a whole, to die because you're afraid of getting blood on your hands?" That cut everyone off. Newsflash. The tribe is like a colony of giant bees or titanomerma. One person is worth 100 of the enemy. If you want to survive, and keep the ones beside you alive also, you need to be willing to rip an enemy tribe member's head off to do so. The arguments ended with that statement, but a boy in shining robotic armor stepped forwards. "I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to this. You are asking us to become villains. Like I said, it's a small price to pay when you and your tribe mate make it out alive," Izuku said coldly. "Next, everything you collect in the fields, forests, oceans, and icebergs belong to everyone in the tribe. Share or leave, that's simple." Katashi suddenly looked up at the approaching wall of storm clouds and Izuku cursed. "Damn it. Katashi, signal Alice and Changewing. Tell them to meet us at the Hidana Caves." Leaping from his wyvern, the emerald fire breather leapt into the air and circled overhead before exhaling a plume of fire into the skies. When the wyvern began to descend, Izuku gestured impatiently for the group of 20+ to follow him. "That storm cell is gonna swallow Isla Ragnarok in less than 4 hours. If you want to survive it, follow us." "Why should we trust you?" the hobo man asked suspiciously. Izuku paused before turning to look over his shoulder with a single viridian eye. "Because I'm a Winchaser, survivor. Making it through these conditions is what we do." Opening, Two Worlds by Phil Collins, Altver. We're flying low over a canyon before circling around over the ocean, then the scene skips to the red obelisk beside the highlands on Ragnarok Isle before we fly over it, the landscape blurring with the speed. There, a medium-sized village is seen with large spires of rock jutting from the ground in the distance. "Son of man, look to the sky." The title of the story flashes in a swirl of fire onto the screen before vanishing from an arrow. Put your faith in what you most believe in. Two worlds, one family. Trust your heart. Let fate decide. To guide these lives we see. The scene zeroes in on a large mountain hall on a cliff overlooking the village. With a huge door in the front slowly opening showing the occupants, Izuku Midoriya Leonidas, Tenko Shimura Leonidas, and Touya Todoroki Leonidas, with the villagers all around them. A paradise untouched by man. Within this world blessed with love. A simple life, they live in peace. The great hall is filled with people laughing, celebrating and dancing to music, and telling stories, giant and small-sized wyverns eating from troughs lining the massive inside, even some Argentavis perched in the rafters watching the proceedings with amusement in intelligent eyes. Softly tread the sand below your feet now. Two worlds, one family. Trust your heart. Let fate decide. To guide these lives we see. On the beach, Izuku walks slowly and thoughtfully over the sands barefoot, his long ponytail waving like a green banner in the winds, leaving his footprints in the sands as the prints of his wyvern trail beside him. The boy looks up to grin at the green giant, who bends down to nuzzle his companion. A harsh pat on the back makes Izuku stumble forwards. He turns to see Leonidas, Tenko, Touya, and the other members of the Winchasers gathered behind him along with their dinosaurs, grinning and gesturing for him to join them. Beneath the shelter of the trees, only love can enter here. A simple life, they live in peace. The scene changes again to Izuku, Tenko, and Touya helping the Winchasers rebuild after the damaging raid. The entire tribe of Winchasers have banded together, even calling on their tribe alliances, to rebuild stronger than ever. Raise your head up. Lift high the load. Take strength from those that need you. A 7-year-old girl is struggling with pulling a small wagon of stones for her mother and father to use. Tenko helps her pull it before it can tire her out too much. He smiles kindly at her and the duo work together to pull the wagon up the hill. Build high the walls. Build strong the beams. Over time, the village evolves to a small town, gates rising from the rocks and landing towers built. Touya helps with leading the ankylosaurs to carry metal and stone to build dino gates around the highlands, and Izuku leads the Thunder Legion, the unit of elite wyvern riders. Overhead, guiding a small group of new survivors to the safety of the Winchaser tribe. A new life is waiting. But danger's no stranger here. The scene changes to show the Winchasers being raided again. Izuku is bleeding from the head and is sporting a bite from a saber tooth in his leg as he struggles with Tenko to get their people to safety while they fight off the enemy tribe. An arrow flies past the two and they look up to see Touya on the back of his lightning wyvern, grinning reassuringly at his brothers as he leads the Thunder Legion into battle. The view of Izuku's face flashes from grinning, clean and happy to glaring and blood-spattered, then grinning and back again before it settles on a nighttime setting. Izuku looks up at the moon from his window, thinking on what could have been back in his world. No words describe a mother's tears. Izuku thinks about his mother, alone in her apartment, and the moon shows an image of her sobbing at his disappearance. And no words can heal a broken heart. Touya thinks about how he abandoned his brother back in their old world as Tenko thinks about how he was used and then abandoned by the League of Villains. A dream is gone, but where there's hope. Then it changes to Izuku's eyes hardening when he remembers how she and everyone else around him had broken him, made him feel less than and discouraged him. He walks to the door to his room and opens it, revealing Tenko and Touya doing the same thing. They give each other tired smiles. Somewhere something is calling for you? The scene changes once more to Izuku patrolling with the Thunder Legion when the red obelisk suddenly ignites, pulsing rapidly 40 times in quick succession. Izuku urges Katashi to pause and slowly turn towards the obelisk, narrowing his eyes as nigh on 20 streams of light are shot towards Ashfallen Canyon, catching the attention of all the other tribes on Isla Ragnarok. 2 worlds, 1 family. Seeing the results of the obelisk summoning as he and Katashi fly over the canyon's lip, Izuku urges his wyvern to unleash fire on a duo of wild gigas charging the group. When the smoke clears, Class 1A is reveled, Aizawa at the front to protect his students from any other attacks. Izuku's boots hit the grassy earth of Hidana Plains and the newcomer's eyes turn to look at his silhouetted form as Katashi lowers his head over his rider's shoulder. Trust your heart. Let fate decide. To guide these lives we see. The screen goes dark, showing one last image with the wings of Izuku's wyvern, catching the green swirling winds of a gale. The trek to Hidana Cave took longer than it should have. Izuku had scanned through his inventory for his compound bow and a set of 200 iron arrows, leading the group of 20 students and 2 teachers on the ground. Katashi flew overhead to keep watch for any saber-tooth or Giganotosaurus in the area. Both rider and wyvern kept their heads on swivels. More than once, Izuku put it into a saber-tooth's head to protect his escorts, since unless you tame them the old-fashioned way out here, they wouldn't listen. Harvesting meat from the unfortunate victims as they went took the trip a little longer. These caves, Hobo ventured. Are they safe? Izuku snorted, looking over his shoulder at the man before facing forwards again. The only place that's safe on any of these islands or ships are within the tribes you join, or the alliances you make. So, no, they aren't totally safe, but they will keep us from being killed by the elements. Turning to the group as they continued, Izuku scanned over them one by one. Anyone with a heat quirk that's still functional step forwards. You'll be the one to take charge of fire starting. Water or ice, you'll be giving us water to drink while the heat quirks melt ice if that's what you make. Any with enhanced hearing should have been left alone when they came through, so you'll be rotating on schedules of 3 to 4 hours as lookouts. The trek continued onwards, the altitude thinning for those not used to it, but with Izuku flying higher than this on a regular basis every day, he was unbothered. Young man, can we take a rest? Glancing at one of the catalysts who had crushed his dreams in his previous world, Izuku sneered before looking at the panting and exhausted kids behind him. With a heaving sigh, he gave in after seeing one girl looking listless and gasping for breath from altitude sickness. Fine. 15 minutes, no more than that. Lifting his fingers to his mouth in a shrill whistle, only for show as he didn't want them to realize he had a quirk, he called Katashi to him. The wyvern landed with a ground-shaking thud and Izuku leaned against his neck, petting the warm scales as the class gathered and hit the ground with cries of relief. Flipping through his inventory and taking out 30 pounds worth of raw meat, the Winchaser began tossing them into Katashi's maw, the wyvern warbling happily as he snapped up the treats. How the hell did you tame a dragon? Turning to look at the one who spoke, Izuku found the speaker was a blond boy with a black bolt going through his hair. Katashi isn't a dragon, he's a wyvern. Izuku corrected. They're cousins so they are close, but not the same. Oh, okay. The blonde nodded, seeming to think. But how did you get one? The green rider turned back to Katashi, who was muttering about how the blonde upstart was disturbing his snack time, to which Izuku smiled and patted the fire breather on the side of his neck. A rite of passage in a sense. When I turned 15, my father sent me and my 2 older brothers up to Dragonmalt Trench where wyverns nest and lay their eggs. You have to have the variant in mind or else you wouldn't be allowed to go. Izuku noticed he was garnering a crowd but decided to continue. I had to bring my best flyer at the time with me, a pterosaur I'd named Flax. He didn't make it, but in exchange I got Katashi's egg. When he hatched, I thought he was of the poison variant like Changewings is, but turns out he had a mutation. He's faster than any of our other wyverns, and can keep up with the crystal owl variety. He's my best friend, and I wouldn't change him for the world. A girl with a pixie bob cut spoke up. Aren't you worried he might hurt you? Green eyes flared under the helmet as Izuku looked at her sharply. Wyverns hatched and raised from the egg know only the first person they see as their companions, so no. My father has a rare ice variant, and my elder brothers have a lightning and poison variant. each. All Might spoke up then. My boy, is it possible gain an egg for oneself without endangering your person? Izuku snorted. Not unless one of you has an ability that can speak in the language of these dinosaurs and wyverns. If not, then I'm afraid you're out of luck. Surprisingly, the small blonde man looked stricken, and Izuku wondered if he hit a nerve, making him remember the rejection he was doled out so long ago. Wait, don't tell me you dash? No, I'm afraid we don't have someone extraordinary like that in our ranks. Izuku decided to drop the subject, glancing up at the sun before looking towards the clouds on the horizon. Isla Ragnarok would be swallowed in less than 2 hours, and Hidana's cave was another half-hour to the top. Everyone up. Let's move. They reached the cave just as the winds flattened the plain below them. Katashi staggered in the air and Izuku whistled for him to land and come to the cave. Ushering everyone inside, Izuku sighed in relief when he saw Alice and Tenko in the back, safe from the squall and having already set up several cooking pots filled with fish soup and meat stew, enough to feed everyone here. There you are, Jade. I was getting worried. Tenko perked up at seeing his younger brother and handed him a wooden bowl of Rockwell meat soup. Hoboman narrowed his eyes, unseen by the others, as he found the voice coming from the Grey Rider, familiar somehow. You know me, I can take the altitude, but some just can't. Izuku nodded to the hungry teens behind him as they attacked the cooking pots. Did you get word out to Father and Bluefire? Tenko hummed. Tried, but the squall is messing up the signals with the walkie-talkies. We'll have to wait here until it settles down. Izuku chewed his lip worriedly. Waiting could take days. Touya could lead the Thunder Legion in his stead, but Tenko and Izuku himself were the ones who primarily led the unit. Mia and Paul would only take so much of Touya's sass before one of them committed arson or death by electrocution. Waiting it out it is, then. Turning to Hoboman, Izuku jerked his head towards the far side of the cave. Changewings crafted some sleeping bags for you all. There may not be many of them, but they are big enough to double up in if needed. Decide amongst yourselves who gets that prestigious honor. What about you? Yagi asked. Katashi lifted a wing and turned onto his side, warming the cave up a little more. Turning to the emaciated man, Izuku shrugged in a "what can you do" manner. Katashi and Alice will take care of us. With Tenko and Izuku slipping under the wings of their respective wyverns, they left the UA group to eat. Katsuki glared at the Green Rider and his dragon, confusion bubbling in his mind when he got the sense of familiarity from the rider. It didn't help that he had a helmet on that covered his hair and face. There was something about him that made Katsuki pause for a moment. The green dragon thing turned burning ember-like eyes to the explosive blonde and hissed lowly, making the human narrow his own eyes and sneer back. This world was just another one to conquer in his eyes. He was first in the entrance exam to UA, the best of the best. His quirk was almost predetermined for his heroic personality. He would take this world apart. But the rider of the green dragon was just too weird, making him feel things. Oh, well. He'd think on it in the morning. When they got to wherever they were going he would show this W0RLD just what it was missing out on, and no amount of lacking a quirk was gonna change that. Opening, Two Worlds by Phil Collins, Altver. We're flying low over a canyon before circling around over the ocean, then the scene skips to the red obelisk beside the highlands on Ragnarok Isle before we fly over it, the landscape blurring with the speed. There, a medium-sized village is seen with large spires of rock jutting from the ground in the distance. Son of Man, look to the sky. The title of the story flashes in a swirl of fire onto the screen before vanishing from an arrow. Put your faith in what you most believe in. Two worlds, one family. Trust your heart. Let fate decide. To guide these lives we see. The scene zeroes in on a large mountain hall on a cliff overlooking the village. With a huge door in the front slowly opening showing the occupants Izuku Midoriya Leonidas, Tenko Shimura Leonidas, and Touya Todoroki Leonidas, with the villagers all around them. A paradise untouched by man. Within this world blessed with love. A simple life, they live in peace. The great hall is filled with people laughing, celebrating, and dancing to music, and telling stories, giant and small-sized wyverns eating from troughs lining the massive inside, even some Argentavis perched in the rafters watching the proceedings with amusement in intelligent eyes. Softly tread the sand below your feet now. Two worlds, one family. Trust your heart. Let fate decide. To guide these lives we see. On the beach, Izuku walks slowly and thoughtfully over the sands barefoot, his long ponytail waving like a green banner in the winds, leaving his footprints in the sands as the prints of his wyvern trail beside him. The boy looks up to grin at the green giant, who bends down to nuzzle his companion. A harsh pat on the back makes Izuku stumble forwards. He turns to see Leonidas, Tenko, Touya, and the other members of the Winchasers gathered behind him along with their dinosaurs, grinning and gesturing for him to join them. beneath the shelter of the trees. Only love can enter here. A simple life, they live in peace. The scene changes again to Izuku, Tenko, and Touya helping the Winchasers rebuild after the damaging raid. The entire tribe of Winchasers have banded together, even calling on their tribe alliances, to rebuild stronger than ever. Raise your head up. Lift high the load. Take strength from those that need you. A 7-year-old girl is struggling with pulling a small wagon of stones for her mother and father to use. Tenko helps her pull it before it can tire her out too much. He smiles kindly at her and the duo work together to pull the wagon up the hill. Build high the walls. Build strong the beams. Over time, the village evolves to a small town, gates rising from the rocks and landing towers built. Touya helps with leading the ankylosaurs to carry metal and stone to build dino gates around the highlands, and Izuku leads the Thunder Legion, the unit of elite wyvern riders, overhead, guiding a small group of new survivors to the safety of the Winchaser tribe. A new life is waiting. But danger's no stranger here. The scene changes to show the Winchasers being raided again. Izuku is bleeding from the head and is sporting a bite from a saber tooth in his leg as he struggles with Tenko to get their people to safety while they fight off the enemy tribe. An arrow flies past the two and they look up to see Touya on the back of his lightning wyvern, grinning reassuringly at his brothers as he leads the Thunder Legion into battle. The view of Izuku's face flashes from grinning, clean and happy to glaring and blood-spattered, then grinning and back again before it settles on a nighttime setting. Izuku looks up at the moon from his window, thinking on what could have been back in his world. No words describe a mother's tears. Izuku thinks about his mother, alone in her apartment, and the moon shows an image of her sobbing at his disappearance. And no words can heal a broken heart. Touya thinks about how he abandoned his brother back in their old world as Tenko thinks about how he was used and then abandoned by the League of Villains. A dream is gone, but where there's hope. Then it changes to Izuku's eyes hardening when he remembers how she and everyone else around him had broken him, made him feel less than and discouraged him. He walks to the door to his room and opens it, revealing Tenko and Touya doing the same thing. They give each other tired smiles. Somewhere something is calling for you? The scene changes once more to Izuku patrolling with the Thunder Legion when the red obelisk suddenly ignites, pulsing rapidly 20 times in quick succession. Izuku urges Katashi to pause and slowly turn towards the obelisk, narrowing his eyes as nigh on 20 streams of light are shot towards Hidana Plains, catching the attention of all the other tribes on Isla Ragnarok. 2 worlds, 1 family. Seeing the results of the obelisk summoning as he and Katashi fly over the canyon's lip, Izuku urges his wyvern to unleash fire on a duo of wild gigas charging the group. When the smoke clears, Class 1A is reveled, Aizawa at the front to protect his students from any other attacks. Izuku's boots hit the grassy earth of Hidana Plains and the newcomer's eyes turn to look at his silhouetted form as Katashi lowers his head over his rider's shoulder. Trust your heart. Let fate decide. To guide these lives we see. The screen goes dark, showing one last image with the wings of Izuku's wyvern, catching the green swirling winds of a gale. 3 days the storm howled outside the Hidana cave. 3 days of listening to Bakugo scream at his classmates, the small might sit by and brood, the other kids ask questions and request stories about his and his brother's scars. Tenko didn't mind as much, back in the Winchasers, he was amazing with kids, volunteering to help them ride old tames that couldn't go out on the field anymore, but Izuku never could sit still for long. His knee bounced as he sat in the seat of Katashi's back, both looking out the opening of the cave on the 3rd day and gauging the speed and force of the winds. They're slowing, Katashi told his rider. By midday tomorrow we should be able to leave in a light drizzle and mist. Izuku grinned under his helmet, reaching up to scratch a section of scales around the fin on his wyvern's neck. Pulling out some jerky from his pack, he tossed several handfuls to the green fire wyvern, who snapped them up happily. We might need to teach them how to tame when we depart, Izuku said thoughtfully. If we can tame a herd of parasaur or even some raptors on the way, the journey will be much easier. We'd have to follow Dost Creek and Upper Hidana before reaching the waterwall of the ancients. That's gonna be hard to pass unless they have pterosaur or griffins to ride over the waters. Even if I can convince a few local baryonyx, that'll take too many trips back and forth. Katashi rumbled as he liked his chops, nudging Izuku fondly as his partner and rider began to mumble into their link. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. We have to go over murder snow as well. Izuku sighed, leaning heavily against the war-green scales. Don't resort to that thought just yet. I'll take it up with Alice and Tenko after we cross the waterwall. Kaminari blinked his eyes open to the faint dripping sounds in the back of their cave. Sunlight shone softly through the opening of the cave and the lightning user couldn't help but grin widely through the sleep in his eyes. They were going to be able to leave this dank place. Looking down, he noticed the red-tinged metal diamond engraved and melded into his left wrist, the light glinting off the strange item. Kaminari remembered how the two wyvern riders used theirs, so he lifted his wrist and yelped when the hologram popped up, showing him a whole host of numbers and even a small image of himself, turning in place. Holy crap, we really aren't in Japan anymore. No, you're not. Kaminari jumped and turned to see the green wyvern's rider, Jade, disassembling all the cooking pots that had been lying around. No matter how much you want this to be a dream or think it is, Jade huffed, storing the wood, metal, and stone in his inventory. It's anything but a figment. This is your new reality. The blonde pursed his lips at the flat response before wriggling out of his sleeping bag. Glancing behind the green rider for his wyvern and only seeing empty space, Kaminari tensed. I sent Katashi out with Changewing and Alice, Jade explained, seeing the unease on Kaminari's face. They're just scouting, we've got a route set up, but to follow the route, we'll need to teach you all how to tame and ride the most basic of creatures, an equus. Kaminari's heart jumped in excitement, despite not knowing what an equus was, but he merely nodded, fingering the black leather of his hero costume before glancing around at his sleeping classmates. You seem like someone the Ark would choose to start new here. Kaminari blinked and turned back to the helmeted rider. What do you mean? The helmet over Jade's head rang as the man sighed. Where I come from, I was called the weakest. I was bullied, excluded from things everyone else was able to do, and my dreams were deemed unattainable even by my own mother. The one I once thought was my best friend suicide-baited me. The last straw was when my idol told me my dream was unrealistic. Kaminari swallowed, moving closer and sitting beside Jade when he paused. People thought of Kaminari as the butt of every joke. That his quirk was a liability and once he fried himself out someone would have to come and rescue him. They never questioned how he felt on the matter. He glanced at Jade out of the corner of his eye, wondering where this was going, but in a way, understanding the slightly older teen. I was going to do it. Take a swan dive off the roof and hope I have better luck in my next life, Kaminari choked. He may have had bad luck, but pushed to the point where you wanted to end it was something he knew well. He just didn't think this wyvern-riding super survivor had felt like that from the few days they knew him. But then my brothers, Changewing and Bluefire, tried to stop me. I went over the edge anyways and the idiots jumped right along after me. The chuckle Jade let out was wry but warm. Turning his head, Jade fixed a single emerald eye on Kaminari through the slit of the helmet he wore. The three of us were abused by society, broken down, or ignored in some way, shape or form. No one would have cared if we lived or died, but the Ark found us and we turned up on Isla Ragnarok in the Highlands, where our chief, Leonidas, found us and adopted us as his own. Turning to look outside to the valley below, Jade sighed. The Ark finds the dead, lost, and forgotten and brings us here to establish a new life. No matter what time, status, or background we have, if you can survive what your world put you through, you are a true survivor, and the Ark will bring you to this world to prove it. The air shook, almost like thunder, and Jade stood up. He strode towards the opening and grinned under the helm as Katashi flew low over Hidana Plains to rise towards the opening of the cave, Alice and Tenko not far behind. +. The way is clear through Dost Creek and higher Hidana, Tenko said as Alice landed, and he slid from her back. A herd of equus and gallimimus are along the way over higher Hidana's hills. I've got up to 10 saddles for the gallimimus in Alice's inventory, but equus can be ridden without a saddle, so it'll be easier to tame for the newbies. Are there any dire wolf packs? Izuku asked. It would be easier to tame a pack of wolves that run down a herd of fast-moving gallimimus or equus, longer stamina, and they will only answer to an alpha nearby, one that in the area just before Murder Snow Izuku had had his eye on for some time, a beautiful saffron gold female with a black tail tip. Tenko hummed, scratching his neck. Not until we get to Murder Snow, and that's a couple of days away, less if we can get them rides. Izuku sighed. How many bolas do we have? Tenko checked his inventory. I've got 15. Izuku cursed. We'll have to sort out who wants what. The bolus will go to those who want a gallimimus, but we'll have to find out if any rockerots grow in the area for those who want an equus. The younger of the two groaned and pulled up his helmet to rub his face tiredly. This is gonna be harder than I thought. Tenko laughed, patting his little brother's shoulder. Only noobs complain about the difficulty of a level, Jade. Anyways, I'll fly ahead and tame some stegos along Dost Creek. There's a little gremlin that's eyeing the girls in a way I don't like, so I'll have them on standby for you just in case. Izuku smiled and nodded to his older brother in thanks. You're a lifesaver, Tenko, he murmured. Then, turning to the still sleeping class, save for one, Izuku nodded to Katashi and Alice who both scked in breaths. A moment later, an ear-grating shriek made everyone leap from their bags, shared or not, to protect themselves, except for Kaminari, who had already been awake and had tried to wake up Ochako, Tsuyu, and Jairu in the meantime. Up and at 'em, survivors. We need to make some ground today. 3 days being holed up in the caves has set Changewing and I back. One of the adults, the hobo, groaned as he sat up, looking like a bright yellow caterpillar. So you do have a plan, then? Izuku nodded, checking his inventory one last time before they set on the road. Izuku, you do know that they don't have to be in the Winchaser base to join the tribe, right? You can invite them since you're next in line to lead. The green-haired rider glanced at Alice, hearing her soft-spoken voice through the bond. True, but some of them still don't understand that this isn't their world anymore. They need to fight for their lives and be willing to kill to protect their comrades. Looking towards the light of the cave and mounting Katashi, Izuku glanced back at the group. Changewing will take the air as our eyes in the skies. In the meantime, I'll be on the ground with you all and will attempt to pound some basic survival into your heads. But young man, Yagi spoke up from the back, wiping a dribble of blood from the corner of his mouth. Isn't it safer for you to just tell us what animals are and aren't safe? There's no need to put yourself in danger if you don't have a quirk to protect yourself. Izuku scoffed. That's mighty hypocritical coming from someone who lost their powers upon entry to the Ark. I've been living and surviving with my people here since I arrived at 14. I'd like to think I know more about how to approach the wilds here than you do, genius. Turning back to the light at the mouth of the cave, Izuku nodded to Tenko, and the Grey Rider went out first. Let's go, Tashi. The ground shook minutely as the green fire wyvern strode out and stood in the sunlight with his rider atop his back. Izuku's helmet gleamed under the soft beams as scattered drops of rain that sat on the rocks and sparse grasses reflected the light. Smirking and counting to 3 in his head, the older teen reached up and pulled off his helmet to take a deep breath of air. The scent of washed earth, sunlight, fresh wind and new life swept over Izuku's senses, washing away the scent of damp cave mold and lichen, and he gave a small, soft smile. Turning around and giving 1A the first view of his face they had seen since meeting him, Izuku smirked. He could see Bakugo's red eyes widen in incredulity and his face pale in disbelief. He could see the barest recognition in All Might's sunken gaze. Yeah, that's right, Izuku thought, feeling a sense of vindictive glee at the 2 strongest people he had known in his old world standing in shock, recognizing the ghosts of their past. Seeing how wrong they were. I'm king of this jungle. No way, how the hell is he here? Katsuki's vision had tunneled the moment the Green Rider had taken off his helmet and turned his face skyward, giving them the first appearance of his face since they had been rescued. He disappeared 18 months ago after you told him to take a swan dive off the roof and pray he'd be reborn with a better quirk in the next life. Why the hell does he look older and bigger, and stronger? Something in Katsuki's chest seemed to loosen and uncoil, relief welling up in his chest, before he harshly shoved it down. How the hell was Deku alive? Auntie Inko had been suffering alone in her house. Uncle Hisashi had officially divorced her after hearing about how she kept mothering him and discouraging his dream to keep him safe, and he's been here living it up like someone who deserves it. Useless, quirkless, stupid, scaredy-cat Deku is on a dragon? He's second in line to rule a FING tribe. He's strong. His fists clenched, blood boiling at the thought of a mere weakling like Deku living and succeeding here. But he did say that this place draws in the lost and med. Who else could have made the moment just right for him but you? He looked better than any time Katsuki had seen him. His skin had a healthy glow to it, his hair was long enough to put in a ponytail, shining and reflecting light off the black areas like polished obsidian, and it waved in the wind like a banner of green and black. His eyes were bright, filled with confidence, pride, and strength, and his body was muscular. He looks like a hero. He managed to get where you're still trying to work for. Shut up. I'll show the useless who the real hero is. You told him to take a swan dive off the roof to become a hero in the next life. You really think a real hero would have told someone that? Shut up. Baku bro? You okay? Shitty Hair's face suddenly appeared in his vision and Katsuki instinctively brought his palm forwards to explode his shitty face, but nothing happened. Even so, Kirishima instantly hardened to protect himself from harm. Of course it didn't. I'm quirkless here. Come on, everyone, we're losing daylight? I'll teach you about the implant you all have as we go. Deku's voice carried over the group and Katsuki grit his teeth, fists clenched tight enough that his nails left crescent moons in his palms. He'd get to the bottom of this, why Deku was so different, how he survived, what he's done, and why he never searched for a way to come back home. As the group reached the bottom of the mountain and began making their way up the hill beside Dost Creek, just about to pass it, Izuku leaned his back against the spike in front of him as Katashi walked at a slower pace than usual, facing behind to watch the younger teenagers, smiling in amusement at their reactions to seeing living dinosaurs. Most of them were gawking at the dinosaurs that came out during the day on the mountains, mostly herbivores like stegosaurs or brachiosaurs. When they reached the last quarter-mile stretch pf Dost Creek, things began to shift, and Izuku began to notice things about the class he didn't bother to notice when they were reined in. More than once, he had to snap his attention to the diminutive, grape-headed thing in the group that harassed the girls, even after several of the boys told it to stop. Yes, it, because in no way would Izuku refer to that drooling gremlin with a pronoun of any kind, and when one of them let out a shriek and clutched her chest tightly, Izuku decided that he'd had enough of hearing the disgusting little goblin pant like a beach in heat. Speaking out loud, Izuku told Katashi to stop, letting his voice take on a flat, chilling tone. Sliding from the wyvern's back, the older teen marched through the group to the girl. She had a rather revealing red leotard, and her hair was in a spiky ponytail, before he stopped in front of her. Izuku may not be the tallest in the Winchasers, but here he stood just under the nose of the boy with webbed extra arms and thus cast an intimidating shadow over the girl. His eyes ran over her body, picking out her body language and how she held herself when his eyes skimmed her more feminine parts. Standing a bit straighter, Izuku let his voice carry, the ground shaking as Katashi approached his back. "You know," he said casually. "In the Winchasers, anyone who lays a hand on another without explicit consent or with the intentions of a spar in the arena only get one warning before they're executed for SXL assault." Yagi stepped forwards, hands out in a placating gesture. Now, my boy, there's no need to be hasty. This happens all the time and no harm's come out of it. It's nothing to dash. Izuku's eyes flashed as he rounded on the symbol of peace, seeing the girls of the group and even several of the boys' expressions turn to shock and revulsion at the words coming out of the number one hero's mouth. "You think the SXL harassment of those under your FING watch is something to brush off because no harm's been done?" The emaciated hero felt a drop of cold acid fall into his stomach. What did he say wrong? These kids depend on you two to keep them safe. Not just from others outside your school, but from those within that wish them harm. Izuku's eyes flared green, almost glowing in the vibrancy of his rage and anger, calling to the animals in the area to him. Several stegosaur ambled over, their tails swinging threateningly as they responded to their allies' ire. "You think that just because he hasn't raped anyone yet, it's all right? What about their sense of safety? Their self-security? If you have dorms, I'd honestly wonder how the hell they'd be able to sleep with this thing wandering around." Katashi's low growl, aimed at the grape-headed thing, snapped Izuku out of his anger and he took a deep breath to calm himself. "Know this, my father will be warned about your lack of care towards those under you and I will urge him relentlessly to pursue the appropriate punishments for you three should you allow it to happen again." The hobo narrowed his tired eyes threateningly. "What do you mean, three?" Izuku turned on him next. "I had thought you to be more attentive and responsible than this incompetent melons." He jerked a thumb at the blonde hero behind him who was sputtering incoherently, mouthing melons to himself anxiously. "But you didn't do a thing to stop him either. I'd bet my bow that you haven't done anything to stop him if he's been able to get this close to them constantly since we started walking up the creek." Turning to the girls of the group, Izuku looked at them with softer eyes. "How many times has this happened, and what happened in those instances?" A girl with frog-like characteristics hopped forwards, croaking nervously. "Mineta had drilled a hole in the wall of our changing rooms the first week of school and tried to call the other boys over to peek at us, but they didn't because at least they were decent." Izuku's eyes flashed again, startling the girls. "And what punishments were given?" A girl with pink, everything, save for the small horns, the black scara of her eyes and golden irises, scowled. "Aizawa-sensei only gave him a warning. Also, during a crisis in training simulations, he tried to grope Tsu even while they were trying to stay alive by being hidden." The girl who was touched, the one with her hair in a spiky ponytail, spoke up. "But due to the situation, it would have been taken as an accident in the struggle. No consequences there either, I take it. Even if it was under the supposedly watchful eyes of students and adults that had the authority to reprimand him." Izuku's voice was deceptively calm, but his body quivered with rage. He took protecting his own very seriously. If someone needed help and Izuku was there, he would drop everything to assist however he could. If anyone wanted to be under his command, he would convince his father to let them join his men and women. If they needed more food or water in the harsh winters, he'd make it happen because he protected his own. To hear that the creature, oh, wait, it had a name, had gotten away with his deeds up to now was unforgivable. Bringing his wrist up, Izuku skimmed through the inventory until he found the items he was looking for. Bringing out 2 sets of heavy HNDCFFS, he spun faster than the group could react and snapped them around the diaper wearer's arms and legs, tightening the loops until they fit the goblin's size. With another tap to the inventory, Izuku instantly created a small metal cage and picked the squalling, protecting goblin up by its cape, tossing it in none too gently before picking up the metal prison and latching it to a spike on Katashi's tail. Until we get to the Winchasers, he remains under my lock and key. No one is to let him out or undo his shackles. He will be provided only berries and water to eat and drink, nothing else until he is tried. Aizawa stepped forwards, hair rising as his eyes bled crimson. Let him go. You have no right to do this to my student dash. You failed where you should have protected those under you from a perverted lecher who can't take no for an answer, so I have every right to do what you haven't. Izuku snarled. You only gave it a warning. After that, you didn't do squat. You no longer have the right to protest in MY land or in MY jungle, because if he does this in the tribe under the people who've tamed wyverns and thylacoleo, he won't have to wait for a trial by my father and the council, he'll be put 6 feet under, and no one would bat an eye. Is that what you want, to have one of your kids dead because you didn't school them better? Surprisingly, Aizawa backed off, looking like he'd been socked in the gut and slapped in the face at the same time. His eyes then clouded with shame, and he looked away from the livid 17-year-old to gaze at those under his care. The girls all had looks of betrayal and distrust, and even some of the boys seemed unsure of him now. They were even glaring at the symbol of peace in disgust and loathing after what he had said to try and diffuse Izuku's ire. The blonde was looking even more shamefaced than Aizawa did, watching his students as they began backing away from the one they thought they could depend on only to gather behind Izuku. From what I've heard and seen you talk of, you guys come from a hero society, a place where people are arrested commonly for things like this. If you let this thing become a hero, a perverted MLSTR without a moral compass, you will have unleashed a corrupted cancer into the world of your making. You aren't heroes, you're jokes. That last bit was turned towards All Might, who hunched lower in shame. Now let's get moving, for the girls and the actual Descent boys, to protect you from what Changewing and I noticed from, that despite him being caged and shackled, I've had Changewing tame and saddle up several dinosaurs along the path. You see one with a saddle that walks towards you, you can claim it as your own and your first tame. 2 other stegosaurs emerged, both saddled, and following them were 2 Gallimimus and 2 Parasaur. They gathered around the girls who hesitantly began petting the dinosaurs. As the female population got into the saddles, the boys noticed that several other saddled creatures emerged from the walls of the mountain they had been walking beside. 5 Pachys, 5 Triceratops, 3 terror birds, and 1 Pachyrhinosaurus. Izuku smirked when the smelly Pachyrhinosaurus refused to leave Bakugo's side while the other boys got the faster and cooler-looking dinosaurs. Kaminari hooped when he nudged his terror bird into a full-on gallop, making Izuku snort in amusement. Kirishima and Tokoyami had a bit of trouble mounting their trikes, but they eventually got on and soon began riding like pros. The dual-haired boy, Todoroki, had opted for the second terror bird, getting on and looking only a bit uncomfortable. It went on like that until all the students had mounted, leaving only the teachers unaccounted for. What about us, my boy? All Might called. Izuku's brow twitched at being called so familiarly, but he kept his voice neutral and level. You two can walk. After all, I need to protect these kids since you seem so inept at it. He pointed to the swinging cage holding the blubbering goblin, the metal bars clattering as they rapped harmlessly against Katashi's side. With an ear-piercing whistle to cut off any protests from the emaciated blonde, Izuku set the herd forward, taking the lead. In the distance a dull roar began to be heard. By the way, he called out behind him, grabbing everyone's attention. The tames that approached you and who you are on top of are now yours to do with as you see fit. Name them whatever you want, they belong to you. Turning to the hopeful eyes of the 19 students behind him, one was still in the cage, he grinned, pearly whites flashing and green-black hair waving like a victory banner in the winds as they crested the hill from where the spring of Dost Creek bubbled up to look over the rise. Their eyes widened in awe as the dull roar became a thundering bellow. Alice and Tenko swooped down to dive into the canyon and fly out into the open air. Izuku's grin grew and he gestured to the water wall of the ancients behind him. Everyone, welcome to Isla Ragnarok. Class 1A's view of the canyon, water walls of the ancients. Be careful and stay with the group at all times. There are carnivores in the area along with giant scorpions and wild saber teeth. Izuku turned to look at the group as they stared at the expanse of the canyon below. If you're attacked, your tame will protect you by your command. Other than that, enjoy the ride and be careful. Katashi once again took the lead for the herd, walking slowly down the winding ledges that led to the accessible sides of the canyon. The roaring of the waterfalls gave ambience to the caws and squawks of the pterosaurs as they flew through the skies. Tenko and Alice circled overhead, ever the vigilant lookouts, and Izuku glanced down at the thundering waters below, keeping a careful close eye on the shadows flitting about beneath the crystal-clear surface. Piranhas and baryonyx, Katashi warned, scaly nostrils flaring at the scents he picked up. Along with Carnos on the other side of the ridge. Be vigilant, Izuku. I don't need you to tell me that, Tashi. We'll be fine. The thumping of footsteps pulled at the duo's attention and Izuku turned to find one of the boys, the spiky redhead, urging his trike to sprint to catch up. Jade, right? Izuku raised an eyebrow at the redhead but nodded. Did you need something? The redhead grinned widely, showing off shark-like teeth that had Izuku itching for some parchment or journal pages to write on. You've lived here for a while, right? Izuku nodded. 3 years and counting. The redhead, wait, Izuku remembered his name, it's Kirishima Ejiro, isn't it, hummed. Well, I was just wondering if you ever tried to find a way back home is all. You had to have family or friends who miss you, right? Don't you miss them? Izuku scoffed. My family neglected and distanced themselves from me while somehow helicopter parenting, and I had no friends because I wasn't useful. No one in my old world misses me and I've found new life, purpose, and adventure here on the Ark, so why would I miss a bunch of abusive enablers who tried to stop me at every turn? Kirishima seemed to deflate and Izuku sighed, looking down from his higher vantage on Katashi. But, if there is a way to get you all home, I'll speak to my father about it. We have connections to a few of the other islands and tribes on this world, so there's bound to be something that can help you. Kirishima frowned as Jade urged his wyvern further ahead. It wasn't manly to abandon everything and everyone just because he had a few rough spots in life. But the way it was described was like he had been hurt too much to take anymore. Where did he live to think his only option was to run away? Shudo tried to focus on the surrounding environment, taking in all the sights, sounds, and smells while eyeing the dark shapes swimming in the waters below them, but his gaze kept trailing back to the Viridian-haired teen as he led the group over to the next bridge crossing, his mind running at 1,000,000 miles a second. The kid implied that he was from a world where no quirks existed, the near same as everyone else in this place, that he had survived in a world where quirks were non-existent, tamed beasts without them, rode beasts without them. If there was a place to escape my father, Shudo thought, his mismatched eyes narrowed on the one who led them. He might be the ticket to getting there. Suddenly, the boy's dragon lifted its head abruptly, gazing out over the lip of the far side of the canyon. The green-haired teen's eyes narrowed as he followed the dragon's line of sight before his mouth fell open. Raising his fingers to his mouth, he gave a shrill whistle, his expression curious. The man who rode the gray acid-spitting dragon swooped down and landed beside the boy, the two sharing a few words. Shudo's brow furrowed, and he nudged his mount to quicken its steps so he could hear better. Take 1 or 2 of them in the air with you, the gray rider was saying. They'll need to get used to the altitude if you want them to have flyers later on. The green rider scoffed. You think any of these new survivors are gonna want to get on the back of a giant fire-breathing reptile and fly miles overhead until we can barely see the ground? Shudo's eyes flitted to the sky overhead, curiosity rearing its head in his chest. The gray rider hummed, rubbing his chin. Good point. In any case, Alice needs to walk for a bit, so you take Skywatch for now, bring back some berries while you're at it. I don't think these kids know anything about rationing their meat between themselves and their tames, luckily most of the tames are herbivores. Jade patted Katashi on the head, scratching his fingers over the scaly horns affectionately, making the large wyvern purr. Sure. We need to get some air anyways. We can take care of the extra carnos and scorpions on the other side of the ridge while we're away too. Jade reached back and gripped the cage Mineta was in, ignoring the purple-headed student's whimpering and pleading to chuck his containment at Changewing, who caught it with minimal effort. Make sure that stays in its cage. Jade called over his shoulder as he guided his wyvern towards the cliff. Shudo watched in awe as the wyvern's steps thundered to the ledge, then it spread its massive wings wide in a stretch, kicking up a small breeze and giving the impression of sunlight streaming through summer leaves, before the creature leapt off the side of the bridge and vanished over the ledge, sending a stronger gust over the group of young adults and their 2 adult companions. Shudo kicked his terror bird into a trot, hurrying over to the ledge and looking over the lip to watch the wyvern as it spun on its way to the ground, the rider on its back whooping in exhilaration as they pulled out of the dive and flew off over the rushing river below them. Is that what freedom looks like? Shudo mused, staring after the rider-companion duo with wide eyes full of wonder. Izuku didn't return until later that day. When he set Katashi down to rest, the sound of whooping teenagers and the calls of their tames made the air smile slightly. Good, he thought to himself. They need to act like kids even in this situation. Letting the kids horse around a little longer, Izuku took a breath and gave a harsh whistle, prompting the tames to stop in their tracks. It's good to see you all can. Have some fun, he said, though not unkindly as some of the teenagers had flushed with embarrassment. That's a good thing, don't worry, even in the wild like we're in now, it's good to not take things too seriously. Bringing up his inventory, he pulled out what he had been working on while flying Katashi and piled them up in front of him. What is that, young man? Yagi asked, looking at the pile curiously. Izuku's eyes flicked to him before pulling out more of the items. This, he began, is what you'll need to survive the next part of our expedition. It's a place that even the most experienced of the Winchasers try to avoid riding through on ground mounts, and since the only flying mounts we have are Katashi and Alice, we'll have to do just that, ground travel. The Yaoyorozu girl piskied up one of the parcels and examined it with her diamond like she had seen Izuku and Tenko do, blinking in confusion. Heavy furs? She asked. Izuku nodded, checking the condition of his own furs. We're heading through 2 Ice Age environment areas known as Snow Cherub Lake and Murder Snow. We can tame you some faster-moving mounts there, ones that don't require saddles, and are better equipped to travel without running out of stamina as fast. Sharing a look and a smirk with his brother, Izuku turned to Katashi and let out a sigh, lowering his arm. You know what we gotta do when we get there, right bud? Katashi growled low in his chest, huffing a plume of smoke at his rider and making Izuku cough and wave the cloud away. I know. I hate cryopoding you too, but how else are we gonna get through the ice without worrying about one of the new tames or you? The class and 2 adults watched as their guides quietly conversed with their dragons, Changewing muttering soothingly and stroking Alice's smooth snout as she whined timidly, and Jade as he scratched the jowl spikes of his fire wyvern fondly. Slipping 2 shining circular objects from their pockets, Changewing and Jade shared a look with each other and their wyverns before pocketing the strange items again. Turning to their charges, Changewing took over speaking while Jade opted to mount the fire wyvern again and lead everyone forwards. When we get to Murder Snow, we will be in enemy territory. It's home to the Earthshaker tribe. They specialize in taming and utilizing mammoths for warfare and raiding, so if you see a mammoth, tell me or Jade. Odds are it's one of the Earthshakers scouting about. Aizawa stepped forwards. What about the event that they attack us? Jade answered, his green eyes almost glowing under the helmet he put back on his head. We're not in direct all-out war with them yet, so you just try to get away from them. If they persist, dismount and instruct your tame to attack while you run. The rock-faced boy, Koda, began to sign furiously. Yes, I know that's cruel and they wouldn't want it any more than their masters would, Izuku sighed, nodding to show his respect to the boy's mindset that tames are allies and friends, not mindless slaves. But they understand, they come from a kill-or-be-killed world, we just happen to be their friends in that event. With no more instructions to give, Izuku and Tenko turned and began walking their wyverns towards the exit of the waterwall of the ancients, the temperature already dropping a little as they lead the group over the valley edge. Several miles ahead, they see the whitewashed plains and the black-dotted mountains of their final hurdle. Once they passed this, they would be home again. The group walked for several more minutes, making another quarter-mile into the snowy lands before Izuku had them all stop to rest once again. The cooler temperature of the air was reminiscent of nights on the highlands, improving Izuku's mood significantly. Izuku signaled for Tenko and Alice to land, the class of 1A students and their teachers watching with no lack of amazement as the giant poison wyvern made the ground shake with her landing. Turning to the group, Izuku gestured for everyone to gather around. This is Snow Cherub Lake area, the Viridian-haired heir began, gesturing at the expanse of mountain white and gray. Pulling out his map and poking the area they were in, he waited for the group to understand before continuing. In order for us to pass through the area and make it out alive, we need to tame creatures that are accustomed to live in these conditions. I have a list of things you can choose from, and Izuku brought out the list to lay beside the map. But the thing is, we only have enough resources to tame one thing at a time. If you lose your tame, well, you better hope someone else has a tame that can fit 2 people because you'll have to walk if that's the case. Izuku circled the animals that were in the immediate vicinity. We have dire wolves closest to us, they can help you attack, and they run longer distances, but they aren't the fastest creatures here. Izuku looked at Kirishima with a crooked smirk. I think you'd like the animal I've picked out for you to tame, Ejiro. Woolly rhinos are tough and easy to feed, plus with your quirk, I think you can tame one just fine on your own. Knock it out and feed it berries. Kirishima grinned, teeth flashing in the reflecting sunlight off the ice and snow as he pumped his fists excitedly. Shoto, I think you and Denki would do good with dire wolves. However, those are only the ground mounts. Izuku glanced at Tenko, who raised an eyebrow at what his brother was thinking. I think you all need to get your own flyers. At that, everyone sat up straight, eyes wide in astonishment. Young Jade, isn't that a bit dangerous? Toshinori asked, wringing his gloved hands worriedly. Tenko scoffed, smirking at his younger brother and ruffling his hair fondly. You're looking at the beastmaster of the Winchasers and the best flyer in the tribe, old man, he said. If anyone can get these kids to fly in one lesson, it's Jade. How do you propose we get you called them flyers, correct? Shoyuta asked, scratching through his mop of black hair tiredly. Shoot them down with tranquilizer darts and feed them meat. Or let Jade do his thing, he's always had a way with the creatures here. Everyone turned to the green-haired heir, making him flush slightly. Let's see if we can do it first, Sato suggested, standing and dusting snow from his gloved hands. Jade and Changewing have been doing everything for us so far, we need to learn to do things ourselves. Izuku nodded in approval. Couldn't have said it better myself, he started, standing himself. In the Winchasers, everyone helps each other, but in the end, you have to pull through yourself. Now dash dot. A screech had the older teen pausing, his eyes widening as he looked to the sky where the sound came from. Winging their way over the mountainside, feathers flashing her flame gold, orange, and red, was Hestia, Izuku's Argentavis, followed by an ice blue and gray Argentavis, Tenko's Argentavis. The boy's mouth parted into a wide and relieved grin, having him hop around and wave his arms. Hestia! Hestia, Teo, over here! Katashi dropped his mouth and roared, adding his call to help his friend locate them. With a melodic shriek, the two Argentavis tucked their wings and dove for the ground, flaring at the last moment and blowing up bits of snow and ice before landing in the snow with twin coups directed at Izuku and Tenko. Little Flame, I have been searching for you everywhere, the giant bird squawked, gently grooming Izuku's ponytail as the boy laughed. When Groundsplitter said you had gone off on a rescue mission without me, why I just about molted from the stress. Yes, I get it, you were worried about me, but I had Katashi, so I was fine. Izuku ran his fingers through Hestia's feathers, soothing her ire and making her coo and tuck her massive head into his chest. Dude, you gonna explain why a giant chicken was doing your hair a moment ago? Jiro asked, tilting her head curiously. Izuku huffed and pulled at Hestia's saddle reins, keeping her from going after the disrespectful chick. I said we needed flyers, yeah, at the nods, Izuku broke into a smile. Well, this is my own personal flyer whenever Katashi is on break. She's my first flyer and had been with me since I first laid eyes on her. Say hello to Hestia, Hestia, this is the group of new survivors we had to rush out to save. The other RG is Stormfly, Changewing's secondary flyer and Hestia's sister. The Greenette's Argentavi squawked, stalking over to the group and examined every one of them before striding back to her rider. The angry dandelion is an eyesore. Permission to carry off the mountain and into the ocean. Izuku had to hold back a snort. No, unfortunately. We need to get all of them back to the Winchasers. The flame-colored bird seemed to droop. Ooh. So, this is the kind of flyer we'll have? Tokoyami mused, nodding at the fearsome appearance. So long as mine reflects the darkness that lurks within me, I do not object. Izuku hummed. Several Argentavis have unusual coloring, but they're pretty rare. I wouldn't be too picky with it if I were you. He glanced at Tenko. Changewing, we need to cryotashi and Alice from here on out. The brunette nodded but paused when his wyvern gave a low sad croon. Izuku and Katashi shot the other pair an understanding look as Tenko tried to reassure his wyvern that as soon as they got back to the Winchasers, she would be let out. The class plus 2 adults watched as in a bright flash of light, both wyverns vanished. Wait, where did they go? Kirishima wondered. We froze them, Tenko answered. Makes for easy transport across large areas, they'll be fine, if a little sleepy, once we unfreeze them. Changewing and I can take one extra each to pick out and tame the RGs you want. Argentavis can carry up to 3 times their own weight, and another person, with their talons. So long as you don't shoot us, we'll take you to the best places for RG taming and get it done. His gaze flicked over THR group before it landed on the Uraraka girl. Ochako and Shoto, you two are first. Ochako, go with Wing, Shoto, you're with me. We'll get you saddles as we go along. How are you hanging down there, Shoto? Izuku called below Hestia over the winds. The bicolored teen was hanging on to the massive talons for dear life, his legs dangling in the empty air as the two RGs carried their extra cargo. Fine, he shouted shrilly over the winds. I am fine. The younger of the Winchasers shared a grin with his brother who, upon discovering that Ochako still had her quirk, had her harnessed to the saddle and was just flying with her being dragged along like a kite, laughing gleefully all the while. While the class had agreed to have themselves tame their flyers this time, Izuku had said that if at any moment something went wrong, he would step in and finish or start the process for them. Flying over a small, wooded area, the two Argentavis swooped under the trees of white and gray into an area where flocks of the Argentavis were gathered. Setting their passengers down, Izuku and Tenko slid off Hestia and Stormfly, waiting for their extra cargo to regain their legs. Well? Izuku asked Shoto as he finally looked up. See one you like? The teen looked around, eyes bouncing from one feathery form to another. For several minutes, Shoto observed the RGs, taking in their color schemes, sizes, and sounds, before he settled on one bird in particular. The RG he chose was a little ways away from the main flock, seeming thinner and smaller than the others. Colored snow white with smatters of a light ice and pastel blue, you almost couldn't see her if you didn't spot the shifting against the still backdrop of the snow and ice. That one, he said softly, pointing to the female. Jade let out a hum, his eyes running over the bird Shoto had chosen. Nice coloring, the Winchaser amended. Wings are large, nicely hooked talons and beak. She's a bit on the small side though, but all in all, a fine young RG. She's no older than Hestia is, I think. Jade glanced at Shoto, but all the hot and cold user could do was gaze at the bird of his choice, and as if she sensed his stare, the camouflage bird looked up and gazed directly back at him, her dark gray eyes holding an untold light in them, an intelligence that was too sharp even for a bird of her caliber. Then, she started to stalk over to them, questioning hoots and tweets ringing in the air. Hestia responded, twittering and chirping, before the white and blue bird stopped before Shoto. The air seemed to still, and the sounds of the other RGs faded into the backdrop. Shoto felt something wet and slimy fall into his hand, and the white and blue RG twittered, tilting her head at the object. Shoto looked down to see a large hunk of well-cut meat sighting in his hand. He looked at Jade with a raised eyebrow, but he gestured to the RG. Feed her, this is the first time I haven't had to shoot an RG full of tranquilizers for another tamer, you're something else. Shoto glanced at the meat end. Then at the RG, flinging it into the air and watching with a small bit of delight as the chosen bird flapped upwards and swallowed the morsel in one bite, landing and nuzzling against Shoto with happy coos and trills, letting him pet her feathered head. What'll you name her? At Jade's question, Shoto was silent for a moment before answering. She reminds me of my mother, he said quietly, stroking over the feathers with a warm left hand. I'll name her Kion. If we can't get home, I want something that reminds me of her here. Jade hummed in approval. A fitting name for her. Shoto finally pulled his attention from Kion and saw that the Green Rider was scrolling through his inventory. With a heavy thump, a saddle was thrown into the dirt in front of the slightly younger teen. Her saddle, Jade explained. You can't ride bareback unless you want to fall off. Saddle up, get on, and I'll teach you while we go look for Changewing and Ochako. They flew off to the west looking for another flock. The girl didn't like any of the ones here. The polar child is a natural, Kion chirped as she swept and ducked around Hestia and Izuku, her joy at finding a partner palpable in the air. His touch is gentle, and his guidance is kind. Hestia twittered at that, her way of laughing. Now you know, Sky Sister, how it feels to have a life bond with the flightless two legs. Some are horrid beings, while others, like my child and yours, are what we need to make lives better. Izuku kept a watchful eye on Shoto as he eased up or tightened Kion's reins. The snowbird was right, though. Shoto was a natural. He seemed to fit right in with the skies around them, relishing in the freedom to go anywhere anytime he wanted to. How does it feel to fly? He asked, guiding Hestia to glide beside the blue and white flyer. Shoto turned to look at Izuku, and the green-haired teen paused to see the glittering mismatched eyes and wide, unabashed smile that had taken over the younger's face. It was as if a shroud had been hanging over his head, and the moment they took to the air, it was gone, though it made Izuku happy to see Shoto so elated, as everyone did when they had their first flight. It also troubled him. From what he saw, Shoto had an amazing quirk, everything he had ever wanted back in the old world, so what could make him so upset that the notable change occurred when he was in the air? It's amazing, Shoto said, guiding Kion upwards. Hestia followed, Izuku grinning on his back. In the end, the two spun and twirled in the skies so Shoto could get used to the feeling some more, forgetting about the others in the class until Tenko's RG came flying back looking for them. Jade, we've gotten everyone a flyer RG, bring your boyfriend back. That made the Viridian teen flush, guiding Hestia to turn back towards the group while protesting that, he's not my boyfriend. The squawking flock of birds made a racket, but they all turned to Hestia when she touched down, her being the largest of the group's flock. Looks like we're all ready to make the last stretch. Denki hooped, walking his black and gray RG, named Thunderhead, forwards. Shoto, yours is so pretty. Mina gushed, bringing her brown and tan RG, Zeno, behind her. RGs of all colors and sized fluttered around. Someone had even reluctantly tamed the gremlin one, though it was an ugly puke mustard and dead grass green color. Though some were pulling trank arrows from the feathers still, they seemed to be saddled up and ready for the flight back. Due to my tardiness, Changewing should have given you the basics on how to fly your RG, right? At the various nods, Izuku smirked. Good. We'll fly for a while, landing to let your RG eat, recuperate, and drink. We'll keep going until we've hit the far mountain, then we'll break for camp. Anyone sees anything like a pod that's colored green, blue, or gold, especially the S of light, let me know, those could contain useful items we'll need later on. Any questions? At the silence, Izuku nodded and turned Hestia around. Then let's fly. Opening, Two Worlds by Phil Collins, Altver. We're flying low over a canyon before circling around over the ocean, then the scene skips to the red obelisk beside the highlands on Ragnarok Isle before we fly over it, the landscape blurring with the speed. There, a medium-sized village is seen with large spires of rock jutting from the ground in the distance. Son of Man, look to the sky. The title of the story flashes in a swirl of fire onto the screen before vanishing from an arrow. Put your faith in what you most believe in. Two worlds, one family. Trust your heart. Let fate decide. To guide these lives we see. The scene zeroes in on a large mountain hall on a cliff overlooking the village. With a huge door in the front slowly opening showing the occupants Izuku Midoriya Leonidas, Tenko Shimura Leonidas, and Touya Todoroki Leonidas, with the villagers all around them. A paradise untouched by man. Within this world blessed with love. A simple life, they live in peace. The great hall is filled with people laughing, celebrating, and dancing to music, and telling stories, giant and small-sized wyverns eating from troughs lining the massive inside, even some Argentavis perched in the rafters watching the proceedings with amusement in intelligent eyes. Softly tread the sand below your feet now. Two worlds, one family. Trust your heart. Let fate decide. To guide these lives we see. On the beach, Izuku walks slowly and thoughtfully over the sands barefoot, his long ponytail waving like a green banner in the winds, leaving his footprints in the sands as the prints of his wyvern trail beside him. The boy looks up to grin at the green giant, who bends down to nuzzle his companion. A harsh pat on the back makes Izuku stumble forwards. He turns to see Leonidas, Tenko, Touya, and the other members of the Winchasers gathered behind him along with their dinosaurs, grinning and gesturing for him to join them. Beneath the shelter of the trees, only love can enter here. A simple life, they live in peace. The scene changes again to Izuku, Tenko, and Touya helping the Winchasers rebuild after the damaging raid. The entire tribe of Winchasers have banded together, even calling on their tribe alliances, to rebuild stronger than ever. Raise your head up. Lift high the load. Take strength from those that need you. A 7-year-old girl is struggling with pulling a small wagon of stones for her mother and father to use. Tenko helps her pull it. Before it can tire her out too much he smiles kindly at her and the duo work together to pull the wagon up the hill. Build high the walls. Build strong the beams. Over time, the village evolves to a small town, gates rising from the rocks and landing towers built. Touya helps with leading the ankylosaurs to carry metal and stone to build dino gates around the highlands, and Izuku leads the Thunder Legion, the unit of elite wyvern riders, overhead, guiding a small group of new survivors to the safety of the Winchaser tribe. A new life is waiting. But danger's no stranger here. The scene changes to show the Winchasers being raided again. Izuku is bleeding from the head and is sporting a bite from a saber tooth in his leg as he struggles with Tenko to get their people to safety while they fight off the enemy tribe. An arrow flies past the two and they look up to see Touya on the back of his lightning wyvern, grinning reassuringly at his brothers as he leads the Thunder Legion into battle. The view of Izuku's face flashes from grinning, clean and happy to glaring and blood-spattered, then grinning and back again before it settles on a nighttime setting. Izuku looks up at the moon from his window, thinking on what could have been back in his world. No words describe a mother's tears. Izuku thinks about his mother, alone in her apartment, and the moon shows an image of her sobbing at his disappearance. And no words can heal a broken heart. Touya thinks about how he abandoned his brother back in their old world as Tenko thinks about how he was used and then abandoned by the League of Villains. A dream is gone, but where there's hope. Then it changes to Izuku's eyes hardening when he remembers how she and everyone else around him had broken him, made him feel less than and discouraged him. He walks to the door to his room and opens it, revealing Tenko and Touya doing the same thing. They give each other tired smiles. Somewhere something is calling for you? The scene changes once more to Izuku patrolling with the Thunder Legion when the red obelisk suddenly ignites, pulsing rapidly 20 times in quick succession. Izuku urges Katashi to pause and slowly turn towards the obelisk, narrowing his eyes as nigh on 20 streams of light are shot towards Hidana Plains, catching the attention of all the other tribes on Isla Ragnarok. Two worlds, one family. Seeing the results of the obelisk summoning as he and Katashi fly over the canyon's lip, Izuku urges his wyvern to unleash fire on a duo of wild gigas charging the group. When the smoke clears, Class 1A is reveled, Aizawa at the front to protect his students from any other attacks. Izuku's boots hit the grassy earth of Hidana Plains and the newcomer's eyes turn to look at his silhouetted form as Katashi lowers his head over his rider's shoulder to look unwaveringly at the newcomers. Trust your heart. Let fate decide. To guide these lives we see. The screen goes dark, showing one last image with the wings of Izuku's wyvern, catching the green swirling winds of a gale. The familiarity of riding Hestia set Izuku more at ease than anything he could remember. Sure, Katashi was an amazing partner in battle and as a companion, but Hestia liked to mother him quite a bit while still letting him do what he believes he needs to do, which was more than his biological mother ever did for him. The rhythmic flapping of her massive, feathered wings lulled the teen into a calm daze, him gazing down at the white, gray, and blue landscape under them while they traveled at a leisurely pace. Behind the leading pair was the class. Shoto and Kion took up the second spot behind Izuku and Hestia, the ice-colored Argy trilling and cooing at how well her frost child directed her. Bakugo was quick on his pterosaur, but it didn't have as much stamina as an Argentavis, so they had to find higher ground to land on often. "Geez, Bakugo, your flyer SCKS." Ciro muttered, looking at the poor pteranodon as it panted amidst the flock of Argies. "Shut up, soy sauce face. I was only stuck with this thing because it's only because none of those loser featherbrains would take me that I'm stuck with this stupid lizard." Izuku's eyes flashed green when he turned to the explosive blonde. "The flyers and tames are our friends, Puffball. Not our slaves. How can you expect to survive here if you take what you have for granted?" Bakugo turned, red eyes glaring at the green-haired older teen. "What did you say, Deku?" Instead of the flinch Bakugo was looking for, Izuku smirked and tilted his head, leaning against Hestia's side leisurely. He knew this would happen sooner or later, so he told Tenko to just watch. After all, 12 years of pent-up aggression had to be let out sometime. "Ah, there it is." Izuku hummed, his smirk widening. "Was wondering when you were gonna say that name in front of everyone." The class and their Argies backed up, leaving only Bakugo and Jade to face off in the middle. "Wait, Bakubro, you know this guy? Is he from our world?" Kirishima's question made the explosive blonde freeze up, making Izuku huff out a laugh, sardonic and wan. "What, you never told them about me? I thought Inko would put out missing persons posters for her precious baby to come home, but I suppose that's not the case with you, is it?" "Shut the F up, Deku. You left Auntie alone just so you could run off into the wilds and pretend to be useful? What gives you the right to dash?" A chill went up Bakugo's spine when he saw Izuku's shoulders shake. He wasn't crying though, he was laughing. "Why, young Jade, are you alright?" Toshinori moved to reach out to the boy only for the massive beak of Hestia to snap down on the space his limb had briefly been in. The laughing stopped, the Viridian-haired teen looking up at his two main offenders with glowing gold and green eyes. "Codenames, useful when you don't want people to recognize you, huh?" There was a gasp in the crowd. "Wait, Inko? As in Inko Midoriya? The woman who came forward and filed a missing persons report a year ago." Aizawa's face had gone pale, his hands gripping his capture scarf as he stared at the teen who was 3 years older than he should be, like he'd seen a ghost. Then your dash." "Izuku Midoriya? Leonidas," the boy said, standing straight as he pets Hestia's head to calm her down. "Before I arrived on the Ark, I was in a world where quirks were everything. They determined power and prestige, and I was born with a quirk called Cretaceous Calling, giving me the ability to transfer memories from fossils of dinosaurs to learn mannerisms, language, even see through the eyes of those long dead." Burning green gold met wide ruby. "But people thought my quirk was useless, even my childhood friend. When I asked the #1 hero if I could be a hero even without a combat-oriented quirk, you know what he said?" Those accusing, enraged eyes turned to Toshinori, everyone following his gaze. Jiro, Hagakure, Hitoshi, and Aizawa felt chills run down their spines, eyes narrowed as they looked at the strongest man in the world and awaited the answer he had given. "He looked me in the eye and told me, no, duh." The spindly man flinched, choking on a bubble of blood that was coming up his throat as Izuku put a harsh bite into the word, no. "And then, after being suicide-baited by my childhood friend, what was it you said, Bakugo? Oh, yes. Why don't you pray for a better quirk in the next life and take a swan dive off the tallest building in the city?" Kirishima looked sick, staring at Bakugo as if he didn't know who he was anymore. Mina, Ciro, and Kaminari were pale, backing away from their spot closer behind the shaking explosion user. Izuku chuckled, coldly. "So I did." Kaminari blinked, looking at the one who had been helping them this whole time and ignoring the shaking figure of Bakugo. If you actually?" The blonde gulped. Then how are you still?" The lightning user couldn't finish, his coal-black and gray Argy cooing and nuzzling his rider reassuringly. "My brothers saved me," Izuku said, the smile turning gentle and thankful as he looked over at Changewing. "Changewing and Blue Flare tried to talk me down, but I still jumped. There was a flash of red light and the next thing we knew, we were waking up on the shoreline of Winchaser territory." We were taken in by the chief, David B. Leonidas, and were given the option of staying in the tribe or heading off on our own. You stayed, though. Tsuyu croaked, nodding in understanding. Izuku glanced at her and nodded once. We stayed. We grew, we learned, we thrived. I thrived. I wasn't the useless, worthless Deku that Bakugo made me, I wasn't the unrealistic dreamer All Might called me. I was worth something with my mind, and my ability to connect with the creatures on every island on this planet. Izuku looked out over the mountain to the vast ocean in the distance, pointing in one direction, then another and another and another, his voice strong and arm unwavering. I've either flown or sailed from Isla Ragnarok to Crystal Isles. I've ridden a mosasaur from Mother Island to the desert continent of Scorched Earth, I've survived on the Lost Island to travel to the continent of Genesis, I've traveled the underground hidden world of Aberrant Isle, grappled the chalk cliffs of Valguero Valley, flown through the waterfalls of the center in the middle of the oceans, and before you guys came, I had returned from an expedition to search for the lost world of Genesis 2. Izuku looked back at a shocked silent Bakugo and Small Might, a sharp grin on his freckled face. I've ridden tyrannosaurs, I've started a mobile fortress on a titanosaur for nomadic tribes on Scorched Earth, I've tamed wyverns, Managarmr, Quetzalcoatlus, Brachiosaurus, Magmasaur, and Giganotosaurus. I've destroyed tribes in wars and have ended conflicts without people dying. I've hunted leviathans to feed my tribe in times of hunger and famine, I've made cures for cancer here with the help of the creatures on these islands and continents, other than suicide-baiting near-quirkless actually quirkless kids or screaming, smash, and beating up villains. What can you two say you have done, Bakugo, All Might? The duo were dead silent, as were the class as they saw their classmate and number one hero in a new light. Izuku scoffed at the hanging heads, turning his back on the ash blonde and the washed-up hero he once idolized. Without your keys to greatness, you're nothing here. You are quirkless. The most powerful quirks in your group have been rendered obsolete. Hestia hissed in warning when Bakugo moved to stop his once victim, making the boy feel fear for the first time in a while. Remember that I rule these jungles, deserts, oceans, cliffs, and skies. I have power here, power that you don't have. Those who do have their quirks still, you have them for one of three reasons: they fit with the environment, they aren't powerful enough to cause maximum damage to the ecosystems, or they actually have been reduced to the barest minimum of what they once were, thus keeping a balance on Ark, her people, and creatures. Izuku looked over his shoulder, his bangs shadowing his face so that his eyes glowed ominously under the dark. Make no mistake, though. I've said it once and I'll say it again, if you intend to harm me or my own, I will not hesitate to put you in the ground. Izuku reached into Hestia's saddlebags and pulled out a book, thickly bound and even thicker in page number. Parchment crackled as he tossed the tome to Denki, who caught it clumsily. Look through the dossiers I've made of the creatures I'd spoken of. When you're done, come tell me with a straight face that people with useless quirks or even quirkless people are helpless and useless. Because everyone on this planet, every human, animal, and plant save for me and some of you, have either downgraded or their quirks never existed in the first place. All Might's black and blue eyes widened. Wait, you mean to tell us that everyone here is Dash? Izuku smirked, a sharp, feral thing that made the teens freeze. That's right, Small Might. You said I was unrealistic, but at least I had help with my quirk letting me communicate with even the deadliest of creatures. Everyone else was and is quirkless. Kirishima wandered over to Bakugo, having Riot fly a bit slower to give the exhausted pterosaur time to preserve his energy. Bakubro, what he said wasn't true, right? The ash blonde grit his teeth angrily. Kirishima chucked weakly, brushing his spiked hair off his forehead as they came undone from 3 days' worth of flaking gel and oily locks. Because I've told you about my time when I was little, I told you how I was bullied and baited. So, the fact that you can say you're my friend, say that bullies are the scum of the earth when you were hiding the fact that you were one is hypocritical and not true, right? This is all Deku's fault, if he had just kept his mouth shut, and stopped looking down on me. At the expression on his friend's face, Kirishima went silent. It was an expression he had never seen before, one of fear and rage and hatred and disgust and utter loathing for the one in front of the wearer. Kirishima's gaze slowly ripped from Bakugo's face and the hardening quirk user followed it to a head of green and eyes OG Viridian gold. It's all true? Gritting his teeth and turning away sharply from the one he would have happily called his best friend, Kirishima kicked Riot into his faster speed, followed by Mina, Denki, and Hanta. Bakugo broke his gaze from the one they were following, Midoriya, a boy who had been missing for a year, to briefly call out his nicknames for them. Kirishima only belatedly realized that Bakugo never called any of their classmates by their actual names, only noting them with ruse or derogatory monikers. Wait, Soy Sao Dash? My name is Hantasiro, Dandelion, said tape user spat lowly, making Bakugo flinch back a bit. But I suppose a bully wouldn't care about knowing the names of those around him, huh? Bakugo looked to Kirishima almost desperately, but the hardening boy avoided his gaze like it was fire and he was frail straw. Thus the Baku squad was dissolved, leaving their namesake to fly behind the group alone to stew in his past. Karma is a nasty thing, after all. Izuku looked behind him discreetly, seeing his old tormentor being abandoned just as he once was when Bakugo would out his secrets to others. It gave him a sick sense of pleasure seeing the tabel's turn. Do not let your vindictiveness consume your kind heart, little wing, Hestia crooned to her rider, breaking Izuku from his thoughts. It is not who you are. The Viridian-haired teen drew a shaky breath, leaning over to rest his face in the plumage of his faithful companion wearily. I know, Hestia. He replied quietly, letting a single tear of sorrow and rage fall from his eye. The boy he had been long ago had died the moment he felt satisfaction in the suffering of his tormentors and demons. Not a true survivor of Ark was ready to lead them home. I know. The group made it to the mountain and had a light dinner, Changewing saying that there would be a feast when the tribe got wind that he and Izuku had survived. It's not often that a group this large makes it through feral and enemy territories, he said over a bowl of cactus broth soup. So it's a cause for celebration, wouldn't be surprised if Elijah declared a festival for our return. Izuku snorted, remembering a very similar event on his and Tenko's first hunt in the wyvern nests in Alpha Alley. I remember, he was crying a river, he was so happy we made it back. Tenko shot his brother a smirk, petting Stormfly as she nuzzled into his shoulder with a tired croon. The fire in the middle of the group crackled merrily as the jade-haired teen threw more wood into the blaze, hearing the logs crackle and snap. Hey, Midoriya, said teen looked up to see Kirishima fidgeting, looking nervous as he interacted with the older boy. My name is Leonidas, Kirishima, Izuku corrected sharply, though he did it without meaning to. I left that surname behind when I was adopted. The intense golden glow around the viridian parts of his eyes dimmed with his misplaced irritation. Sorry, what is it? Kirishima swallowed, feeling nervous about being near the one his former friend had bullied. What are the Winchasers like? What is it like where you all live? Izuku blinked, glancing at Tenko over the fire. It's, well, I suppose the best way to describe our tribe is freedom. The other teens, all split into their own groups and chatting quietly to themselves, paused in their conversations and turned their attention to Izuku. We all get up at around 4 in the morning to take the dinos out to graze or let them hunt. Blue Flare handles patrolling Dragonmalt Trench, Changewing does ocean rounds, and I do ground runs, going up and down the coastal beaches and along the redwood territory that borders the highlands. What's a daily patrol like for you? Yairuzu asks, tilting her head. Izuku huffs, furrowing his brow in an irritated smile. Annoying. My very first connection with a dinosaur on Isla Ragnarok was a compy. It's about the size of S-chicken, but with sharp teeth and they come at you in packs of 3 to 6. They'll nip at your ankles and cut your Achilles heel, the little BSTRDS, but, since it's still dark out, what you really must look out for are the Trudents and Microraptors. They're most active before the sun comes up, or after sundown. The teens murmured to themselves in curiosity. Do you have any other flyers back in the tribe? Tokoyami asked, clicking his beak. Izuku smiled, lifting his chin. I have 3 griffins, brothers I call the Stormchasers. They're the fastest mounts in the world in the air, diving at a good 350 miles an hour to pull out of a dive easily or slam into the ground with enough force to take out several trees around you. Dude, you could break apart from that force. Sato said in awe. How are you not dead? I got used to it, the Winchaser said with a shrug as Changewing muttered that, I ask him about that every day, which earned him a smack upside the head from his younger brother. What's your favorite ground mount? Ochako asked, leaning forwards with wide brown eyes. The Equus, a horse for all intents and purposes. Izuku answered, nodding along with Changewing. Their saddles are like mobile alchemy labs, and riding across the highlands on their backs is almost like flying, the wind in your hair and the feeling of being a king on high, it's like a drag. What do you all do for fun if you have no magazines or internet? The voice came from Tsu, her eyebrows raised as she chewed on a piece of cooked prime meat. Izuku raised an eyebrow before humming, seeing as the girl was genuinely curious. We have a PRD in the Great Hall where we sing during dinner. It's a bonding experience and binds everyone in the tribe through memories and tale-telling. That got laughs all around and Izuku chuckled along. I'm serious. We tell stories by singing songs about intense situations we've been in before. You have one we can hear? Hagakure asked, sitting up on her log seat. Izuku turned to Tenko whose eyes widened as he saw the steady beat the younger tapped with his finger. I can think of one. Gimme a beat, Changewing. Play the Wellerman collab, feat at 10-second songs, at Jonathan Young, at Pelic Official, at Nate Wants to Bat IE. As his brother began to thump a beat on the hollow log he was sitting on, Izuku went back to the first fishing trip he had gone on. With the Winchaser's fishing brigade. Shoving off with Touya and Tenko standing at his sides, leaving the mainland far behind them for the unpredictable seas ahead. There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy of Tea. The winds blew up, her bow dipped down. Oh blow, my bully boys, blow. Tenko's fist hit the hollow log with a sharp thump, sharply sounding a grunt before chiming in with his brother. Ha! Soon may the Wellerman come, to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tongue-in is done, we'll take our leave and go. Izuku remembered seeing the Basilosaurus as it surfaced next to the boat, its primitive mind only focusing on trying to eat the vessel while the stingrays that flocked to it circled the ship. Leonidas had barked orders to the crew, ordering them to go to their stations at the harpoon turrets. Tenko's voice took up the next verse, trickling in a tinge of anticipation and excitement. She had not been 2 weeks from shore, when down on her, a basilosaur bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that basil in tow. Ha! By now, Kaminari had gotten the gist and began beating his wooden mug against his log, followed by Todoroki and Mina as they sang along in shaky, unsure voices as they tried to follow along with the tale. Jiro smirked, adding her voice to the chorus, confident in her ability. Soon may the Wellerman come, to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tongue-in is done, we'll take our leave and go. Izuku nodded encouragingly to the group as more and more people joined in the beat and singing the chorus, grinning as Eni stood and placed his foot on his log, gesturing as he told the story. Ha painted his picture of being surprised when the basilosaur surfaced and glared at him with a beady red eye, then it brought its tail up to smack against the side of the vessel, rocking it and making the men and women on board shout in defiance as they caught people from falling overboard for the Megs. Before the boat had hit the water, the basilosaur's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side, harpooned and fought her. When she dived down below. Ha! Even Yagi, who strongly disapproved of the danger these children would be exposed to when they would no doubt have to take part in this activity, found himself tapping his foot to the growing beat. Aizawa was doing the same, even humming the catchy tune. Soon may the Wellerman come, to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tongue-in is done, we'll take our leave and go. The whale fleet had fought long and hard. Leonidas had shouted encouragement to all the ships, his voice strong and clear, like thunder on the horizon as he directed with confidence. Touya had blasted the Basilosaurus with his fire when it came close enough to the ship, the rest of the crews firing narcotic harpoons at its hide to slow it down. No line was cut, no basil was freed. The captain's mind was not on greed. And he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Ha! Now, all 19 kids, excluding Bakugo who was still furious for being outed by the one he tormented, were either beating their mugs or fists against any surface they could reach or singing the chorus in a unified voice led by the green-haired Winchaser. Soon may the Wellerman come, to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tongue-in is done, we'll take our leave and go. Izuku's voice then quieted, emphasizing a loss but also determination. They had set out with 8 ships that day, and at the end of it they were down to 4. They lost many good people, and it almost broke their morale. Even Elijah had suggested to Leonidas that they turn back as a storm was on the way. But it was Izuku who had demanded they see their mission through, even if the Basilosaur had dragged them halfway to scorched earth in the process. For 40 days, or even more. The line went slack, then tight once more. Of boats that were out, there were only 4. But still that basil did go. Ha! The group roared the sound, making their flyers jolt in surprise before Hestia told them it was a bonding experience human flocks participated in. Soon may the Wellerman come, to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tongue-in is done, we'll take our leave and go. Now, Izuku leaned in, prompting the group to do the same as if sharing a particularly juicy piece of gossip. Izuku's eyes glinted as he grinned, his teeth white and canines sharp in the firelight. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The Wellerman makes his regular call. To encourage the captain, crew, and all. When the resupply balloon found the ship, it was a breath of fresh air to the crew, giving the crew of the Billy the energy and hope to continue wrestling the Basilosaurus into SBMSN. With a call to a passing Chronosaurus, they were able to rope the basil and tow it home. The welcoming they got back in the highlands was enthusiastic, though a long vigil for those lost was long into the next day before any real celebration was held for the resulting meat and fish they got for the mission. Ha! Soon may the Wellerman come, to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tongue-in is done, We'll take our leave and go. Soon may the Wellerman come, to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tongue-in is done, we'll take our leave and go. The Group A combined voices faded into the night, now replaced with pants and gasps as they had put their energy into the beat and including themselves in the song and story. After several minutes of silence, Mina shrieked in delight. "That was awesome," she exclaimed. "It was so vivid and energetic. I felt like I could have been there when you wrestled the dash." "Basilosaur," Izuku said with a chuckle. "They're ancestors of whales and hippos from your time and planet." Looking up, Izuku tilted his head at the position of the stars and moon. "Time to get to bed, everyone. Tomorrow it'll only take half the day to get to Highlands territory." With calls of one more song or encore, Izuku shooed the 3 years younger teenagers off to their sleeping bags, keeping watch with Tenko for any curious carnivores or enemy earthshakers. They were almost home, which was part of the reason he led them in this little sing-along. They were almost there. Leonidas sighed as he leaned against Andromeda's side, looking up at the blue open sky as the Winchasers went about their business. That emerging alpha in the dragon malt had everyone on edge, but not much could be done about it until Izuku got back with Tenko and the new survivors they had set out to find. Touya swept around with Raijin, easing the lightning wyvern up before he sat down. "The wyverns in the trench are becoming agitated," the eldest of the chief's sons said, sliding from Raijin's back to stride over to Leonidas with a grim sort of air. "Some have even begun breaking their teeth on rocks in their anxiety." Elijah groaned, rubbing his face with his hands as he joined his friend and friend's son in looking at the skies. "DMN, if it comes to it, do you think we can hold out until Izuku and Tenko get back?" Leonidas looked over at the trench grimly, his lips thinning over his face. "Alert the Thunder Legion, make sure they're on standby. Have everyone ready for an evac. We can rebuild if the village is attacked, but the people are our priority." He waved a flak-armored guard over, pulling the young woman in to give her an order. "Send a message to the Hyanodon clan in the Forbidden Valley. Tell them that we may need reinforcements and assistance in sheltering refugees. Look for the Sandstorm's Veil." "Right away, Chief," the guard nodded sharply and ran off to the supply balloon stations. Touya watched her go, his scarred face pinched in worry. "What do we do now?" A low growling roar rippled from the trench, making everyone in the Winchasers look over at it uneasily. Leonidas grit his teeth as he stared unflinchingly at the walls of the trench. Andromeda snarled back quietly, hunching over her rider protectively. "Now, we wait." "Are we there yet?" Denki whined as he slumped over his Argentavi's back dramatically. "Kaminari, don't make me turn this formation around," Izuku said in a mock warning tone. "We've barely been off the ground for 30 minutes. Stormling complains too much," Thunderhead cawed hoarsely, ruffling his feathers in irritation. Kion laughed softly, her tone gentle as she swooped around Thunderhead, Shudo letting her do her thing knowing she would follow behind Hestia and Stormfly without fail. "Your hatchling is unused to flight, Thunderhead. Let him grow and get used to your movements. My snow child has been a natural, so there is no doubt your little Stormling will catch up soon." Izuku snorted at the nicknames the newly inducted mounts were giving their riders. Ciro was Aranoling, Mina was Little Acid Berry, Tenya was Chopchild, Ochako was Skychick since she could float along with her Argy as it drifted in the thermals. The list went on, with Tokoyami's being the best name, Nighthawk to his proud mount, Crowfeather. Aizawa had named his Hizashi. It was a bright yellow with an intense blue smattering of feathers around the eyes that seemed unervingly familiar, and who called him Tired Sabertooth Cat, and Toshinori had named his brown and silver Argentavi's Nana, after his mentor. Shoto noticed the huffed laugh from their escort and gently urged Kion to catch up with Hestia. "What's so funny?" he asked, his breath puffing into mist and floating away with the speed of their flight over murder snow. "Your Argentavis all have nicknames for you," Izuku said lowly, fighting a smirk as Shoto's eyes widened. "What, they can communicate with each other that well?" Izuku shrugged, watching as Kion's and Hestia's wings brushed against each other without altering the flight path. "Did you think animals only spoke with body languages? There's a whole world of hidden language that humans can only dream of understanding. Koda can understand the animals of your world because they are what his Quirk is familiar with, in a sense. Mine is attuned to the ancestors of the modern-day animals." "So, you can understand all of them?" Shoyuta asked, flapping along on Hizashi. Izuku grimaced. "Not all of the creatures are open to communication. There are 2 categories that are far too deep in their instincts to ever have a conversation with another of their kind, let alone me." "What do you mean by that?" Momo asked, guiding her Argy closer. Even Bakugo was curious, urging his Pteranodon to fly a bit closer. "The first type are the ferals. They fall into a category that are untamable. To name a few are piranhas, Titanoboa, Titanomyrma, Ammonites, small fry really. Changewing snorted. You almost got your butt eaten by a titanoboa, Izuku. The green-haired Winchaser shot his brother an evil eye. The point is, they're either too simplistic or operate on a hive mind, with either the queen of a nest of titanomera or their minds only able to understand the most minimalistic of instincts. I'm unable to communicate with them. Even before that, they fell under a category of what we call untamables. They group flew for a few moments in silence before Izuku continued. The second category are the alphas, or the term that Changewing likes to call them, elder dragons. It's a reference to a game he loved to play back in our old world. Izuku put down the questions for the nickname before they even surfaced. Easily identifiable by the visible pheromones they put out around them, these things are the top of the food chain, twisting the creature's minds and faculties to something that suit them. The worst type of alpha is the kind that eats its own with little regard for the consequences. They rage and scream in their minds, driven by the insane desire to eat and hunt and oppress until everything is either trampled, burned, or under their heel in SBMSN. Yagi made a sound akin to a disapproving hum. You speak as if you tried to delve into such a mind in a dangerous situation, young Midoriya. Izuku drew up the reins on Hestia's saddle, making the fire-colored Argy stop in the air and hover, having all the other flyers pause around him. He didn't even bother to correct Yagi's referral of his surname. I had no idea that I couldn't communicate with them, the boy muttered. His eyes had a glazed look to them as he urged Hestia to continue. Katashi had hatched only 4 days before the first alpha I ever faced had ascended. Wyvern hatchlings age quickly, they reach full maturity within 2 weeks of hatching and can choose when to go into a heat or a rut. They are incredibly attuned to the environment around them at the juvenile to adolescent stage before their bodies are used to it once becoming a full adult. Kaminari blinked and tilted his head, wondering where their guide was going with this. Katashi was acting really weird that day. Half the upper floor to the Wyvern's tower was destroyed and he wouldn't calm down. Raijin and Alice had to pin him to the ground just to hold him still, and even they were nervous about something. Izuku took a breath, his grip on the reins tightening. Then lightning hit the ground, killing several of our land fighter mounts and our people. There was screaming and crying and bodies everywhere. All hell broke loose. We lost half our Thunder Legion trying to bring the Alpha Lightning Wyvern to heal, and with them several of my friends, those I would gladly call my brothers and sisters alongside Changewing and Blue Flare. Sad green eyes looked at each of those in Class 1A. If you see the red mist, fly or ride away from the thing emitting it as fast as you can, and hope you can reach either me, Changewing, or Blue Flare before said Alpha catches up to you. We can bring it down and kill it because we have the experience and numbers. You all are like toddlers lost in a maze on this world, none of you know what it is to survive this place. Urging Hestia forwards, Izuku rose higher, getting a feel of their position to see how far they had to go until he could feel the air thinning, also hoping to clear his head. Then he saw what lied beyond the snowy mountain peak and his somber mood at the memories brought up was dashed. Everyone, kick your Argies into high speed. He gestured for Tenko to land, and he pulled out Katashi's cryopod, tossing it up before catching it in hand with a wide grin. When the 2 Argentavis landed, Izuku gesturing for the class to follow the path straight ahead, Izuku patted Hestia's head tenderly. Thank you for keeping me in check, girl, he said. Hestia cooed and groomed a couple of strands of hair that had fallen from his ponytail. I appreciate it. Anytime, little wing. I forgot to mention this, though, in my rush to get to you, but when Stormfly and I flew over the Wyvern Trench, the Alpha was nearly ready to ascend. Izuku's eyes were wide, jerking his head back in alarm as he looked Hestia in the eye. Why didn't you tell me sooner? The kids, they're heading right over the trench. Hestia chattered indignantly. Well, it's not as if I had the time, what with leading the hatchlings over the snow and getting to you. Izuku turned and relayed the information to Tenko, who paled and pulled out the cryopod holding Alice. Hestia, lead the kids down the farther side of the mountain. Tenko, catch up to them and tell them what's going on, then get back to the Winchasers and ready the Stormchasers and the Thunder Legion. We need speed and power. Got it, Tenko answered, throwing the pod, and releasing Alice. Climbing onto her back, the brunette looked down at Izuku with a furrowed brow and worried red eyes. You better not do anything stupid, Izu. You hear me? The boy smirked, patting Alice's snout as she leaned down to nudge her rider's nestmate. How can I when you're taking all the stupid with you? In a gust of wind, Tenko and Alice took off, hightailing it to the Winchasers alongside Hestia. Behind them, the challenging roar of Katashi filled the air and Tenko didn't have to look back to know his brother was going to do something stupid. Touya sighed as he leaned against Raijin's side. Evac prep was going slower than the scarred man would have liked, but they were getting somewhere and that was the important thing. There was a rush of wind as a young blonde woman landed with her gray fire wyvern before him, saluting with a closed fist over her sternum in the Roman style. "Sir, we have a flock of Argentavis approaching from the crown of Snow Cherub Lake. A large female poison wyvern is leading them." Touya sat up straight, his eyes widening with hope and pride. "That'll be Izuku and Tenko. Get a squad up there and help guide those people down the mountain. Keep as high as you can so the Alpha doesn't see you, but also low enough that you can see the Alpha." The woman gave a single nod. "By your command, Lightning Thief." Touya's eyebrow twitched at the moniker he had been given, but before he could object to the name, the girl had already flown off to gather those needed to guide the new survivors down. Touya glared up at the roiling cloud of pheromones with distaste, Raijin growling uneasily. "Steady, big guy," the man said soothingly, placing a hand on the blue and black wyvern's pointed snout. "It's not time yet." Then twin roars rolled over the mountainside, and Touya almost sagged in relief when he saw the unmistakable form of Alice and undoubtedly Tenko diving towards the highlands. He lifted a hand to wave at them, but then an answering sound made his blood freeze and form stiffen. Answering the roars of his brother's wyverns was one of fury and primordial hunger, making the entire Winchaser tribe freeze. Alice pulled up and circled around to the griffin stables, leaping off the dusty poison wyvern and racing inside to give a commanding follow whistle to the 3 fastest mounts on Ark. Touya sprinted into the stables just as Tenko had rallied the 3 triplet griffins to follow him. "Take one, I'll take the other, and have Raijin follow you. Izuku's gonna do something stupid." Touya groaned, despite the situation. "I thought you took all the stupid with you. Why did you leave it with him? It's not like he'll hand it all over." The roar from the trench ripped through the air, and a sound like splitting stone made everyone in evacuation freeze, and the bickering brothers slowly turned to the rift. A massive head of white and black rose from the trench, and lava-lit eyes glared balefully at every living thing in the highlands. Touya swallowed and stepped back to stand beside one of the storm chasers, a black one with orange coloring under the wings named Cluster. They were in for a fight once they got into the air. They could only hope that they could get out alive. Art by me. Katashi and Hestia concept? Izuku at 14 to 16 years. These have been sitting in my sketchbook for ages with me trying to figure out how to get it here. I used Google Blogger to upload the images, then copy-paste image address to put it here _. Name, Katashi. Species, Fire Wyvern, Draconis vipera pyrrhicona. Rider, Izuku Midoriya Leonidas. Colors, dark green with jade spring green and the wings. Lavalite red-orange eyes. Other aliases, Windshearer, Green Gale, Fastest Wyvern Alive, Jolly Green. Age, 1 year, 3 months, 11 days. Length, 40 feet long. Wingspan, 55 feet. Height, 21 feet high. Diet, carnivorous. Bio, Katashi is the wyvern and companion of Izuku Midoriya Leonidas, acquired during a rite of passage in which a Winchaser must go out and successfully steal a wyvern egg. From the Dragonmalt Trench or the Dragon Bay. Due to Izuku's quirk, Cretaceous Calling, Izuku was successfully able to pass the test and thus claimed Katashi. Katashi is playful in nature when relaxed, but firm and unyielding if his rider takes unnecessary actions or becomes too violent with those who have slighted him. He is Izuku's voice of reason, fiercely protective and caring of those who deem trustworthy by his rider, quite sassy, and would set fire to everything on Isla Ragnarok then dive into lava if anything happened to Izuku. Katashi's green coloring comes from a rare mutation that indicates a faster flight speed due to a higher energy intake. If Izuku has enough meat in Katashi's inventory, he can fly at a speed just as fast or even faster than an alpha wyvern, which are the most vicious and fast of their kind. Katashi has earned the nickname Windshearer for how fast he can go. In a dive, the wind will shriek as if being shorn by a blade before he slows his descent. His name means firm in Japanese, as that is who he is when it comes time to fight or demand the rest of the Thunder Legion to follow his rider's lead. He is the de facto wyvern leader after Izuku. Name, Alice. Rider, Tenko Shimura Leonidas. Species, Poison Wyvern, Draconis vipera venton. Colors, dusty blue silvery gray, slight green endings on the wings, frills, and lip area. Poison green eyes. Other aliases, Acid Spitter, Silver Silverdust, The Burning Mist, Sweetling, when Tenko soothes her LOL. Age, 2 years solid. Length, 42 feet long. Wingspan, 51 feet. Height, 27 feet high. Diet, carnivorous. Bio, Alice is the most gentle of the wyvern triad. As with all those in her subspecies of poison wyvern, her acidic shots generate a noxious cloud that can hurt herself and her rider if she isn't careful. Due to this, poison wyverns themselves have an astounding amount of empathy, and Alice even more so. Her rider, Tenko Leonidas, obtained her egg in his own rite of passage, and after succeeding in it, successfully hatched Alice 2.5 weeks of incubation later. Alice's unusual coloring is a result of a mutation that gives her a longer time without consuming any food herself. The maximum amount of time is around 3 weeks, whereas normal wyverns must consume meat daily to maintain their energy to fly, and Katashi even more so. Alice's name means noble or light. She understands what it is like to be dangerous to everyone around her, and through translations via Izuku's quirk, tells Tenko that she empathizes with who he used to be. He never truly wanted to hurt anyone, he was confused, scared, and desperate for a family. Name, Raijin. Rider, Touya Yukikami Leonidas. Species, lightning wyvern, Draconis vipera nimbus. Colors, an electric blue, slight cyan on the underbelly, and black wings, and frills. Other aliases, Storm Dancer, Lightning Caller, Overgrown Electric Generator, the Gentle Giant of the Winchasers. Age, 3 years solid. Length, 60 feet long. Wingspan, 89 feet. Height, 37 feet high. Diet, carnivorous. Bio, Raijin is the eldest of the Wyvern Triad, though he refers to Katashi's judgment more often than not as Katashi turns to Izuku's. As with Alice and Katashi, his egg was retrieved by Touya during his rite of passage. By far the biggest lightning wyvern in the Winchasers, Raijin is used more often when things need heavy lifting or brute force. His lightning breath attacks aren't as effective in aerial warfare, but he makes up for the lack of firepower with his size and agility, which is deceptive for one of his mass. Raijin bears no mutations, but with his strength and his fierce disposition alone when his rider and those he cares for are in danger, he doesn't need to. He is rather timid when meeting new people though, and will attempt to hide behind Touya when the stress becomes too much for him, kinda like a wyvern version of Tamaki Amajiki, only not as bad? Raijin's name means thunder god in Japanese. He knows the burden of hurting himself with the power he can unleash, just as Touya does as he still has his fire quirk. It may not be as strong as it once was, but when he becomes disparate, Touya can generate his blue flames. Name, Andromeda. Rider, David B. Leonidas. Species, Ice Wyvern Draconis vipera Kion. Colors, pure ice white all over, ice blue eyes. Other aliases, Ice Goddess, Coldfire, Ice Mother, the Princess of the Tribe. Age, 25 years solid. Length, 50 feet long. Wingspan, 69 feet. Height, 57 feet high. Diet, carnivorous. Bio, Andromeda is the only flyer of the chief of the Winchasers, David B. Leonidas. To date, David is the only one in the Winchasers with an ice wyvern, having found her egg when on a hunting trip in Murder Snow. Andromeda is the closest thing the 3 sons of David have had to a mother, though she has her words translated by Izuku sometimes. While her species is the weakest of the Wyvernia genus, they are undoubtedly the most hardy, surviving in harsh icy conditions that would fell any lesser Wyvernia species, while she is perfectly comfortable in any climate that isn't a desert. Her icy breath can slow and freeze opponents, and her teeth and claws do most of the damage when enemies are out of energy. Many male wyverns often court her, but since she is of a different variant than them, being the only ice wyvern in the tribe, she turns them down regardless. Andromeda is stern, but fair. She is Leonidas' equal, and many a battle have stained her pristine scales red with the blood of enemy wyverns, humans, and ground mounts despite her weaker attach patterns. The name Andromeda means ruler of men. Given her standing in the tribe and among the younger male Wyvernia populace, and her riders vow to her when she first hatched, the name is fitting. House of the Chief and Sons. Interior of the first floor. The home of David B. Leonidas, Touya, Tenko, and Izuku is the tallest and more modern of the tribe's dwellings. While every floor is 2 walls high as per the regulations so no heads are bumped, rip Elijah's noggin, the rooms have more storage capacity and trophies of past hunts and spoils of war than any others in the tribe. Funnily enough, when it was first being reconstructed after Izuku's first Alpha Wyvern encounter, the chief and his sons explicitly stated that they didn't want to appear more important or higher than anyone in the tribe, their words being, "We are all equal because we all want to live in relative peace. We can't do that if a leader and their family receive more privileges than those that trust them," and of course, the people of the Winchasers disregarded that and built them the most lavish, tallest, and comfortable house they could with the tools and materials they had. Touya's room takes up the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor being Leonidas' room and the war room. Tenko's room is the 4th floor, and Izuku's is the very top floor, as his habit of leaping off the Great Hall balcony to ride Katashi off into the skies has not curbed since the Fire Wyvern was old enough to ride. As soon as Tenko had vanished over the ridge, Izuku was already rooting through his inventory for what he'd need to stall the Alpha. He put a special-grade flak armor, a pup-action shotgun, and at least 30 rounds worth of bullets. Tucking the shotgun into his waistband, Izuku flicked through his arrows and pulled out the flaming variants, counting up to 300 in his quiver. "You ready, Katashi?" he asked, smirking at his companion. The green wyvern rolled his eyes heavenward. "Would you let me walk away even if I said no?" he asked sarcastically. Izuku gave a bark of laughter, untying his mane of hair and shaking it out before readying it again. "Hey, that's the spirit. Can't go into a deadly battle without witty sarcasm," the fire wyvern snorted, smoke billowing out from his nose, before he leaned over to look his rider in the eye. Both were feeling scared, uneasy, and restless as the second roar made the ground vibrate slightly. Now, even the Titanomera were beginning to flee the area, the green below writhing as creatures untamed, big and small fled the fury and hunger of a newly ascended alpha. Izuku's gaze softened, and his smile shrank into a reassuring one. "We'll be all right, Katashi," he murmured, pressing his forehead to his wyvern's snout. "If it's to end in the squall, the forest, or fire," he started, beginning the Winchaser war vow. The wyvern let his eyes slide closed and pressed against his rider gently. "Then we all fall together." Izuku climbed onto his wyvern and lewed at the roiling red mist with determined eyes. "Let's buy some time to get Dad and the rest of the Thunder Legion into the air." With an affirmative growl, Katashi rose and spread his wings. Izuku took a breath and knocked a flaming arrow into his bow, lowered his helmet visor, and glared at the massive head that rose from the mist to glare at his home with wrathful crazed eyes. "Let's fly." Aizawa never thought he would be ordered about by a green-haired teenager living in a prehistoric world, but as he urged Hisashi to bring up the rear to make sure his kids didn't lag, he decided there were worse people to take orders from. As the class rose over the mountain, there were gasps of awe and delight at the green paradise that seemed laid out before them, structures and animals dotting the landscape. "Holy crap," Kirishima muttered, eyes shining with excitement. "This place is awesome." They could see the hundreds of people rushing around, some having a dinosaur tame pulling a cart, others flying on mounts, and they all seemed to congregate near 4 rising spires of stone, on the other side of a bridge, herds and flocks of creatures standing by with bags and structures hanging off of them like Christmas ornaments. Wyverns and argies were flying about, a large creature that was like a pterodactyl, but 5 times as big with a platform on its back and a small shack-like building situated on the platform, and a man that looked as big as All Might did in his buffed form stood shouting frantic orders. "Everyone, gather only what you absolutely need. I need the Thunder Legion and the firing squad here now." The flock of 20 argies swooped down to land and the man took notice instantly, but instead of addressing them himself, he flagged down a passing man in shining knight's armor. "Get these people some ground mounts or assign them with the escort division. Do not let them out of your sight." "Right, Chief," the young man nodded firmly and jogged over to the group. "Which of you is in charge of the kids?" Toshinori stepped forward before Shoyuta could answer. "I am, my boy. My name is Dashta." The young man, the warrior, because that was how he held himself, Aizawa realized, broke through Toshinori's introduction. "I don't care who you are, you need to get with the evacuees now. Your argies will know what to dash." A shy-splitting roar made the young man falter, and he whistled sharply, summoning a deep purple wyvern with a pointed snout and lightning patterns on its wings to stand at the ready beside him. There was a second bellow, and a roiling storm of crimson mist exploded upwards from the trench at the head of the highlands. Aizawa's eyes widened in fear at the sheer size of the creature that shook the air with its wing beats, the form similar to Midoriya's wyvern, but far different at the same time. It was jagged at the edges, sharp, ruthless, and more primal. And it was Huge. Easily identifiable by the visible pheromones they put out around them. These things are the top of the food chain, twisting the creature's minds and faculties to something that suit them. The worst type of alpha is the kind that eats its own with little regard for the consequences. They rage and scream in their minds, driven by the insane desire to eat and hunt and oppress until everything is either trampled, burned, or under their heel in SBMSN. Sad green eyes looked at each of those in Class 1A. "If you see the red mist, fly or ride away from the thing emitting it as fast as you FING can, and hope you can reach either me, Changewing, or Blue Flare before said alpha catches up to you. We can bring it down or guide it away because we have the experience and numbers. You all are like toddlers lost in a maze on this world, none of you know what it is to survive this place." That was the alpha Midoriya was talking about? Thunder Legion, a voice tore through the silence, and a young man became the center of attention. His hair was snow white, but his face was half covered in scars, and he wore a black hide trench coat with burnished copper rings in the seams at the bottom. Piercing blue eyes filled with determination cast over the crowd behind him, and he raised an M16 semi-automatic into the air in a battle cry. "Fly to the Alpha!" Ground mounts, protect the evacuees if that thing lands. Evacuate to the burning sands, the Hyenodon tribe is waiting for us at the shores. A battle cry unlike anyone A had ever heard before ripped through the air, almost drowning out the roar of the monstrous wyvern overhead, and a massive electric blue wyvern with black plating roared, launching into the air and flying into the skies. A faint voice screaming, "God damn it Touya, this wasn't the plan," was disregarded, lost in the crowd as tens of wyverns took to the skies. Lightning wyverns, poison wyverns, fire wyverns, even who was identified as the chief on a pure white wyvern with a crown of spikes on its head thundered into the skies. Whoa! Mina gasped softly, seeing the shadows of over 70 wyvern riders fly overhead. I can see why Midori called it the Thunder Legion, it sounds like an incoming storm. Wait, Ochako started, pointing to 3 smaller shapes amidst the massive wyverns. What are those? 1A and their teachers peered into the flapping wings to see large feathers flutter to the ground. An eagle's scream pierced the air, and 3 honest-to-God griffins shot through the air faster than the wyverns were flying, streaks of blue, gold, and tan-brown carving the sky up. On their backs were the guy that called the Winchasers into the air, and Changewing, leading the golden griffin towards the ascending giant wyvern with the red mist. All right, you heard the lightning thief. The man who had been talking to Tashinori had jumped onto his wyvern, almost like the one who spoke to rally the tribe. Follow the evacuees to the burning sands. Tashinori sputtered, waving his hands to refute the order. My boy, we can help with the battle dash. The man turned on the pro-hero, eyes burning with amber fire. Follow the evacuees. I don't have time to let you play at being hero when hundreds of us could die the longer one of the Thunder Legion stays on the ground. Leaving All Might himself sputtering in indignation and shock, the young man huffed and kicked his wyvern into the air, a sharp HAH, ripping from his throat as he rose high. Denki fidgeted on Thunderhead's back, looking through the Legion for a familiar wyvern painted emerald green. On the other side of the flock, Shoto was, unknowingly, doing the same thing. Izuku and Katashi flew at the side of the massive dragon, easily thrice the size of Raijin in dimensions, as it focused briefly on the rising Thunder Legion. The heir of the Winchasers glanced at the evacuees within the prongs and nodded, noting that they were already working on the last of them gathering and moving out to the burning sands. Izuku winced as the mental barrage of the Alpha threatened to overtake the network of connecting threads in his quirk, and with a grunt of reluctance, Izuku cut himself off for the time being, lest he wanted to hear and feel the Alpha itself. Get me to its eye, Tashi. We gotta give the Legion some time to gain altitude. The wyvern growled his affirmative, knowing that they couldn't beat this behemoth alone. With a powerful burst of speed, Katashi gained ground in the blink of an eye to position his rider right at the glowing lava-lit orb on the right side of the wyvern's head. Izuku drew back his bowstring, took a breath, and flicked his thumb, setting the arrowhead alight. Hello there, motherfucker, . He muttered, and just as the eye rolled to look at the green wyvern and his rider, Izuku fired. The Alpha shrieked, thrashing in the air as the burning arrow buried itself into the tear duct of the eye, missing the mark in the center of the pupil. Izuku gripped the spine in front of him as he bit back a curse. Damn it. Tashi dive. With a bark, Katashi tucked his wings and dropped into the trench like a stone, narrowly missing a tail as it smashed into a large crystal jutting from the side of the trench. The Alpha turned to glare at the errant green wyvern, opening its mouth to breathe a cone of flames, but Izuku switched his arrows out for a smoke bomb arrow, firing it at the wyvern's hard snout and throwing up a cloud of ash and smoke so the Legion could rendezvous overhead. Katashi, meet up with the Thunder Legion. We need to find Touya and Tenko. I'll have to jump onto Gilgamesh, I need more speed, the green wyvern snorted indignantly. Katashi, you can't go faster than Gilcam in a dive, or faster than him, PRD, no matter how fast you are. The fire wyvern turned his head to look at his rider before grunting. Driving his wings down, he shot skyward, joining the gathering thunder overhead as they circled like a tornado over the seething storm of red. Sir! The air is back. Izuku! Young master! The green-haired young man ignored the calls of his return in favor of looking for his brothers and his faster mounts. Then Izuku looked over to see a silver-gray and red fire wyvern make its way over to him, and he realized it was one of the younger Legion members, a boy named Javon. What are your orders, sir? He asked, gaining the attention of all the wyverns and their riders. Izuku glanced up and around again before he knocked another arrow. Find me Gilgamesh, Tenko, and Touya. Round up an even number of fire, lightning, and poison wyverns and have them attack different points of the Alpha's body. Green eyes glowed pure primal amber, assessing everything and working to communicate with the wyverns since they were far enough away for Izuku to block the Alpha and concentrate. Find its weak point while our people have a few extra minutes to get out of here. Give that thing something to hunt. Yes, sir. The whole legion split into 3 groups, fire, lightning, and poison, all flocking to their kind before running attacks at the enraged Alpha. A screech of pain ripped from its massive jaws as combined bolts of lightning tore from the mouths of their wielders, singing burning lines into the membrane. The Alpha choked as the noxious plumes of poison gas slammed into its muzzle, the caustic fumes burning its nostrils and throat. Fire slammed into its tail, working to burn away a vital part that kept it in the air, and a single ice wyvern clawed at the Alpha's back, running doves to carve deep furrows into the scaled flesh. The Alpha roared angrily before driving Otis's wings down and flying higher, the sudden wind catching Katashi off guard and making him jolt hard in the air. Hard enough to dislodge his rider. Izuku yelped as he tumbled from the back of his mount, Katashi screeching as his rider plummeted towards the unforgiving lava below. Then a familiar scream came from the boy's left, and he was in time to see the plunging form of Gilgamesh, Sor, and Mizuchi, his storm chasers. "We gotcha, boss," Sora chirped, swinging around in a wide arch while Gilgamesh huffed indignantly. "Such an embarrassing display by our rider. Can we not do that again?" Izuku barked out a laugh as he grabbed onto the shimmering golden feathers of Gilgamesh's eagle half, fluidly maneuvering himself onto his fastest mount's back and tightening his knees for extra grip. "Knew I could count on you guys. Thanks for the save." Mizuchi scoffed. Anything less for the children of the skies is abhorrent. With a hoarse caw, Gilgamesh and his siblings pulled out of their dive, the wind clawing at Izuku's clothing and the air burning as they skimmed over the lava flow. With a flap and another dive, the trio had flown into the tunnel of the dragon malt, the tail of the Alpha dangling below to protect it from the onslaught. Izuku drew his bow again and changed its ammo to an exploding arrow, a stick of dynamite lit and ready to blow. Grunting with the force of the shot, Izuku let it fly, the projectile exploding on the membrane of the Alpha's tail. It gave a screech of pain, reeling in the air, and the rest of the Thunder Legion worked in tandem to attack it, attempting to force it to the ground. Izuku burst from the trench, the world blurring around him. He was going so fast, and wheeled around for another pass. Izuku, the young man, jolted on Gil's back, looking around until he found Tenko, Touya, and Leonidas flying after him. He had Gil ease up on the speed so they could catch up. Circling over the fight, Touya leaned over to glare at his youngest brother. "Why is it that you think you can take on an Alpha with a twig shooter?" With a frustrated growl, Tenko pulled a sniper rifle from his inventory and tossed it over to his brother, rolling his eyes at the overly chipper "thanks" that was heard in the winds. "Izuku, we need a plan," Leonidas said over the roars and battle cries of their soldiers. "Tell us you have a plan. This thing is bigger than we thought." The heir glanced at the wyvern, then turned and looked out at the expanse of Isla Ragnarok. His eyes flit to and fro, drowning out the screams of dying comrades and the roars of burning wyverns. "Has anyone tried luring it out into the ocean before?" Tenko shouted. That made Izuku pull up his thoughts. "No, why?" he asked, though he had an inkling of a plan already forming. Tenko smirked, hunkering down on Alice's back as she growled lightly. "Anyone here seen How to Train Your Dragon or Godzilla, King of the Monsters?" 1A were nervously waiting for everyone to move. Hundreds of people with packages and meager bags and satchels were huddled together, anxiously awaiting for the ground-mounted guards to give the word to move forwards to the burning sands. A series of shrieks and howls of pain made the entirety of the tribe and 1A look up, and the teens cried out in horror when they saw several flaming wyvern bodies fall like meteorites to slam into the ground of the highlands, the massive pillar of fire dissipating as the Alpha roared angrily. Some of the wyverns had been curled up in a protective maneuver, trying to shield their riders in a futile hope they would make it out alive at the cost of themselves. The wyverns were durable, the flames would go out on their protective hides even if they burned for a few seconds max. As it was, their riders, however, wouldn't be so lucky. There were battle cries of rage and vows of vengeance from the Thunder Legion. Bullets were a deadly hail upon the Alpha, arrows found chooks in the armored scales, and the shrieks of Midori as griffins cut through the air as the blue and brown blurs slammed into the Alpha's head at screaming speeds to knock it off course or to disorient it. Overhead, Izuku and his family had finished planning, and Touya began his part in Phase 1, tears making his eyes shine as he watched his comrades in the air fall. Directing Raijin to the Lightning Wyvern's brigade, the electric blue mount gave a series of barks and roars as Touya instructed his group, guiding them high over the Alpha to circle in gathering clouds overhead, the misty monuments being jump-started. Throaty roars echoed overhead as the Lightning Wyverns exhaled blasts of lightning at the clouds, drawing them in, sparking their molecules, enticing an act that was never man and wyvern guided before now. "Touya," Izuku began, seeing where Tenko was going with his movie references. "You need to get the rest of the Lightning Wyverns as high in the air as they and their riders can take. That squall that passed through nor too long ago? Residual byproduct should still be trying to pass through Isla, so use that to your advantage. Pull the storm to you and guide it out to the highlands. Tenko and Alice flew under the Alpha, firing upwards and splashing their burning acid onto its vulnerable underbelly, distracting the Alpha and melting off more of protective scales with the caustic acid in screams of pain and rage. Tenko, we're not getting anywhere with all the armor on that thing. Alice, you and Tenko need to instruct the poison wyverns and get those scales off it. Do what you have to, but make sure that thing's underbelly and sides are as tender and unprotected as they can be. Leonidas circled to the Alpha's face, and when a giant eye rolled to glare at him and Andromeda, he bared his teeth defiantly and fired an arrow into its pupil just as the white ice wyvern gave a roar and blew out the largest funnel of ice fire she had ever produced, engulfing the Alpha's head in its hissing, crackling cone. What about us, Izuku? Leonidas had asked, leaning over on Andromeda's back as he fixed intense silver eyes on his youngest son. Burning bushfire eyes turned to his father as Izuku grinned ferally. We're gonna play a little game of chicken. I need you to slow down the Alpha's movements, Pops. Katashi, Gilgamesh, and I will handle the rest from there. Izuku had instructed Gilgamesh to fly as high as he could, where the air was sparse, and Izuku actually began to feel lightheaded. Katashi had followed, his massive wings making the air thunder as the lightning wyverns worked on their end of the plan not too far off from them. You are sure this will work, little prince? Gilgamesh asked, his talon from claws flexing as they prepared to enact their NPF the plan. Izuku merely nodded, hunkering down, and pulling his rider's helmet over his face. With a war screech, Gilgamesh and Katashi both pulled their wings in and dropped. Izuku felt gravity lose its meaning and influence but tightened his knees on Gil's sides. The wind screamed as they dropped, and Izuku narrowed his eyes at their target's location. Wait for it, wait. Gilgamesh snorted but kept the trajectory. Katashi was right behind them, and Izuku gradually loosened his grip on Gilgamesh's back, letting himself fly away from his griffin to grab hold of Katashi's horns. The warm scales felt more secure than the fur of his griffins, not that he'd tell them that, as he settled into his usual spot. Katashi narrowed his eyes, the Alpha coming into view through the clouds, and Izuku closed his eyes, focusing on the tense muscles of his wyvern. 3. The sounds of the dying and the falling wyverns was audible now. Izuku's senses were supercharged, and his web connecting him to all the tames of the Winchasers was like a live wire. 2. Leonidas was shouting orders to stay on the Alpha, Touya, still far overhead, and the rumble of the new incoming storm rattling the skies. Tenko and Alice were circling the Alpha's side but were knocked out of the sky with a massive wing, but not before splashing the Alpha's side one last time, turning it into a bubbling cyst of melted skin, scale, and flesh. They tumbled through the air and crashed in front of the Winchasers, but a relieved coo heard from Alice showed Tenko was still alive and well. 1. Touya, let it go! Izuku screamed, snapping his eyes open. Far overhead, Touya and Raijin gave a scream of exertion, and with their roar of defiance the sky split asunder once more, and the sizzle of superheated skin throwing up steam filled the air. The Alpha grunted in surprise as its hot scales dropped in temperature instantly, and at that moment, Gil struck. Gilgamesh cracked down on the wyvern's back, the beast emitting the loudest scream yet as it crashed into the crystals of the trench. The golden griffin cawed as he circled upwards, followed by his siblings, and Izuku, atop Katashi, slammed into the Alpha's head with a burst of fire and a roar of rage, bashing the head into the wall of the trench once more to knock it into a daze. Tashi, Sora, Mizuchi, Gil. We need to regroup with the others in the prongs. Right. On it. By your command. With the groans of the Alpha in the background, Izuku and the Thunder Legion circled over the Winchasers for a moment, counting those he could, before they set down. Everyone! Izuku called out, grabbing their attention. I'll keep this brief. The Thunder Legion will escort you to the Burning Sands. The Hyanodon tribe will be there waiting to shelter you should my plan work. The people murmured, exchanging troubled looks and terrified words. What about you? One man shouted, stepping forwards. Izuku's eyes narrowed, looking away briefly before he stood straighter. Play tell the world by really slow motion. Katashi and I will lure the Alpha away. That sent up an uproar of defiance and outrage. You can't. Izuku, even with a trio of griffins they'll lose stamina like any of our own creatures. Touya growled, gripping Izuku's shoulders as if that would keep him in place. That's a suicide mission. Tenko groaned, revealing that his left leg was broken as he struggled to stand without someone's support. I'm the one with the fastest mounts. Izuku insisted, ignoring the protests. As the arguments were flung around them, 1A stood shocked with their teachers. The smell of charred flesh hung heavy in the air, the wails of those who lost loved ones or the screams of wounded tribesmen. Maybe it was finally sinking in that this wasn't their world anymore, that with how powerless they were reduced to bystanders now. Bakugo was shaking where he stood, his eyes wide and unseeing as he saw the death that had reigned around them. Toshinori was nearly catatonic with the realization that he couldn't do anything. Here, he wasn't All Might, he had no power, not now. Shudo clenched his right fist, frost wisping from his trembling limb. His ice was useless here, and he vowed to never use his father's side. However, it was Denki who stepped forwards, mouth opening and closing before he finally formed words that silenced those around them. Izuku had mounted Katashi again, and the green wyvern had spread his wings when Denki stepped forward. "Will you come back?" was the question, asked seriously and almost solemnly. Izuku started before he stilled. Looking into Denki's eyes, he must have seen something that gave him pause. A newfound determination filled Viridian irises, and Izuku shot a confident smirk to the newcomers of the arc. "I'm a Winchaser, survivor," he said, getting exhaled chuckles from his tribemates and a wet cough from his father. "Coming back from these conditions is what we strive to do." With that, Katashi and Izuku leapt into the sky, followed by the storm chasers, leaving behind the crowd as they shouted or screamed their good lucks to him. "All right, you heard the man," Touya shouted, Raijin helping in getting their attention. "Everyone move out. Don't let Izu's stupidity be in vain." Izuku glanced back at the tribe, relieved to see they were gradually moving away from the highlands. A thunderous roar pulled his attention back, though, and he snarled at the irate Alpha as it rose again. "All right, you BSTRD. You want something to hunt, here we are." Katashi roared his challenge to the Alpha and it instantly locked on them, its one working eye narrowing while the other was damaged from Leonidas' arrow from earlier. Izuku grit his teeth and leaned forwards, streamlining himself against Katashi's back to reduce drag. "This is it," he thought, narrowing his eyes as the air behind them thudded, the rain clattering against Katashi's wings as he winged it away. DMN it, hope this plan works. End song chapter text. Shoto's spine tingled, then thunder rolled across the sky. The rain was a torrent, icy sheets crashing into his fur coat. They never got a chance to take them off after cresting the mountains of murder snow. Roars and hissing funnels of fire lit up the darker cloud-ridden sky of the highlands as the tribe moved out, but Shoto couldn't help but look back at the one they were leaving behind. "You idiot," the other Winchaser who had guided them here, Changewing, was beating on another man about the same age. The other had white spiky hair and an array of burns that tickled something in Shoto's memory. "The hell were you thinking letting him distract that thing? No one's taken an Alpha on alone and lived to tell about it." A higher-pitched shriek made everyone look back, and they saw Katashi narrowly avoid a snapping jaw from clamping onto his tail. Midoriya, Izuku's green wyvern, was an aerial acrobat, avoiding the massive cones of fire and the snapping jaws of a wyvern, an Alpha, that could bite it in half with one go. The rider on top was hunkered down, lying on his stomach to give the least amount of drag possible while firing from an M16 rifle, sparks visible even from their altitude as they hit the wyvern's remaining patches of scales, splintering them off with continuous concentrated fire. Kion cawed hoarsely, her head tilting as she bobbed in her walk and gazing back with Shoto. Izuku's Argentavis, Hestia, was beside them cooing in distress at her rider's choice, but Shoto only reached over to bury a hand in the fire-colored bird's plumage, offering her what comfort he could. "I suppose, freedom has a price to pay after all," Shoto mused to himself, brow scrunching as the green blur dove at the Alpha, breathing fire that boiled the collected rainwater in the wound patches on its sides and back, burning the massive fire wyvern. Even as they passed the red obelisk, left the sounds of the fight far behind them, Shoto's gaze never wavered from that area, not even when burning sand replaced forest dirt. Bakugo was glaring at the dirty brown equus he was now riding, trading out his worthless flyer for something a little more dignified. All around him, the tribe members were crying as they left Deku behind, and the explosive blonde wouldn't deny that he was confused by their show of emotion. He wasn't entirely stupid, he knew Deku was important to them in some way. Sure, he could talk to the dinosaurs, he could help tame them, but anyone on this island who knew how could tame a stupid duckbill. So what made Deku so special? Fing beach. Izuku roared as his bullets glanced off the Alpha's scales. "This thing won't go down again, it knows what to look for." Gritting his teeth, the Viridian-haired Winchaser glared through the torrential rainstorm, grunting when the frond spike he held onto almost took out his eye through the flight helmet. His eyes glowed as he linked up mentally with Katashi and Gil, the situation outweighing the risk of him being forced into the Alpha's own web of SBMSN. With his quirk working overtime, Izuku dove into Katashi's consciousness, forging deeper and deeper, and his partner seemed to welcome the dive even as he dodged another cone of sizzling fire, smoke, and steam. Then, everything was bathed in a different array of color. Reds, oranges, and blues were muted, but greens were enhanced. He felt as if his mind and Katashi's were one and the same, but then they dropped, shocking Izuku from his web dive as the heat intensified. Play Fireborn by really slow motion. Katashi, why are we dropping into the trench? The ocean is the other way. That alpha is persistent, Izuku, the wyvern snapped, avoiding a vice-clapping jaw biting on his tail. I may be fast, but I only have so much energy before I need to slow down. If we can confuse it in the spires of the trench, I can rest for a brief PRD enough to continue. Izuku worried his lip before nodding. Aight, then. Let's see how well this overgrown lizard can play hide-and-seek. Tashi, you're good from now till the end, stay high, and no matter what, don't come down, it's Gil's turn now. Turning his mental attention skyward, Izuku reached out to his griffin. Gil, you still overhead? The golden griffin sent an affirmative through the bond. Izuku smirked and said two words that made the creature's feathers ruffle in excitement. Slalom run. With that, Izuku let his hold on Katashi go, and as the green wyvern swung around to lift out of the trench, Izuku continued to drop towards the boiling lava with the drops of rain, towards the alpha, the air turning unbearably hot as the rain sizzled on the heated creature's skin. Pulling out his sword from his inventory, Izuku dug it into the massive wyvern's flesh as he fell earthward, a river of blood spewing from the incision as the blade began slowing his fall while he passed, and the alpha gave a howl of pain. It turned its attention from Katashi to Izuku instead. The massive wings beat the air as the wounded alpha tried to turn around quickly, but the massive wound on its side hindered its efforts. Before it could even angle correctly, Gilgamesh had dove in and let Izuku latch onto his back. Behind him, a lavalit eye narrowed in rage at the tiny bug that had dared to hurt it, though the chase begins with a new fervor, the target of its pain now identified. Well, I got his attention, Izuku said wryly. Gil chuffed, rolling his eyes. Oh, goody, a target literally on my back. A gloved hand smacked Gilgamesh's head before extending to point at the alpha behind them indignantly, fingers gripping the feathers a little tighter. F off, Gilgamesh. I don't see you coming up with any ideas dash. Gah. A cone of fire appearing beside them made the air hiss, and Izuku grit his teeth through a shout of pain as the flames liked his outstretched arm, burning through the leather and hitting his flesh underneath, and the golden griffin clacked his beak in anxiety and fear as his rider's pain filtered into him through the bond. Hold on. Tucking his wings in tight, the griffin spun into a dive, plunging into the trench with the alpha hot on their heels, and Izuku was forced to shake off the pain of the burn. Gilgamesh ducked and whirled through the spired of crystal and stone walkways, spinning to hide behind one area only to fly high and dive in to attack by slamming into its neck, shocking it with the impact. End song. Zipping through the tunnels carved out long ago by lava flows, emerging from below or from overhead made every difference. The alpha would get turned around, confused, and become even more enraged. Play Winds of Freedom by really slow motion. With a roar, the alpha sked in a breath and exhaled the largest cone of fire Izuku had ever seen, flailing its neck around with little regard for the hiding wyverns still in the trench, and Izuku heard several anguished screams erupt from his link, from the small corner reserved for the wild wyverns of the Dragonmalt Trench. Looking back, Izuku felt a rage like none other at the reasons why. Several nests had one or two dead parents slumped over their eggs, protecting them to their last dregs of life and sanity even as flames made their nests burn. Tashi. Wherever you are, get as many eggs as you can that have either corpses or no parents near the nests. Assume the worst and save as many as you can carry in your bags. Get them to my father. Bushfire eyes glared at the feral alpha and narrowed, glowing in the pits of the flight helmet. Let's finish this, now. Izuku drew his last arrow and aimed at the alpha's wounded eye. Letting it fly, the arrow hissed through the air before pushing the one Leonidas had shot deeper into the butchered eye. The alpha screamed and choked on the fire coming up from its throat from the pain, howling in fury and agony before it launched itself towards the griffin and rider duo, smashing through the crystal formations and shattering them into pieces in its haste to get to them. Glancing back, Izuku saw the green blur of his wyvern picking up the eggs of the dead parents carefully before tucking them into his hanging bags, and Izuku nodded before focusing on the last phase of his plan. Diving into Gilgamesh's link, he focused on instructing the griffin on where to go, and the duo shot skywards again. Gilgamesh dodged the pursuing alpha's flames, ducked in and out of the snapping jaws almost mockingly, and slammed into the monster's head to lure it higher. Izuku switched his bow out for his M16 and counted his remaining mags. One left, so he had to make it count. Gil, take us to the ocean. With a scream of exertion, the tired griffin spun at the crest of his ascent and dove towards the glittering blue as fast as he could. Izuku aimed at the slice he made in the alpha's side and emptied his magazine into the flesh, ensuring that the alpha would follow them. The viridian-haired Winchaser ducked low into Gilgamesh's golden feathers, the wind screaming in his ears as they neared the seas, and he pulled himself from Gil's mind to fling himself into the glittering depths below them. His mind searched quickly, insistently, before he found what he was looking for. The mind was black, shadowy, and primitive. The only thing on its mind was when its next meal would be, and it wasn't even an alpha. Sending the impression of a hapless meal at the surface coming in fast, Izuku felt the consciousness wink before it began to ascend, and fast. Izuku blinked to find the water only 400 meters away. There was almost no time to pull up, and Gilgamesh was shouting for instructions. Now, Gil. A massive black shape was making its way up, and if Gilgamesh hit the water first, they would die. The sea parted at the shockwave that was made from the force of Gilgamesh pulling out of the dive, and as the Alpha pulled up in its pursuit, the massive shape Izuku reached for exploded out of the water. Leviathan. Izuku had discovered the species when he was inspecting the formation of a new landmass forming between Lost Island and the continent of Genesis, seeming to migrate to the new forming island, but recently, they seemed to be everywhere, if you dove deep enough with a swimmer mount and a scuba set. As big as, if not bigger than, an alpha fire wyvern, Izuku had tried to communicate with it when he first encountered the massive creature, but what he connected to was hunger, instinct, and age. It was ancient, even older than when the first humans appeared on Ark, no contact with anything unless it was another Leviathan or something to eat. It had no social groups like other creatures of Ark did. It hunted, swam, and lived alone, only coming together to mate, from the memories that Izuku had gathered from the predator. And that what Izuku needed to beat this monster that threatened his home. It looked like a SPRM whale, but right away you could tell it was anything but. The air seemed to clap as the massive jaws slammed shut on the neck of the Alpha, and the wyvern didn't have a chance to scream before it was dragged under the waves. The water lit up here and there, fire being blown before being extinguished just as quickly by the water around it. The sea churned, foam turning pink and chunks of flesh rising as a battle of titans was waged. Gilgamesh had cut his speed and was hovering over the water a good 100 meters in case the massive monsters rose and hit them with a wayward limb or attack. However, his rider grunted in pain, and Gil realized that his rider was still hurt. "We've won, little prince, we need to go." End song. Izuku was shaking, the burn sending pain along his nerves, but he shook his head in the negative. "No, we need to make sure it doesn't come back up again." They waited for 5 minutes before the struggle under the water stopped. Then an explosion of bloody ocean water and viscera blocked their vision. Izuku and Gilgamesh gave shrieks of shock and terror as the teeth flashed in their vision. The sun was setting when the evacuees made it to the burning sands. The Hyanodon tribe had taken in the Winchasers with anxious words, sleeping bags and tents. The surviving wyverns had been inconsolable with the loss of their riders. Shoyuta found himself stiffly sitting against the warm neck of a dark gray and sandstone tan fire wyvern, the listless creature's fire having gone out with the death of its rider. "Poor girl," a voice made Shoyuta look up, seeing a woman with bright red ginger hair and muscular arms. "If she can't bond with another rider soon, I'm afraid we'll have to put her down." The woman glanced at Shoyuta before jerking her chin up in greeting. "Name's Melissa McDougal, you're one o' the new survivors Izu brought in, I?" Shoyuta narrowed his eyes at the woman and nodded, thinking the thought process on the wyvern was illogical. "Aizawa Shoyuta, call me Shoyuta. Wouldn't that put you at a disadvantage in terms of firepower and strength?" The woman turned sad eyes to the teacher, and Shoyuta realized this was something she had gone through before. "Bein' a newcomer to Ark and the Winchasers as a whole, I suppose I gotta run through some rules with ya, Shoyuta." Melissa sat down a respectful distance beside the tired teacher, a gloved hand petting the despondent wyvern in comfort. "In the Winchasers, we don't consider our tames to be slaves or tools fair war," she began. "They're our friends and companions. Thanks to Lil Izu, we can be closer to them than ever before with his, you all have those powers, I? Quirks." At Shuta's nod, Melissa hummed. "With his quirk, life has been better than ever. Some problems we never even knew were in our midst, Izu helped us figure out. Such as the consequences of being bonded to a wyvern." Shuta's gaze flitted to the miserable creature beside them. "Is it a lifelong commitment, being bonded?" Melissa nodded. "According to Izuku, the wyverns can communicate at a level equal to humans, hell anything bigger than a raptor can, but wyverns are something else. Their emotional attachment can be a blessing and a curse at the same time." Melissa's eyes gained a far-off look in them. "Wyverns are flock-oriented, and even more so with their chosen social groups. If their imprinted human dies, the wyvern falls into a depression that they will either come out of to bond with a new human from, or die from a broken heart. That's why most the Winchasers don't have a wyvern, the wyverns would rather die than lose one they consider their own. Not too far away, Shoto was leaning against Kyone's feathers, between the wings of a sapphire-blue wyvern and a ruby-red wyvern, both apparently owning mutations as no other wyverns had colors like them, similar to Izuku's emerald-colored wyvern. Seeing some wyverns had larger horns than others, Shoto assumed the smaller horned ones were females, the blue one owning the smaller horns, and the red owning the bigger ones. Shoto had overheard the discussion between Aizawa and the woman and felt a sense of sorrow and pity overcome him as he looked at the two depressed wyverns. They had allowed their tails to intertwine with one another, finding comfort in their company when their riders were no longer with them. Yaoyorozu came forward with a bowl of soup, looking around until she spotted Shoto's bicolored hair between the red and blue wyverns. She ambled over and handed him the bowl, glancing at the two wyverns with nervous anticipation. "How are you doing so far?" Momo asked, making up her mind and sitting down beside him. The teen blinked, stirring the meaty-smelling broth and veggie chunks about. "Well enough, I suppose," he answered. He flicked his gaze to Momo and nodded in her direction as thanks for the food. "What about you?" I'm sort of anxious, I guess." Mismatched eyes looked up at the darkening sky, trying to pick out the constellations he knew, but finding none that were familiar. "How so?" Shoto asked. "We were dropped here in the middle of the USJ attack. We have no idea on how to get home, if we can get home." Momo started, speaking quietly. "Our hope is riding on someone our society threw out, and to complicate things, Bakugo and All Might played a key role in throwing out said hope. Who's to say he won't associate those two with everyone from our old world and not help us PRD? What if we're stuck here?" Momo fiddled with her hands, biting her lip, and leaned back, knocking her shoulder against the red wyvern before jerking away from the creature in shock. Shoto, however, had no such qualms about the fire-breathing animals. He leaned back, scooting away from Kyone as his Argy was asleep, and leaned against the sapphire-blue female. "I think that he would have every right to be angry," Shoto began. "But to leave someone alone doesn't sound like something he would do." Momo frowned at her classmate. "How do you know that?" she asked. Shoto shrugged. "He doesn't have to go back, if there is a way to return home. It seemed like he was perfectly content to stay here, so long as he knows that I have little doubt he'll help us." Momo sighed, leaning back to eat her soup. Focal chili was what it was called. Then the distant sound of thunder from the new storm seemed to grow closer. Several of the Winchasers looked up, but there weren't any clouds indicating that a new storm was forming overhead. That only meant one of two things? Either Izuku failed, or he's coming back alive. Denki was on his feet in an instant, eyes searching the horizon while Thunderhead croaked behind him. Over the mountain ridge, a massive form was rising, and the Winchasers began to shout in rage and despair when the Alpha's head came into view. 3 griffins carried the huge head on all sides, with Katashi carrying it by the crown of horns. Izuku was atop his wyvern's back, a makeshift bandage wrapped around his burned arm, and several wyvern eggs resting securely in Katashi's carry-on bags. The shouts of vengeance were silenced for several seconds before the cries of victory echoed over the burning sands. Winchaser, Hyanodon, and even 1A came rushing to the landing site as Izuku, Katashi, and the storm chasers all touched down. Touya, Tenko, Leonidas, Alice, Raijin, and Andromeda reached the landing spot first and rushed to nuzzle the youngers or tackle them in hugs. "You little BSTRD. Tenko raved, burying his face into Izuku's hair. "We thought you were dead." Izuku wheezed painfully, but a smile was spread over his freckled face as he patted his older brother on the back. Touya piled on behind Tenko and Izuku's smile wavered. "Wait, guys, I'm gonna fall." With Leonidas slamming into his eldest's back, they all sprawled into the sand in a mass of flailing limbs and gruff voices denying they were crying. Raijin had sat on top of Katashi while Alice liked over the chipped scales and bleeding scratched formed the ricochet of crystal shards from when the Alpha had slammed through them, mothering the youngest of the trio while Andromeda nuzzled the green wyvern, growling lowly in relief that he was safe. "Wait, you're hurt." Denki's voice cut through the celebrations, and the 3 men dead-angled from the youngest to look at his condition. The horrific burn was stretched across Izuku's left arm, and a large gash was in his right leg, rapidly filling the white field bandage with red. Izuku huffed, tilting his head left and right, oddly reminiscent of when he gets woozy from blood loss. "I'm fine, it's not as bad as it looks." Tenko whipped out a GG and silenced any protests about to come out his younger brother's mouth. Touya hefted him up on his shoulder, and Leonidas called for their tribe medic, a girl around those of the 1A class's age, named Wim. Izuku groaned, throwing Kaminari a look, before it eased into a smile. His people were safe, alive, and would recover from the attack today. They may not have been able to lead the Alpha into Alpha Alley, but this was a better outcome for everyone involved. As he was set down in front of Wim's tent, Izuku couldn't help but laugh. Because it was better to laugh and be alive, than have your friends and family weep because you were dead. Ochako was up early. It had been 3 days since the evacuation from the highlands, and the allies the Winchasers were doing what they could in the harsh and arid desert they called home to accommodate the extra tribe and new survivors. The Winchasers had a tradition to bury their dead. In the case of the Thunder Legion, the fallen were cremated under wyvern fire, which was a quick affair. Izuku had spoken, calling every fallen Legion member by name, recalling their hobbies, talking of their dislikes, and their dreams for the future, and after that, there was a, well. Ochako didn't think the word party felt appropriate for a funeral, but the Winchasers had asked the Hyenodon tribe to bring out any ale or beer they could spare for them to drink with the dead. After that first night, everything went into treating those still wounded and collecting supplies to rebuild what had been destroyed back in the highlands. Ochako had occupied her time with helping to feed the despondent wyverns who had lost their riders, setting large bowls of meat down for them to eat should they wish to. A silver and lavender lightning wyvern, distinctive for its pointy snout and shiny metallic sheen, was curled up near a pile of rocks, and as Ochako neared the creature she heard rumbles, growls, and whines. When answering pitches were heard, the girl curiously quickened her step only to find their guide, Izuku, crouched in front of the wyvern with a crutch at his side, his eyes half-masked and focused only on the limp creature before him. Ochako held in a gasp when she noticed Izuku's eyes were glowing a fierce flaming orange around the edges of his forest green irises, and when he leaned back to let out a breath, the glow faded. "Is that your quirk working?" Ochako asked, making both boy and wyvern snap to look at her, expressions guarded, and muscles tensed. "Yeah," he said, standing with the help of his crutch and dusting the sand from his pants. "Was just talking to her is all." Ochako's gaze flitted to the wyvern, and she saw the emptiness in the creature's eyes. "She lost her rider?" Ochako asked quietly, and the green-haired teen nodded. "Yes, he was a good friend." They fell into uncomfortable silence before a horn blew from the center of camp. "Ah, water runs are heading out," he said, looking at the position of the rising sun before stepping towards the front of the gathering people. The green waving tail of Izuku's wyvern could be seen. "Do you need help?" Ochako ventured. She gestured to the bandage on Izuku's arm and the crutch being used to keep weight off of his leg. The young man shot a smile her way and shook his head. "Nah. I'm not allowed to be up in the air for a bit anyways. My father and brothers are starting to smother me, though, so I'll take Spirit, my equus." Raising a hand, he gave a sharp whistle and an answering whinny rose from the din thundering hooves near the duo before a beautiful pitch-black equus clad in a black saddle with copper metal fittings trotted up to Izuku. Izuku smiled at the beast, reaching up to slide its snout as it nickered and nudged his shoulder. "What's it saying?" Ochako asked, curious as to how far Izuku could use his quirk. The older teen shrugged, a playful smirk making his lips twitch. He corrected. "And how should I know? Equus Magnus were just a mix of modern-day horses and zebras from the last evolutionary branch with what my studies show. This is their modern forms, just combined and at the same time unaltered, so I can't communicate with them. Doesn't mean they don't deserve the same respect as those I can speak to, though." He swung up on Spirit's saddle and jerked his chin back to where 1A was gathered. "Grab your class and ask around for some equus. A good chunk of you are gonna come with me to gather some water for the Winchasers." Izuku's ponytail waved behind him as he galloped over the sands atop his equus. The thundering of 9 others behind him gave some reassurance that they were following close, though the angry screams and complaints of a particularly loud blonde hyenodon made the trip rather harried. "What are those things?" Tsuyu, the frog girl, if Izuku remembered right, frowned as she pointed to a group of hissing mantis about 100 meters away. Their guide grunted as the herd caught the mantis' attention and he urged Spirit to veer a little more to the opposite side. "If you guys had read my dossier notes," he said to the girl, "you'd know what they were." The bird-headed boy, Tokoyami, spoke up from Izuku's rear right on his large dustan equus. "They look like praying mantis." Izuku glanced back at him before facing forwards. It wouldn't do to let Spirit fly off the side of the dune they were running across. Because they are, in the time of dinosaurs, nature didn't have rules for how big something could get. Millipedes from back then and here reach about the size of a bus on average and spit acid. Even if different time PRDS are mashed up here, the rules still apply, that there are no rules. "What's so dangerous about some stupid bugs, Deku?" Bakugo barked, and Izuku smirked when a hiss, much closer than before, erupted just beyond Bakugo's position at the near back of the pack. A blur of green and silver, a screech of mandibles hissing its battle strike, and a surprise attack had knocked the spiky-haired teen from his mount. The boy screamed and the herd of equus scattered with others on their backs, the kids too inexperienced to get them under control. Before those with quirks could move to help their downed classmate, a metal arrow hissed through the air and, in pinpoint accuracy, severed the small joint where the head connected to the thorax, making the supersized and now headless insect freeze before toppling to the ground, spraying hemolymph all over the shell-shocked teen and staining him a sickly vivid green. Playing tough here won't earn you any points, Bakugo, Izuku sneered, steering his black equus towards the downed teen. Bakugo was trembling, the attack had been far too fast to process, even for one in the hero course. I've said it too many times to count, so this will be the last time. This isn't your playground. It's mine. Ida was spluttering in shock. Did you just allow Bakugo to be attacked? Izuku raised an eyebrow at the taller teen, looking undecidedly unimpressed. Well, was he gonna shut up and stop complaining the rest of the trip? No? Then yes, I did. If this is about what he did to you when you were younger, Kirishima ventured, still feeling extremely disappointed in his former friend but not willing to leave him out to dry. Then I understand where you're coming from, but dude, isn't this a bit petty? Izuku froze atop Spirit, his eyes widening, before he broke out into laughter. Petty? You think this is petty? Izuku smirked, leaning over the saddle. You all are under my jurisdiction. You haven't even seen petty when it comes to me and those I hold a grudge against. Turning Spirit around, he eased the Spirit into a trot, heading west towards a well-known oasis in the desert and urging the others to follow. It wasn't too far now anyways, so they could let the horses drink while they refilled everything. Sure enough, in less than 15 minutes they had made it to the watering hole. Before we left, Leonidas would have given you all several canteens, right? At everyone's mumbled affirmatives, Izuku nodded to the oasis. Then get to filling them. If you think we're gonna let you all laze about and not earn your keep in this world, then you can walk right into a Giga's mouth. The 1A kids began to flock to the clear waters of the oasis and fill the canteens, even making sure to check if there were any leaks in the containers. Izuku raised an eyebrow when Yaoyorozu handed a bottle to Todoroki, who encased it in a thick layer of ice to keep it cool. Interesting, the heir thought, seeing as the idea had a lot of merit, but couldn't be applied normally. As Izuku kept watch, the class was muttering amongst themselves. He sounds pretty hardcore now that the action and travel is over with, huh? Kirishima asked Zero, the boy's fingers damp with the water. I'd think he has every right to be, Zero muttered thoughtfully. This place is freaky, he's killed a giant dragon, shot a massive bug's head off, that's what we gotta learn if we want to make it home, and with his history with Bakugo, he has his work cut out for him. The older teen huffed, leaning against his Spirit side as he watched the kids fill the containers. Luckily this oasis was a natural wellspring, otherwise they would use up all the water here before they filled the canteens. The equus nickered and Izuku reached back to pat him on the nose, feeling the velvety skin and heavy breath on his palm. Looks like I got my work cut out for me, huh? Touya's hand snapped up to grab a thrown water canteen that was heading for his head, catching it before it made contact. Got your water, you lazy animal. Izuku drawled, striding over to the older man before leaning against Raijin's side next to Touya with a sigh. Touya raised an eyebrow at his bedraggled junior and smirked slightly as he swallowed some from his canteen. Happened to you? Izuku's eyebrow twitched in irritation. Bakugo happened to me. Tenko's light blue head popped up from the concealed side of Alice, the middle child of the trio massaging his wyvern to relax her. What did he do? Izuku scoffed but doesn't reply, making Tenko smirk knowingly. Pettiness? Viridian eyes narrowed and Izuku's brow furrowed in irritation. I don't see how it's petty when I'm well within my rights to feel like I do. He muttered. That may be, little flame, Alice says gently, round snout nudging her rider's nestmate fondly. But are you sure the lines aren't bleeding together a little? I've noticed that you snap at some of the hatchlings more than the others that deserve it. Izuku's shoulders tensed before he let out a sigh, all energy leaving him as he slumped back into Raijin. These kids are the closest you have to people your age, Aizu, Touya said gently, stroking Raijin's metallic blue scales. Until you can find a way to get them home, you're gonna be stuck with them. May as well make the most of it and bond with M as the days go by. Izuku made a non-committal grunt as he stretched his burnt arm slowly. I make no promises. Was I ever that sassy when I was 15? Yes. Both older boys spoke with a completely flat affirmative and Izuku snorted before laughing. Young Midoriya, a loud and jovial voice cut through the boys' laughter, and the air, despite being in a desert, suddenly got a couple degrees colder from Izuku's sudden change in mood just from hearing it. May I have a moment of your time, my boy? Good feelings, gone. Izuku sighed internally and stood, leaning on Raijin's side as the large lightning wyvern ped his head at the skinny blonde human. Sure, all might. What do you want? He would attempt to be civil, but the moment this two-bit decided to run with his mouth, Izuku would sick Katashi on him. The man's eyes shifted from the two large wyverns that his brothers rode and then the human sitting with them, and that was when Izuku saw it, the glint of distrust. Izuku felt some anger bubble in his chest at the realization. He and his tribe had essentially saved this guy and those under his watch by evacuating them and escorting them to the highlands, and that was the thanks he got? Not here, my boy. Perhaps it would do to speak alone. Touya's voice piped up from behind Izuku. Take Katashi with you, Izu. You still shouldn't be without supervision. Don't trust him completely. I got it, too. Thanks. Understood. With a sharp whistle, the green fire wyvern was at his side from the feeding troughs in the middle of the campsite, and the three were walking to the very edges of the Winchaser refuge. When they were far enough away, the stickman turned to Izuku with his eyes glowing. I can't help but feel like you are too hard on Class 1A, my boy. Yagi began. He had seen how this boy had been observing the class. He expected them to be able to find water on their own, to tame these beasts, to be reasonable in their decision-making. It seemed far too much to expect from children who had just been subject to a villain attack, one that led them here. Don't you think you should ease up on them? He ventured. Viridian green eyes blinked dumbly at the adult before his shoulders jumped and he started to laugh. It wasn't mocking or condescending laughter either, but as if Yagi had just told a particularly well-spoken joke. Will a megalodon ease up when the kid asks it to eat them slower? Izuku chortled out, wiping a tear from his eye. Will dash. Will an enemy tribe ease up when they're pumping the kids full of arrows? Young Mito dash. Izuku's eyes flared bushfire orange and green when he stared at Yagi dead in the eyes, all laughter gone. No, they won't. Ease up here is synonymous with set up to fail. You think you can just send these kids out without the proper survival knowledge? This isn't like your precious UA High, All Might. Katashi growled at the skinny blonde man, his eyes flashing when he realized that the man was upsetting his rider. Where the weak were weeded out in your world, here, the strong are forced to rely on the weak just as the weak rely on the strong in mine. This isn't a perfect society where there is a singular pillar to hold up the ideals and platforms of others. Here, everyone pulls their own weight to survive, everyone, strong or weak, has a place and a job to do, and it sure as hell isn't to build up or tear down those who have dreams or goals. My boy, that doesn't sound very heroic. Izuku froze, eyes wide at the implications of that statement. He had been facing Katashi when he started his brief rant, but now he was slowly turning to glare at the one he once thought was a god. This is what I looked up to all those years? Izuku thought, looking at the washed-up hero before him. Disappointment shone in those electric blue eyes, a mouth set in a grim line, brow furrowed in disagreement. What did you just say to me? Izuku murmured. Yagi widened his eyes, he hadn't meant for that to be out loud. Mid dash. What the actual F, did you just say to me, All Might? To me, the kid you said couldn't be a hero with my quirk? To me, the kid you told me to give up and be more realistic? To me, the kid who now has more power on this world than you do on yours. His voice was rising. If Izuku didn't calm down, the Winchasers nearby and the 1A kids would hear them. You made it pretty DMN clear I wasn't able to be a hero back on your world, so don't even try to pull that unheroic card on me. Here, heroism is seen as an opportunity to gain allies, but it can also end with you and everything you care about burning at your feet. Izuku hobbled up to the older man, and Yagi couldn't help but stumble back from the injured teen. Do not presume I'm the same fanboy from that rooftop, Izuku hissed. I am a member of the Winchasers next to lead them should something happen to my father. I am the son of David B. Leonidas, I am the brother of Tenko and Touya Leonidas and rider of Katashi the Windshear. I am the leader of the Thunder Legion. I am the Beastmaster, I am not your boy, or young Midoriya. I am Izuku Leonidas, not AF hero. Izuku's voice was loud, firm, and unwavering in its resolve. That was who he was, will be, and will die as, not the may as well be quirkless, useless Deku from the past. And no, I will not ease up on your charges just because they can't find a river 10 feet away from them. If they want to survive here, they and you need to do what I say and DMN the consequences. Do not try to approach me again, All Might, or I may not let you walk away with your limbs unbroken. Mina had 2 bowls of cactus broth in hand and one of the owners of said bowl was nowhere to be found. She glanced around looking for said owner before she sighed in exasperation. So far, the Green Rider hadn't been getting his food himself, and Mina had seen him up and about helping the others and the Winchasers or doing his thing with the wyverns who had lost their riders, but he had just up and vanished a little while ago. Kaminari, have you seen Jade? The electric quirk user blinked up from his own bowl of food at her. No, but I'm pretty sure he's close by. Kaminari said thoughtfully. His dad and brothers won't let him fly just yet, not until his wounds are healed. Charcoal eyes lit up in realization and Kaminari stood, finishing his bowl of food. I'll help you out, look for his wyvern, 'cause those two are never too far from each other. The day was growing hotter as the sun rose higher. It was already around noon and the sands were sizzling already. The Winchasers had crafted everyone some desert clothing to take the edge off the heat, and it did help if only a little. Apparently the cactus broth had medicinal properties, and they helped keep you cool in hot, arid environments, which those like Tsuyu and Hagakure were thankful for. "Hey, isn't that them?" Mina asked, pointing to a dune. A bobbing green tail on the other side of said dune tipped the two students off to where their subject of interest was, and as they rounded a corner, they saw Izuku kneeling in front of several round objects, all differing in color, as they were half buried under Katashi's form. They were green, red, and blue, glowing with an inner light almost, and Katashi was crooning gently at them while Izuku made similar sounds, his eyes glowing their bushfire color as they do when he uses his quirk. "Wait, are those eggs?" Kaminari asked, eyes widening at the realization. "Yep," Izuku said, leaning against Katashi as the glow in his eyes faded. When the Alpha was rampaging, many of the parents in the trench didn't make it out of the way, or they chose to protect their nests with what little sanity they had left. Mina's eyes lowered at the implications. "Will they hatch?" she asked, looking at the large carriers. There had to be 7 or 8 of them, and seeing as how big the wyverns got in their adult forms, that was quite the number, especially to the Winchasers. Izuku nodded. "Yeah, but unless anyone wants a new baby wyvern to care for, they'll be in an incubation hibernation until we can find someone willing. The scars from the ascension will stay for a while, so I'm not holding out too much hope." Kaminari shuffled from foot to foot nervously before handing Izuku his bowl of broth, to which the Viridian-haired teen nodded in thanks. "What if some of 1A took some eggs?" Kaminari ventured. Izuku choked on the first spoonful of broth, coughing before looking at the younger teen incredulously. "Absolutely not." "Ah," Mina whined. "But why? You really think that just because you learned how to tame an Argy and some herbivores, you can raise a wyvern hatchling from the egg? Make runs for feral mother wyverns and milk them to feed the baby in your care?" At that both Kaminari and Mina looked down sheepishly. Izuku's eyes softened as he stood, leaning on Katashi's wing for balance. "Don't take it too harshly, you all have a long way to go before I can fully trust you with a wyvern baby." Looking up thoughtfully, Izuku shot the two teens a challenging smirk. "Tell you what, when we rebuild what was destroyed in the Highlands, your survival training will officially begin. I'll show you everything the Winchasers know, and if half of you can tame a griffin before we head out on our quest to get you home, then I'll have 20 wyvern eggs set aside for you all to choose to bond with. Deal?" Kaminari's eyes lit up. Imagine him on the back of a lightning-breathing wyvern, or a fire-breather. Mina's eyes flamed at the thought of rising an acid spitter. "Hell yeah. I'm fired up." Izuku laughed, Katashi helping him move forward. "Then go let your classmates know, but be sure to tell them I sure as hell won't make it easy." Izuku's eyes glowed green for a moment. "And tell Bakugo that I want to speak to him as well, when we get back to the Highlands. He'll have to meet me at the old lighthouse near the beach." While Mina and Kaminari took off to tell their classmates the news, Katashi nudged his rider. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" the green wyvern murmured. Izuku reached up to scratch his partner behind the horns, making a loud purr rumble up from the wyvern's chest. "Nope," the human replied. "But how else can we move forward if I keep holding myself back?" Izuku sat at the shoreline, the desert at his back and the sea at his front. The tribe was gathering food items for a large bonfire in the center of their camp, but Leonidas had forbidden Izuku from helping out, even though he had been able to lose the crutches last night, with the preparations, so instead, he was sitting at the shore watching the waves lap gently at the sands. Far into the horizon, Izuku could just barely make out the off-color silvery green reflecting on the distant ocean waters, marking where Mother Island was visually under the full moon night. Bare feet dug into the cooled sand absently as Sora cooed soothingly behind him, the sky-blue griffin sighed rising and falling in the light purrs. Still being forbidden to fly for 3 more days to come now, Izuku had taken to just hanging around his friends in the Thunder Legion or riding his ground tames, taking Spirit for an early morning sprint up and down the beaches or riding Theta, his pitch-black and blue-feathered raptor, helped with the restlessness of staying on the ground, but Izuku was a Winchaser, he belonged in the skies more often than not. Starlight glittered overhead, inviting the currently grounded Winchaser with silent promise to feel the gales in his hair again, and the blue griffin at his back pressed into Izuku's side with a quiet chirrup, Sora's amber eyes blinking languidly at his rider. "I thought I'd find you here." Izuku didn't flinch or make any indication that he was startled when Aizawa lowered himself to sit next to the young man. The tired-looking teacher had changed out of his tracksuit for something a bit more accommodating to Ark, and since it was nighttime now in the desert, He was dressed in the slightly heavier hide clothing to retain heat than the desert clothing, which were more for keeping heat out and blocking out the sunlight. Nowhere else I'd be able to go, otherwise I'd be flying around up there. Aizawa huffed, exasperation and amusement in his eyes as he leaned back on his hands and looked up at the sky. Looks different, huh? He asked in lieu of starting conversation. Izuku grunted. Only to those who are used to living a certain way, he said. He picked at the bandages still covering his burned arm. But for us, it's all we know, and are happy with that. Aizawa tilted his head, observing the young man before him, before speaking again. What would you do if you did find out a way to get my class and I home? The adult ventured. Izuku's shoulders heaved as he let out a sigh. I'd shove you guys through and never look back. Aizawa blinked. What about you, though? He prodded. Don't you want to go home to your mother? Izuku scoffed. To what? Being smothered and coddled? Aizawa raised his hands in surrender, not looking to anger the kid. I was just wondering, but from your reaction, the answer is very clear. Izuku huffed, leaning back into Sora's feathers while the griffin eyes the adult with wary amber eyes. I was assigned to your case, when you had disappeared. At that, Izuku's eyes widened, and he looked up at the man. And I promised your mother that I would help her get closure. Izuku tensed along with Sora, the griffin's beak clacking threateningly. I never told her how I would give her that, though. At that tidbit, the Winchaser paused. Wait, he won't make me go back? Kid, I saw the pictures of you before you went missing. When I see you now, it's clear to me that you're in a better place here than you were back home, so as long as you believe you are better off here, I won't say a word to anyone about bringing you back. At that, Aizawa stood and walked off, leaving the young Winchaser to stew in what had just occurred. Izuku re-entered the Winchaser camp with Sora at his side some minutes later. The bonfire was high and crackling with the thatch and would use to fuel it, and the stars flickered in the sky. Hey, man. Glad you decided to join the rest of us mortals. Izuku's head popped up, grinning widely as one of his friends, a lightning wyvern rider named Damien, jogged over. Hey. Haven't seen you around in a couple days, where'd you go? Damien Callahan was around the same age as Izuku, but a month older. Spiky brown hair and laughing blue eyes complemented his fair complexion, but his frame was akin to that of a lifter with how much muscle he had. Damien gave a half shrug, gesturing to the mountain ridge peaks that overlooked them. Chief had me go and look over the damage back home. Luckily, it's not too bad, but we've got some feral allosaurs and a rouge giga roaming the fields. Our ovis herds are almost gone now. Izuku winced at the news. Well, we'll have to resort to hunting more until we can find some wild herds to lure into the fences. The green, zero-haired teen mused. Damien chuckled and clapped his comrade on the back, steering him to the bonfire where Melissa was stringing a handmade guitar for Elijah. Well, we're having another sing-along to raise spirits before we head home tomorrow. Those kids you and Tenko brought back are welcome to join also, but we need our lead singer to bring us in. Izuku flushed, shrugging at the praise. Then why didn't you get Touya or Tenko? They're better than I am. Damien smirked. You know exactly why, Green, no one else can hit them high notes. Izuku covered his friend's face with a hand and shoved him into the sand with a snort, sending the other boy to the ground with a guffaw. Winchasers. Gather round. Leonidas' voice was like the trumpet of a mammoth, calling attention and demanding respect. Members of the tribe all emerged from tents or conversing with the Hyenodon tribe to gather around the bonfire, and Tenko was setting up several cooking pots to prepare for the celebratory meal. Now, I know we have had a trying week, the chief began, his silver eyes raking over his people. We have rarely ever been comfortable in the burning sands, and though the Hyenodon tribe had graciously offered us a safe haven to heal and rest from evacuating, we cannot change the fact that we lost brothers, sisters, wives, husbands, sons, and daughters. Fathers and mothers. Many wyverns gave soft keens as they were reminded of their fallen riders. But I doubt they would want us to wallow in misery forever, Leonidas continued, and some of the Winchasers perked up, even nodded in agreement. That's right, Touya said loudly, sitting on Rajan's back to get a better vantage point. We live in a world where it's kill or be killed, and we all know that the major rule here is to protect your own. Those that fell upheld those rules to the end. Leonidas nodded proudly at his eldest, smiling slightly. Well said, Touya. Shoto, who was in the very back, stiffened, his eyes widening at the name. Touya's alive? He's here. Tonight, we have our last supper here in the burning sands before we set out for home at first light. We will sing, we will dance, we will drink to our heart's content, and we will remember. We celebrate the lives we lost, and look to the future to come tomorrow, and the many years after. We are the Winchasers, and we never run from the squalls. What do we do? The formerly despondent wyverns seemed to regain some of their inner fire, if only a little bit. They stood on their feet, raised their heads to the stars, and bellowed their elements to the heavens as the humans around them screamed out their cries. "We ride them!" At the cry, the musicians began to play a tune and food began to be passed around. Touya sat against Raijin while Tenko laid on Alice's head in a dramatic attempt to joke around with Izuku, who reached up and tugged him down by the back of his tunic to fall into the sand. Elijah and the other older men mingled with the ladies, and the teenagers of the tribe mingled with the 1A kids, curious about them as they hadn't spoken to them much before tonight. Melissa and Elijah had gathered some of the little kids around and began a dramatic and less gory retelling of the battle for after they had crossed into the burning sands. Mina giggled with Ochako and another Winchaser girl as they told stories from their childhood, Mina and Ochako explaining their quirks and how they worked, and the girl introducing them to her sandy tan wyvern who was looking over her shoulder. Toshinori had been roped into telling stories about his villain conquerings, but those who had gathered quickly lost interest when the man kept using the same "I am here" line or when the fights ended the same way, with Toshinori using a smash named after one of the 50 states of the USA. Suddenly, a rather exciting beat was heard over the din, and the Winchasers began to whoop in excitement, raising their mugs in cheers as 3 figures stood before the bonfire. "What's going on right now?" Ciro wondered, moving close to the new congregation. "Oh, the boys are gonna sing the Winchaser theme." Melissa cheered, her grin bright as she guided her raptor, Boudica, over to sit with her. Kaminari's mouth split into a grin remembering the singing session Izuku had led 1A on in the snow biome. He'd bet good money that this would be even better with the rest of the tribe and musical instruments to lead them with. "Play the Nights by Avicii." Izuku begins singing, patting his thigh to the drumbeat as his tribe mates and 1A gather closer. He grins to Tenko and Touya, both the other 2 figures beside him, as the music ramps up, before opening the song first. "Once upon a younger year. When all our shadows disappeared. The animals inside came out to play." The Winchasers immediately began clapping along, chanting the word at Izuku's signal. "Hey!" At Touya's knowing glance to them in his singing, some Winchaser teenagers cheer rambunctiously at being recognized by their senior. Training camps, survival sessions, and just generally having fun with their tribe mates as advised by their seniors or parents. After all, as demonstrated with the Alpha Ascension, you never know when your time will come. Went face to face with all our fears. Learned our lessons through the tears. Made memories we knew would never fade. Tenko's gaze turned to the distance, pointing dramatically to Mother Island in the distance, and Alice raised her head to spit a green ball of acid into the sky for it to explode into its caustic vapor like a firework, only for the fumes to drift away in the wind and disperse. "One day my father he told me, 'Son, don't let it slip away.' He took me in his arms," I heard him say. Hey! Even 1A had joined in the chanting and clapping, even Mineta in his cage and Bakugo in the back weren't immune to the energy in the air. "When you get older? Your wild heart will live for younger days. Think of me if ever you're afraid. You all know what to do, guys." Izuku. The Winchasers' voices were unified as they sang along with their 3 younger leaders, spearing through the night like a scorpion bolt from the heavens, and the stars seemed to shake at their declaration. He said, "One day you'll leave this world behind. So live a life you will remember. My father told me when I was just a child. These are the nights that never die. My father told me dash." Scene cut. As the sun rises over the ocean, the Winchasers are seen mounting their ground tames or their wyverns to get everyone home. Izuku and Leonidas are seen speaking to the leader of the Hyenodons, thanking them for sheltering them, and they gesture to the now mounted Alpha head on a wooden wall mount, indicating it as a gift to the allies. As the morning sun illuminates the ocean next to them, the Winchasers begin the trek home as they wave goodbye to their ally. Hey, 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 hey. Touya was helping teach the 1A kids how to ride an equus properly, and Mineta was being fed some chowder by one of the younger children. Izuku was eyeing the grape suspiciously, but the diminutive boy didn't have the same aura around him as when he was first locked up. Somehow, being punished for his deeds did the trick. Hey, 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 hey. When they arrive back at the highlands, Izuku's hands grip Spirit's reins in nervous anticipation. He didn't get a look at the damage of his home before he had Katashi and the Stormchasers bring the head back to his tribe, and Damien hadn't said anything about the damages to his face. Evidently, the worrying wasn't too justified, as only the stables, 4 or 5 houses, the greenhouses, and smithy, which was closest to the Dragonmalt Trench, were utterly destroyed and would need to be rebuilt. Other than that, everything was still in one piece, if a bit strewn about from the urgency in with everyone fled. Hey, 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 hey. Touya slaps Izuku on the back and raises a metal pickaxe mockingly, indicating they had better get to work while they could. Izuku smirked and rolled his eyes, dismounting Spirit to mount Katashi instead to start collecting wood and thatch. When thunderclouds start pouring down, light a fire they can't put out. Carve your name into those shining stars. Ojiro is struggling with lifting a pile of rocks when Shoji walks past with his arms full of them, the taller teen grinning at the tailed boy with a teasing glint in his eyes. Not too far away, Bakugo is smashing at a large boulder with a pickaxe, shouting "Die" at it over and over, garnering weird looks from the Winchasers around him. He said, "Go venture far beyond the shores. Don't forsake this life of yours. I'll guide you home no matter where you are." Shoto is seen standing on the beach when the sun sets, curiously looking out at the horizon in the direction of Mother Island. Izuku steps up behind him, shoving him into the surf and laughing when the boy surfaces with an irritated look on his face, but his eyes told a different story. A parasaur came tromping up and liked Shoto's left side of his head, slicking his hair straight up with its saliva. Leonidas is watching the interaction with an unreadable expression, but Elijah just smiles at him reassuringly and pulls his old friend away to continue taking in the stock numbers. "One day my father he told me, 'Son, don't let it slip away.' He took me in his arms," I heard him say. Hey! Izuku helps lead the Thunder Legion to the redwoods for more timber and stone. Their wyverns could barely make the trips back because they were so weighed down with the supplies, and Katashi took longer to gather materials since he was forbidden to fly with Izuku on his back. Tokoyami stood in the field feeding some of the herbivores when a little girl tugged on his shirt. She was asking him to help her pull her wagon full of sticks to the smithy where they were re-erecting the tall adobe walls. Tokoyami nodded and reached down to help her pull her wagon. "When you get older? Your wild heart will live for younger days. Think of me if ever you're afraid." Everyone had gathered in the great hall for dinner, the sun setting over the ocean after a day of rebuilding. Izuku was leading everyone in the Winchaser anthem again, and as one they moved their fists into the air with a cheer. He said, "One day you'll leave this world behind. So live a life you will remember. My father told me when I was just a child. These are the nights that never die. My father told me dash." The Winchasers and 1A were clapping and chanting to the music, Melissa leading the rest in a drinking contest, Elijah dancing a jig on a table, and Leonidas bellowing laughter egging them all on. "These are the nights that never die. My father told me dash. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, oh. Hey, hey. Oh, oh. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, oh. Hey, hey. My father told me." Izuku leaned against a pillar as he watched Hestia bring in a payload of metal and an Anki. He had to let Tenko root her to do the task since he was still grounded, but the good news was that he would be able to fly again soon, tomorrow, if Wim's treatments kept up like they had. Speaking of which, Izuku mused, turning to Mount Spirit and then urging him into a trot up the hill from the river area. He gave a gulp of fear and shivered. "It's time for my checkup?" Wim was a Caucasian woman with silver hair, red eyes, lightly tanned skin and was the Winchaser's apothecary, around Touya's age. She had a black and gold fire wyvern named Nero who, despite the man he was named after, was a real sweetheart, unlike his rider. Wim herself could be likened to an alpha wyvern, a nasty dangerous temper and little regard for anything that doesn't take her rules and obeys them. Izuku worked his way up, the thundering footsteps of his wyvern following close behind, and made it to the building, knocking on the door warily. "Hey, Wim. I'm here for my checkup." A vial of health brew came flying out from the quarantine corner and shattered against the wall, making Izuku yelp and duck behind the door. The teen attempted to make a hasty retreat, but when he rushed around the side of the apothecary to Mount Spirit, the black Equus had left a line of dust back to the stables, galloping away as fast as it could. "Spirit, you traitor!" "Oh, Izuku," the young heir gulped and turned his gaze heavenward, praying to the obelisks that he would survive the day. 2 hours later. Elijah bellowed with laughter as Izuku came stomping down the hill towards the mess hall covered in a few more bandages than he had going up. He slammed a piece of parchment into the older man's forehead and grumbled, crossing his arms and very nearly pouting as the black man tried to stifle his giggles. "Looks like Wim really unloaded on you, huh?" Izuku grumbled and snatched a plate of cooked prime meat from the bowl on the table, fiercely taking a chomp out of the food before chewing aggressively. Leonidas looked over his friend's shoulder before patting his son on the back. "Looks like you're cleared for flying, kid. Just make sure you take it easy, yeah?" Izuku gave a mumbled affirmative, but suspiciously sounded like he said, "No promises." "Oh, by the way," Elijah prodded the youngest in the side, prompting him to look up. "Touya wanted to speak with you, something about a little brother and being found out?" Izuku swallowed and furrowed his brow thoughtfully. "Wait, you mean one of the kids from my old world is his long-lost brother?" he asked. Elijah nodded. "Yeah, poor kid looked like he was gonna have a conniption," said the boy, walked right up to him and called him by name before saying he had a lot of explaining to do. Izuku snorted, shoveling another forkful of meat into his mouth. That would do it, he snickered. Facing alphas, searching for lost relics, running dungeons, he can do. Facing a long-lost little brother from a world we left behind? Nope. Katsuki grumbled as he picked up an armful of sticks near the lighthouse. When Raccoon Eyes told him that Deku wanted to speak with him after the repairs to the smashed buildings were finished, he almost went into a rage, that Deku thought that since he still had his quirk and everyone else didn't, he was the king now, huh? He'd show him. That DMN Deku was nothing, and will continue to be nothing. He's just a pebble in your path, huh? Katsuki stiffened, turning to look into the unimpressed gaze of the very subject of his thoughts, sitting on the back of his stupid green lizard. You were talking out loud for a butt? There, Deku continued, not even sparing him a look as he scratched his DMN dragon's neck. He looked up and gazed out at the ocean from their position near the old lighthouse, breathing in the salty, crisp sea air before sliding from the wyvern's back. Katsuki's brow furrowed when he saw Deku's eyes go gold for a minute, and a series of rumbling growls and churs escaped his mouth. The wyvern gave a loud growl, but Deku only gave it a scolding tap on the snout, making it huff before it spread its green wings to flew away. Look, Bakugo, and DMN it, if Katsuki didn't still flinch from the cold way Deku said his name. I've realized something a little bit ago, being petty and vengeful just takes up a lot of time and energy that can be better spent somewhere else. Uninterested green eyes flicked to red before they looked out at the ocean again. But, I just want to know one thing. Izuku took a breath and turned his body to look at his former childhood friend dead in the eyes, an emotion burning in those forested depths, disappointment. And somehow, that struck Katsuki harder than anything else the greenette could throw at him. Why? What the hell did I do to deserve the treatment you inflicted on me for 10 years? Was it because you thought my quirk was weaker? Because there were tons of other kids on our classes who had weaker quirks than you, or they were about as useful as mine were, but you never picked on them to the extent you did to me. And, DMN it, if Katsuki didn't look like his mom smacked him upside the head with her slipper under that revelation. They didn't look down on me like you were, the explosive blonde shouted. All that talk of you being a hero, saving people. With what? Some stupid quirk that let you take the memories of dead animals? What the hell could you have done? Izuku stood there with wide eyes at the response before narrowing his eyes, a dark expression overcoming his features. Looking down on you? He thundered. Where the hell did you get that idea? I looked up to you, though if I could go back in time I would, and smack my 4-year-old self upside the head for doing so. Bakugo grit his teeth, red eyes glaring at his opposite. You abused me, Izuku continued. Belittled me, told me to kill myself so you could make sure your superiority complex stayed high and mighty. With every word, Izuku stormed closer to his past, intent of ripping it from the ground and tossing it away where it belonged. Because Izuku had fought bigger, meaner, and scarier things than Katsuki Bakugo. You know what I think, Bakugo? Izuku said, taunting in his tone and tongue sharp as his sword. He was taking the kitty gloves off now. Let's see how Bakugo likes it. You're weak. Bakugo's eyes widened. You say you're gonna be the strongest, that you are the strongest, but when push came to shove, you ran away with the rest of my tribe, you didn't try to fight to stay. Izuku took another step, and this time, Bakugo took a step back. You're nothing here, just one in the hundreds of thousands of people thrown across this planet trying to make a life for themselves. You have no power anymore, you may as well be quirkless. You're just a pebble in everyone's path to taming their creatures or starting a business of trading tames or resources. You have no special talents like forging or blacksmithing, you can't tame an Argy, you're reduced to picking up wood instead of a useful task like being a hunter or a tamer. Izuku took another step, and Bakugo couldn't move, he was frozen under the verbal onslaught of his old target. Izuku lifted his hands and shoved the slightly younger boy back a foot. I've seen how you treated the other kids back then, Bakugo, Izuku said venomously. You used your quirk on them illegally. Used that silver tongue of yours to weasel your way out of trouble. That's not a hero, that's a villain. Bakugo snapped upright, his teeth bared in a snarl. What the F, did you just call me, Deku? Izuku mockingly jumped back, his hands up and a fake scared expression on his face. Oh, no. I just insulted you. I did the same thing you did to me all those years ago. Does it hurt, hearing what you said finally be directed at you? Izuku shoved Bakugo again, and the blonde stepped back again. Am I being a villain now for standing up for myself? Am I a pebble turned into a boulder? Are you gonna explode my face now, Bakugo? Gonna erase bad horrible Deku? Maybe if you want to do something about it, take a swan dive off that cliff over there, and hope to be reborn as a decent person in your next life. Bakugo, he was frozen once again, shocked, silent and looking for all the world, hurt at what Izuku just said to him. With a final shove, Izuku's sudden vitriol and hate seemed to sweep away like a skirting storm. He took a breath and crossed his arms, looking disappointed at the blonde once more. See? I just acted exactly like you did when we were kids leading up to me appearing here, and I feel horrible. Green eyes blinked slowly before Izuku turned and looked out at the sea once again, crossing his arms and tilting his head up to feel the breeze. I don't understand how you can stand there, act like the king of the world, when that is spewing from your mouth every single day. Izuku's brow furrowed. I feel sick after saying it just once and to my old abuser. Izuku laughed self-deprecatingly. If you don't feel even a hint of what I'm feeling after saying that, then, you aren't the Katsuki Bakugo I once called my friend. Maybe you really are a villain after all. Turning to the completely silent blonde, Izuku stared emotionlessly at him. I want you to take a good, long look in a mirror, Bakugo, Izuku said firmly. Why do you still want to be a hero, if you can make someone feel like what you're feeling now every single day since you got your quirk? Izuku whistled, and Katashi swooped around from the beach far below. Landing in gi grass, Izuku climbed onto his wyvern's back and took off into the blue in a random direction, leaving his past to wallow in its actions. Bakugo stood alone on the lighthouse ridge, his hair shading his eyes. In the sunlight, a silver trickle shone on his cheeks. No one was around to see Katsuki Bakugo cry. Wait, you're gonna let me out? Izuku lazily looked at the grape-headed gremlin still in the cage. Would you rather I don't? He asked dryly, and Mineta shook his head rapidly. No. I'm just wondering why, you said I would be punished for what I did. Izuku raised an eyebrow. And what exactly? Did you do wrong, then? He prodded. Mineta glowered. I tried to grope Tsuyu on the land bridge, and tons of times before that to other girls. Izuku stared at him long and hard before smirking. And that, right there, is why I'm letting you out. He said. Mineta looked up sharply, eyes wide at the revelation. Wadash? Unlike Bakugo, you admitted that what you did was wrong, and acknowledged that this was a punishment for that wrongdoing. That, and I've been watching you. You haven't made any lewd comments since being locked up, you've gradually begun treating the women and girls here with respect, and you seem to have grown in that area after Melissa visited you the first night in the burning sands. Izuku unlocked the cage and allowed Mineta out. That doesn't mean I won't be watching you. Remember my quirk, I can communicate with almost every tame we have here. Their eyes are my eyes. Izuku's eyes flared gold for a moment. One slip up, and I'll throw you into a Thyla den, get me? With Mineta's blubbering at his back, Izuku stretched as he walked away. The sun was still high in the sky, and the storm chasers were contacting him through the tribal link. Seems like news of Izuku's flight ban had been lifted. Boss, boss, boss. Sara screeched excitedly. Mizu and I want to take some of the 1A kiddies out for a high-speed fly. Can we? The corners of Izuku's mouth twitched up into a smirk. So long as you include Gil and I, count me in. Kirishima was helping some Enki smash rocks for metal deposits when he was kidnapped. It was sudden and unexpected. 1 minute he had his hands raised to smash on a shiny node, the next he was yoinked off the ground and thrown into the air. Beside him, Mina was shrieking in joy, and the hardening quirk user landed on the back of a dark blue and black griffin. Midoriya's griffin. Mina was behind him, a second, lighter blue griffin had Todoroki and Kaminari, and the golden griffin had Izuku and Shiro. Welcome to Lesson 1 in Survival, 1A. Izuku smirked. Speed is your friend. Show him how it's done, boys. To be continued. Opening, Fit for Survival by Nerd Out. As the intro of the song begins, we see a shadow zip past in the shape of a large bird. The camera looks up to see Izuku Midoriya Leonidas astride his golden griffin, Gilgamesh. Close behind him are his two adopted brothers Touya and Tenko on his other two own griffins. The trio sweep past in a gale of winds and circle into the skies where the title of the story is seen on the banks of massive clouds over the ocean. Son of Man, look to the sky. The title of the story flashes into existence in a bolt of lightning, a splash of poison, a rush of blood, burst of fire, and a wave of water in the clouds before vanishing behind the from a fired arrow. The scene zeroes in on a large mountain, Izuku standing on the top of the peak with Katashi beside him as they gaze out over the expanse of Isla Ragnarok and the oceans beyond. His eyes narrow as he reaches up to pat Katashi's cheek before turning to look at those behind him. Class 1A and his brother stand at the ready. Stared down by the world we're facing. Only one can win this fight. The scene changes to Izuku sharpening his sword as he stands watch, only to reach over with a metal arrow as snoring grabs his attention. He grits his teeth and gives a harsh poke to the person next to him, Ojiro Mashiro. If you try to play this basic, you should know you won't last tonight. The tailed boy JRKS awake, snorting loudly. Izuku rolls his eyes and goes back to sharpening, mouthing the words. "'Cause baby only the best out here survives." In the forests, Izuku is tracking a small herd of triceratops from Mizuchi with Mina and Hagakure, the invisible girl's power coming in handy as she circles around the herd on a rock drake's back. With a roar, the lizard leaps and pins a trike to the ground, snapping its neck and allowing the trio to harvest as much meat as they can carry back to base. Izuku shows them how to clean the meat before packaging it away, and they head off. "Nobody gonna save you. You're dead on arrival. Nobody gonna save you." I locked up the title. Then the scene changes to Touya climbing the side of a sheer cliff with Shudo Todoroki behind him, followed by Denki Kaminari, Mina Ashido, Tsuyu, and the others of Class 1A as he leads them across Isla Ragnarok. "'Cause I'll run, run. Fly, fly. You know I own the night? Nobody gonna save you. 'Cause I'm fit for survival. Yeah." Touya glances over at Tenko and the two share a grin before they both leap off the side of the cliff they were climbing, backflipping and plummeting to the shock of their charges until they grab the spikes or frills of their wyverns and spin into the skies overhead. "You know that I run this game plan? You can bark but you know I'll bite. The clock runs but my time ain't wasted. You should be scared of the dark tonight?" Izuku helps 1A with crafting as they camp in the deserts of scorched earth, instructing them on how to erect their tents. Bakugo watches his childhood friend closely with an unreadable look on his face before turning away to look at the empty sands. Images of Izuku from the past flash in the background before he grits his teeth at what he sees now. "'Cause baby only the best out here survives." Standing, the scene shifts around Bakugo to show it's daytime, and he's focusing on steering a white and gray griffin through the skies, trying to avoid a small horde of crystal wyvern heirs as they chase him over the canyons of Crystal Isles. A burst of lightning drives them back and the ash blonde looks back to see Kaminari on the back of a white lightning wyvern driving them back. "Nobody gonna save you. You're dead on arrival. Nobody gonna save you." I locked up the title. The scene changes to Tenya running through the rainforest of the floating islands of Crystal Isles with a long-neck rifle in hand, being chased by a pack of microraptors in the dead of night. His face is streaming sweat and his teeth are clenched in determination as he runs before being swung onto the saddled back of a blue and gray raptor. "'Cause I'll run, run." Shoto fires flaming arrows at a Uteranos in the snow biome of an unknown island, a blue fire wyvern supporting him as it flies overhead to snap at the feathery giant's Carnotaur minions, keeping them off of her rider until he could fell the master. "Fly, fly." Izuku watches everything with Touya and Tenko at his sides, face set in a knowing smirk as he reads a paper titled with a name that encompasses them. However, the firelight blocks the name from being seen as more than a blot on the paper. "You know I own the night? Nobody gonna save you. 'Cause I'm fit for survival." The scene shifts as Izuku's black raptor stomps the ground camera, changing the scene to a small crumbling castle base in a redwood biome on the Lost Island. Izuku is far overhead on Katashi, looking over the expanse of land to assess where they need to go next. "Yeah." The song ends with the faces of 1A appearing in the background behind him, all wearing various looks of determination and sporting sweat, dirt, and other things on their skin. "What happened to you guys?" Tsu asked bluntly, her large eyes staring at Kirishima, Mina, Todoroki, Shiro, and Kaminari as they stumbled into the new dorms built for the 1A class and their teachers. Shiro's hair had been blown back and was standing up in every direction. Kaminari's skin was red from the blazing sun as they flew over the desert and back. Todoroki had a wide-eyed, glazed look that spoke of seeing things no one had seen yet, and Kirishima and Mina were grinning widely, nearly vibrating in their boots. The sun was in the middle of the sky, signaling that lunch was about to be served in the Great Hall, and Izuku watched as the other teens stumbled into the door before turning and shooing the stormchasers off to one of the feeding troughs. "Oi, Izu," the teen turned and spotted Leonidas jogging over to him, Andromeda close on his heels. "That skinny man that came with the 1A's, All Might?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah, that's his name," he said with a slight grimace. Leonidas frowned. "Well, All Might has been trying to get into the weapons storehouse." Izuku's eyes lit up, his ire making them flash gold as his quirk activates. "What business does he have there?" the teen asked his father. The man sighed and rubbed his eyes. "I have no idea, but the raptors were able to chase him off before he could try to break inside." Silver eyes narrowed as Leonidas glared at the 1A group's lodgings. "I don't trust some of them, Izuku. Keep an eye on all of them." Izuku nodded firmly and turned to leave, but not before reaching up to slide his pseudo-mother's cold snout fondly. The ice wyvern purred as she nudged back before following Leonidas as he turned to leave himself. Izuku hummed contemplatively before closing his eyes and reaching through the web. Flitting from one dinosaur mine to another, he found the one he was looking for and called on it. "Rowan, you there?" The little compy gave a curious chirp before responding. Yes, master. Rowan's here. Izuku smirked. There's someone I really need you to keep an eye on for me. The sky was a shade lighter than the nightly indigo over the horizon as the Winchaser tribe quietly began to wake. 4:30 in the morning, typical awakening time, eased the tribe members awake with varying degrees of success. Herbivores and carnivores began their calls as they woke one after another, and in the dorms where 1A was designated, the class snored away without care. Until the ground jumped under the foundations, making the kids and teachers within the building jolt awake in varying pitches of screams and shouts of panic, those with quirks activating them on instinct, no matter how weakened their abilities were. The Argentavis outside gave shrieks in greeting to the cause of the violent tremors. Toshinori staggered over to the balcony doors to throw open the entrances, eyes blazing blue and fierce with the instinct to protect, when dash. Good morning, 1A. The blonde stick gaped at the two Diplodocuses with strange multi-passenger saddles standing outside the dorms, a widely grinning Izuku and Touya on each long neck with their wyverns plodding behind them. Young Midoriya, what is the meaning of this? Toshinori demanded, brow furrowed. One of the first rules of the arc, Survivor, early to bed, early to rise, keeps you healthy, smart, and alive. Izuku slid down from the front seat of the leftmost Diplodocus, the creature colored an earthy brown with grassy yellow sides and back, to land in a crouch on the ground. Today, we're taking a bit of a road trip. We're gonna travel the coast until we hit the next hill slope inland, then we'll go to the first spot for our Aerua lessons, Acer Falls. You need to know what's edible on this planet and what's not, along with what's friendly and what's not. The 1A kids had begun to emerge from the dorms, rubbing their eyes and looking around blearily. Izuku smirked at some of the indignant looks he received. Get cracking, everyone. I want you all in the armor my Thunder Legion should have given you in 10. You were shown how to put it on, I expect you to get it on the first try. Aizawa nodded, his sleep schedule allowing him to be up this early regardless, and ushered the class back inside to get them ready. Toshinori frowned. This boy was beginning to grate on his nerves. Young Midoriya, this is a bit much, don't you think? A good amount of them are quirkless and this world is a death trap. How do you expect them to survive in such barbaric conditions? The Diplodocus Izuku had been riding on snorted, bending its neck to glare at the blonde before Izuku pet its neck soothingly. Yagi, Izuku said, not even bothering to add an honorific to the end. Everyone on this arc save for Touya and I, before 1A arrived, is quirkless. They have survived, they have thrived, and they fought quirkless, and at this point, I'm getting real sick of your quirkist attitude in my world. Touya put a hand on Izuku's arm, which the green-haired teen just now realized was inching towards his sheathed sword. All Might really tested his restraint, it seemed. Get it through your head, but Might, Touya said balefully. This isn't your world anymore. Once all the kids were in their hide clothing. Izuku gave each survivor 3 cryopods, and once again explained the purpose of their small discs and demonstrated them on Katashi before telling them to pod their RGs. Todoroki went to collect Kion, but a low coo made him glance over at his newest and most surprising companion. The blue and black fire wyvern he had leaned against in the burning sands was hiding behind a large rock, her bright fire-orange eyes watching the half-and-half boy with every move he made. The boy huffed and reached out to slide her warm scales. I don't think you can come with me, he murmured gently. You don't belong to me. Actually, a voice pipped up. It looks like she's chosen you to be her new rider. The half-and-half. Teen turned to see a girl around his age with cinnamon brown hair, fair skin and warm golden eyes looking at him with a relieved smile. It's strange. Usually, they don't reconnect this quickly, but it looks like you two hit it off really well. Shoto sighed quietly before turning to the stranger standing behind him, a familiar ruby-red wyvern with a black back and sides similar in position to the blue that latched onto him was looking over the girl's shoulder with curious eyes at the blue female. What makes you say that? Shoto asked. The girl chuckled and gestured to the red wyvern over her shoulder. Because Kalanoth was the other wyvern Vasai, she gestured to the blue female. Stuck by when her rider was killed, and he bonded to me just as fast as she seemed to do with you. Sylvia? The girl grinned and turned towards the new voice, saluting Izuku as he strode over with Katashi on his heel, followed by the rest of the new survivors. Hey, Green. You seem well rested this morning, the teen smiled and huffed, leaning against Katashi's wing as they came to a stop. Yeah, well I needed the rest, these guys are about as exhausting as a trio of gigas in a temper tantrum, and I'm about to take them on a road trip to Acer Falls. The girl's eyes lit up, the light in them wistful at the mention of the name. Oh, I love that place. When you clear out the scorpions, it's a great camping spot. Who's this, problem child? Izuku glanced over at Aizawa as he strode over between the group of 1A kids and the Winchasers. This is Sylvia Berga, a good friend of mine. If Tenko and Touya weren't able to my human partners on flights, patrols, or hunts, Sylvia would get on her RG and fly out with me when she could. The teen turned back to his friend. What have you been up to? Symbia smirked. Finding artifacts, I found 2 running a ruin in the burning sands. Izuku's eyes lit up. That's amazing. With those, we can trade with the Crystal Isles fleet that's coming in the next 2 months. I'm sorry, but you lost me, Kirishima began, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. What are artifacts? Sylvia took the reins, gesturing for the newcomers to gather their things and mount up on the Diplodocus Izuku and Touya would be driving. Artifacts are items powered by energy that have been scattered across all the islands and continents on Ark. They don't serve a for sure purpose, but they sell for quite a bit of resources to the right people. Until we can determine their true value, they're simply used as what would count as a large check written by the richest man in the world. We sell them to the highest bidder, and they take them. For 6 months, the artifact will be stationary with the new owner, and special abilities or perks that will add what we call a buff will be granted from whoever held the artifact last. The girl tapped her chin, thinking of a good example. Like, if Leonidas held the artifact of the Massive or the Hunter, he would transfer his leadership skills to it, helping whoever bought it to lead better or make wiser decisions. She began turning to her green-haired friend. Sylvia grinned widely. But if Izuku held it, his quirk, as you guys call your powers, would copy itself into the artifact for the 6-month PRD, giving the new owner the ability to communicate with their tames and the wild creatures around them. Everyone's eyes, minus Izuku's, Touya's, and Sylvia's, bulged in shock. They're that powerful? Ochako exclaimed. That's right, Touya said. Which is why we send Sylvia here out to get them every few months. Electric blue eyes turned to the girl curiously. Which ones did you find, by the way? Sylvia smirked. Massive and devious. The 2 boys whistled in appreciation. DMN. Bet you had to get your hands dirty with that, huh? Sylvia's eyebrow twitched at the reminder. The labyrinth, the Aranos, Titanoboa, the freaking traps. You have no idea. Shoto stumbled forwards. The blue wyvern, Vasai, had nudged him with her snout. I don't think I can take you with me, he said softly, grabbing Izuku's attention. I'm sorry. Vasai chid sadly. Actually, Izuku said. You can if you want to. Shoto looked up to see the green-haired teen's eyes flashing the bushfire gold before fading back to green. She says you are her new heart. She's chosen you as her rider, Shoto. The heir huffed in confusion. That was fast. I said the same thing, Sylvia commented, petting her red wyvern absently. Hey, Kalanoth, Izuku murmured, petting the younger red wyvern gently. How are you holding up? Thanks to Sylvia, I'll recover faster than Wim thought. The voice of the red wyvern was akin to that of a teenage boy, unlike Katashi's, whose age had fully granted him the voice of an adult male. He nudged the teen's hand gently, the warm huff of breath running over the sleeve. Then you up for a little road trip? Sylvia's head jerked upwards. We can go with you? Izuku shrugged. Don't see why not. We could use another pair of eyes in the skies. Plus. He glanced over at Todoroki. Riding a wyvern is different than an RG, no offense everyone, and I need to focus on helping these kids not drive poor Dolores and Janja crazy. The girl smirked and nodded. Just let me pack my things and I'll be ready to fly in 5. Opening, Fit for Survival by Nerd Out. As the intro of the song begins, we see a shadow zip past in the shape of a large bird. The camera looks up to see Izuku Midoriya Leonidas astride his golden griffin, Gilgamesh. Close behind him are his 2 adopted brothers Touya and Tenko on his other 2 own griffins. The trio sweep past in a gale of winds and circle into the skies where the title of the story is seen on the banks of massive clouds over the ocean. Son of man, look to the sky. The title of the story flashes into existence in a bolt of lightning, a splash of poison, a rush of blood, burst of fire, and a wave of water in the clouds before vanishing behind from a fired arrow. The scene zeroes in on a large mountain, Izuku standing on the top of the peak with Katashi beside him as they gaze out over the expanse of Isla Ragnarok and the oceans beyond. His eyes narrow as he reaches up to pat Katashi's cheek before turning to look at those behind him. Class 1A and his brother stand at the ready. Stared down by the world we're facing. Only one can win this fight. The scene changes to Izuku sharpening his sword as he stands watch, only to reach over with a metal arrow as snoring grabs his attention. He grits his teeth and gives a harsh poke to the person next to him, Ojiro Mashiro. If you try to play this basic, you should know you won't last tonight. The tailed boy JRKS awake, snorting loudly. Izuku rolls his eyes and goes back to sharpening, mouthing the words. 'Cause baby only the best out here survives. In the forests, Izuku is tracking a small herd of triceratops from Mizuchi with Mina and Hagakure, the invisible girl's power coming in handy as she circles around the herd on a rock drake's back. With a roar, the lizard leaps and pins a trike to the ground, snapping its neck and allowing the trio to harvest as much meat as they can carry back to base. Izuku shows them how to clean the meat before packaging it away, and they head off. Nobody gonna save you, whoa! You're dead on arrival. Nobody gonna save you, whoa! I locked up the title. Then the scene changes to Touya climbing the side of a sheer cliff with Shudo Todoroki behind him, followed by Denki Kaminari, Mina Ashido, Tsuyu, and the others of Class 1A as he leads them across Isla Ragnarok. 'Cause I'll run, run. Fly, fly. You know I own the night? Nobody gonna save you. 'Cause I'm fit for survival. Yeah. Touya glances over at Tenko and the two share a grin before they both leap off the side of the cliff they were climbing, backflipping and plummeting to the shock of their charges until they grab the spikes or frills of their wyverns and spin into the skies overhead. You know that I run this game plan? You can bark but you know I'll bite. The clock runs but my time ain't wasted. You should be scared of the dark tonight? Izuku helps 1A with crafting as they camp in the deserts of scorched earth, instructing them on how to erect their tents. Bakugo watches his childhood friend closely with an unreadable look on his face before turning away to look at the empty sands. Images of Izuku from the past flash in the background before he grits his teeth at what he sees now. 'Cause baby only the best out here survives. Standing, the scene shifts around Bakugo to show it's daytime, and he's focusing on steering a white and gray griffin through the skies, trying to avoid a small horde of crystal wyvern heirs as they chase him over the canyons of Crystal Isles. A burst of lightning drives them back and the ash blonde looks back to see Kaminari on the back of a white lightning wyvern driving them back. Nobody gonna save you. Whoa! You're dead on arrival. Nobody gonna save you. Whoa! I locked up the title. The scene changes to Tenya running through the rainforest of the floating islands of Crystal Isles with a long-neck rifle in hand, being chased by a pack of microraptors in the dead of night. His face is streaming sweat and his teeth are clenched in determination as he runs before being swung onto the saddled back of a blue and gray raptor. 'Cause I'll run, run. Shoto fires flaming arrows at a Uteranos in the snow biome of an unknown island, a blue and black fire wyvern supporting him as it flies overhead to snap at the feathery giant's Carnotaur minions, keeping them off of her rider until he could fell the master. Fly, fly. Izuku watches everything with Touya and Tenko at his sides, face set in a knowing smirk as he reads a paper titled with a name that's circled. However, the firelight blocks the name from being seen as more than a blot on the paper. You know I own the night? Nobody gonna save you, whoa! 'Cause I'm fit for survival. The scene shifts as Izuku's wyvern stomps the ground camera, changing the scene to a small crumbling castle base in a redwood biome on the Lost Island. Izuku is far overhead on Katashi with Touya, Tenko, and Sylvia atop Raijin, Alice, and Kalanoth, looking over the expanse of land to the vast oceans beyond to assess where they need to go next. Yeah. The song ends with the faces of 1A appearing in the background behind him, all wearing various looks of determination and sporting sweat, dirt, and other things on their skin. It took a few hours, but by the time noon hit Isla Ragnarok, Izuku and Tenko were guiding the two diplods towards an area where beach met the steep uphill slope to the valleys beyond. Vasai, Kalanoth, Katashi, and Alice were positioned on all sides of the Diplodocus train of two to keep a dutiful eye out, and Sylvia was marching along on a borrowed raptor from Izuku beside the green rider, the girl atop the black-scaled, red-feathered raptor named Gamma. 1A had passed the time by being told of the different species they passed over the beach, as well as stories of Sylvia's journeys through the dungeons of Isla Ragnarok and her journeys looking for the artifacts. The one dungeon she hadn't managed to get through was one that housed a broodmother on the other side of Isla Ragnarok. What's a broodmother? Ochako had asked curiously. Tenko had answered that one with a shudder. A massive spider that can wrap a T-Rex in her silk like you gift wrap a package of cookies. The 21-year-old gave a huff. I'm not surprised you weren't able to run that one, Syl. Without a good insect fighter mount, it's almost impossible. The girl shrugged, eyes wandering the ocean's horizon aimlessly. It's not like I could run it alone, even if I could, it's a tough one to get through. Izuku snorted. You sure it's not because you're an arachnophobe? Because the last time you ran into an Areno, one that was tamed, mind you, you popped several caps of semi-automatic bullets in its butt. The class laughed as Sylvia's face turned pink. I told the merchant I was sorry, she said indignantly. Yeah, after I had to go out and tame him a mantis and offer him one of our best equus instead for replacements. Tenko grumbled. The conversations changed as time went on, ranging from who the merchant was, to how many there were, to the recurring mention of a giant trading event coming up soon. Like I said before, it's a massive gathering from the other islands and continents all over the known world, Izuku said, his visage brightening, making wild gestures with his hands to emphasize the impact of the event. Tames from other islands that can't be transported in one trip, materials you can't get anywhere else, rare foods, even clothing will be there to trade. It's like one giant bazaar. Yaoyorozu tilted her head from Tenko's diplod curiously. But if that's the case, she said. What do you use for currency in that instance? Sylvia hummed. Think of it as a swap meet. If you have something someone wants, you trade it, an item you crafted, weaponry, scrap metal, even dossiers will fetch a good price in terms of rare materials. Shouldn't the Crystal Isles envoy be bringing a batch of crystal wyverns this year? Tenko asked over his shoulder. Izuku's eyes lit up in excitement. Oh, yeah. I'm hoping they'll have some blood and tropical crystals to share. I've heard good things about them. Tashi could use a little brother or sister to fool around with, getting tired of being the youngest in our trio. The green wyvern barked out a roar before snapping at Izuku's head when he made a dive, making the green-haired teen laugh. You know I'm right, you overgrown cucumber. Aizawa stared at the ground below them as the conversation continued. The topics were hard to follow, but interesting to hear, nonetheless. Whoa, what's that? Mina's excited shout made their guides looking to where her finger pointed. An intense glint, like metal catching the sunlight, shone on the hillside, and Izuku huffed, pulling out a telescope to get a better look at what caught the girl's attention. A tech dino, more specifically a tech parasaur. Yagi hummed uncertainly. What do you mean by tech, young Mito, young Leonidas? Izuku collapsed his telescope and eased his diplodocus around a pile of rocks. Tech dinos are robotic replicas of the real things that roam the islands. Green eyes wandered the area cautiously. They eat, fight, breed, all around act like they would if they were flesh and blood creatures. We think they were left behind by whoever or whatever created Ark in the first place. Tenko straightened, looking around their environment cautiously. That's weird, the older man said. Techri usually pretty widespread, both in roaming grounds and species, but now that you pointed that one out, girly, that's the only one I've seen so far since you guys arrived. Shoyuta raised an eyebrow. Is that a bad thing? He asked. Is it an indicator of danger? No, but it is worrying. The green-haired teen hummed absently before shrugging. Either way, as long as we don't run across a tech Rex, or gods forbid a FING tech Giga, we'll be fine. They reached White Dove Falls around mid-afternoon, the distant roaring of the waterfalls just down the river pounding against the backdrop of the valley and mountains to make an echo of wild and untamed symphony. Whoa! Hagakure's leather-clad arms waved in excitement at the roaring waterfall they lumbered up to. Once the diplods came to a complete stop, everyone unbuckled and slid to the ground, gaping at the scenery with awe. It's beautiful. Momo breathed, seeing several small and brightly colored birds fly from the tree centered at the edge of the large pool. Kirishima's eyes were wide, his shark-like teeth glinting with his grin. This place is totally manly, he shouted, throwing his arms up, startling an Enki as it grazed at the shoreline. Izuku and Tenko huffed good-natured chuckles while Sylvia and Kalanoff swooped low before landing a bit away. While Sylvia slid off Kalanoff to patrol for any rogue dinos in the immediate vicinity, Izuku got busy teaching the members of 1A the basics of Ark-style wilderness survival. So, hopefully, you all actually read the dossiers this time around before we set off. The teen trailed off, hoping that someone did as they were told when it came to the dossiers this time around. A good 5 raised their hands out of the 20 in Izuku's side, already wishing to just go home. This is gonna be my whole day, isn't it? He asked Katashi despairingly. The green wyvern gave a draconic laugh, turning his head to look at his rider in amusement. You signed up for this, not me. As you scale say, SCK it up. Izuku cracked a smirk and huffed. Right, so I've got my work cut out for me again. Well, while Tenko takes a third of you out to train in foraging and tracking, another third will stay with Sylvia and learn how to set up a proper camp and perimeter, and the last few will go with me so you can have a hands-on tracking, taming and fighting experience with the wilds and ferals of the area. Tomorrow, those who went out with Tenko will stay behind, those who stayed with me will go out with him, and the day after those who were with him go with me. While we're on the fields, you refer to me as Jade, Tenko as Changewing, and Sylvia as Runner. Got it. The group murmured their agreements, and at Izuku's behest, lined up to be sorted into their groups. Jade decided on Tsuyu, Denki, Fumikage, Ejiro, Yuga, Jiro, and Shuji. Changewing took Mineta, Ochako, Shoto, Ojiro, Kuda, and Katsuki, which left Runner with Sato, Hagakure, Siro, Mina, Ida, Yayorozu, and the 2 teachers. Right, Jade began, gathering his group around him and opening the map. Right now, we're here. Jade took a crudely made graphite stick and lightly circled a spot on the map. We're gonna travel over here on foot. It's a 3-mile hike through a path commonly used for hunting, to our place of training, known as Dag Rock Valley. We're going to pass a small mountain known as Mithram's Fall, so if any of you get separated, there's a cave where a barrier of beaver-like creatures live. You get up that hill and into the cave, it'll be the first place we search for you, and it's a straight shot up and down from there to Dag Rock Valley if the usual creatures are milling about. Shouldering his green compound bow and metal arrows while counting his tranquilizer arrows, Jade shot everyone in his group a look. I don't think I need to tell you all to do exactly as I say when on the field, right? They nodded vigorously, and their green-haired guide huffed smartly. Thought so. Ejiro was vibrating with excitement as he followed close behind Jade, the trees around them becoming more numerous as they traveled further and further away from the campsite. He along with his classmates kept their heads on swivels, unwilling to miss out on seeing the wilds in all their terrifying and beautiful glory. Green eyes were constantly alight with gold, a sign that Jade's quirk was at play, and always made Ejiro wonder what life would have been like if he were with them in the hero course whenever he soothed a wyvern or called for the raptor runner had ridden on. Stop! Jade's voice was like the tolling of a gong, commanding attention and obedience, which he received without a word of protest. Jade was bent over, looking at a set of tracks that seemed vaguely familiar to Ejiro. Those tracks, ain't they dash? No, not a Rex, Jade murmured. Something less extreme, but no less dangerous dash. The sound of loud footsteps pulled the tamer from his verbal thoughts. Looking up, he saw what looked like a small T-Rex, only with 2 small devil-like horns and even tinier arms that were bent backwards against its torso. In fact, any smaller and they wouldn't be arms at all, but stubs. Everyone, get down. Without further prompting, they did as Jade said, gathering behind a large rock formation. The dinosaur walked funnily, a strange squealing screech-roar combo coming fro the toothy mouth it sported. It didn't seem to have spotted them yet, but it was sniffing the air as it cawed and meandered the area. Jade, Tsuyu croaked, her knees shaking as she stared at the dinosaur. What is that? The green-haired teen smirked dryly. Maybe now, a good chunk of you will read my notes, huh? Unslinging his bow and knocking a trank arrow, Jade began. Lesson 1, Identification. Taking a breath, Jade began rattling off what he wrote down about the creature, having memorized his dossier notes word for word. That's a Carnotaurus presser, existed in the late Cretaceous PRD. A carnivore, and an extremely temperamental one at that. Narrowed eyes pulsed gold thrice before fading to green as Jade stared at the wandering feral, not hearing any coherent thoughts from the dino. It acted uncoordinated and unintelligent, not like a good portion of those he met throughout his travels that were still unbonded and untamed. Granted, he still had to kill those, but at least they had some semblance of coherent thought, such as angry hunger yangridididi. This one was purely mumbling, babbling animal, so it was okay to take out if needed. But this lesson wasn't on killing this time, it was a study session. Falling between medium and large predators in terms of size, its home is usually on flat wide terrain and ground, but you will find them in the mountains if food is scarce in their territories. Their horns are sharp and can bite like a beach then used against you, so don't get gored by them. If you think the T-Rex is the lion of the land, the Carnotaur is the cheetah, because unless you're the guy with the engines in his calves or have a fast raptor or flyer to get out of reach, you won't outrun a Carno without some serious speed and stamina training. Jiro hummed quietly, her earphone jacks both going different directions, one towards the Carno as a lookout, the other to Jade as he gave the impromptu lesson. They're strong for something of their size compared to, say, a Eutyrannus or Allosaur, and will headbutt you first thing before biting, making you bleed like a stuck Phenomena. Their motto is, kill on sight, so if you're in the area when they go after a dino, you're on their radar before they are on yours. Are they tameable? Fumikage asked, feathers bristling. Jade nodded. Yes, but not this one, he's a through-and-through feral. Remember what Th0s are? I can't communicate with them, their instincts are full-on animal and beast mode. Jade gestured for his group to stay where they were. Wait, where are you going? Ejiro whispered furiously. Jade smirked, standing in the open, and pulled back the bowstring on the unsuspecting Carno's back. Starting lesson 1.5. With a thwang and a hiss, the green-tipped arrow embeds itself into the scaly hide, making the Carno shriek before turning to lope for their hiding spot. Evasion. Wait, I thought you would teach us first. Denki shrieked as the Carno thundered towards them. Jade barked out a laugh as he began to run alongside the scattering kids. I believe in learning on the job. With that 1A scattered in a panic, the Carnotaur screeching and roaring as it snapped at their heels. Ejiro managed to harden himself just before the Carno's jaws closed on his upper half, and he began to get shaken like a dog with a bone, shrieking like a child on the playground. In the end, the result was very anticlimactic. Before the Carno made it 5 minutes in chasing the one heirs around the clearing, it had fallen unconscious, the narcotics running their course through the barb of the trank arrow. Jade didn't even have to let loose a second arrow. Jade hummed, reaching down to haul Kirishima to his feet as the teen sputtered through a film of Carno drool, slinging his bow and quiver before turning to the group of frazzled students. It's safe. Shuji clenched his hands into fists. What was that all about? He demanded. Jade met his glare with one of his own. Well, first of all, Kirishima actually did something that you guys seem to forget with the wonder of this world. Jade stabbed a finger in the dazed redhead's direction. He used his quirk. As funny as it might seem, since you guys heard that your quirks are either weakened or rendered non-existent, you haven't deigned to use them at all. Green eyes flashed gold before flitting to the Carnotaur, the beast snoring away. Secondly, these creatures are just trying to get by. You think they expect their prey to stand and wait for them to get eaten? No, these animals and creatures are made to hunt, chase, rip and teat are until it's done. Unless it's an alpha, we respect the wilds and ferals here by giving them something to hunt before we take them down or out. As they live in life, they get in death, a fight or a chase. Jade strode over to the Carno. It was a nice coloring, a sandy tan and light spring green with a dark brown underbelly and silvery white horns. Kneeling beside the large head, Jade removed his gloves before kneeling by its head, reaching out and running a hand down the sun-warmed scales of its snout almost reverently. Just like we did with the Argies, Jade said. You can tame a creature the old-fashioned way by knocking it out and shoving meat into its mouth to get it acclimated to you and your presence. However, this Carno is more of a feral than a tameable, so we're just gonna leave him be until he wakes up and goes on his way. Is that wise? Yuga asked, his arms crossed, and eyes narrowed slightly, though the smile usually seen on his face didn't waver. Jade nodded, absently petting the pebble-patterned scales gently. Yeah, he wasn't really hurting anyone, and he's just doing what he does best, fighting to survive, just like any other living being in this world does. Unless he attacks us directly, we try to not kill when it's not needed. Standing, the older teen slung his bow over his shoulder and pulled the trank arrow from the Carno's hide, inspecting the tip before making a noise and slipping it back into the quiver. Turning to the group, Jade crossed his arms. You need to memorize my dossiers and survival notes. No more putting them off, those things can save your life if you're dedicated enough to read them. Green eyes glinted sharply. Tell you what, you MEM0 rise pages 1 through to 75, including the perk of having the creature you're reading up on, their mannerisms, and taming methods. If you can memorize a random creature's dossier and recite the things written for it word for word like I did with the Carno, I'll tame you all a creature of your choosing from that page range. Well, when he put it that way, homework didn't seem too bad. Every bush has a set of berries to pick from, Changewing called over the roar of the river. The foraging group had gone in the opposite direction of Jade's, running back the way they came to go up Mithram's Falls pathway on the opposite side. There are stimberries. He held up a gloved hand with a couple of white berries in his palm. Stimberries are common on all corners of Ark. It can be eaten in a pinch to recover food, stamina, and stave exhaustion, but it will dehydrate you, so my advice is to pick it near a river or other body PF water. It's bitter but can be used to make white dye. Ochako gave a hum, reaching into a bush to pick a stimberry, and popped it into her mouth, only to screw her face up and spit the offending fruit out. They taste bad, sure, but they are edible. Changewing brushed back his light blue hair and smirked, narrowing red eyes at the girl in warning. If you have no rations of cooked meat on you and you lose your mount, you can't afford to be picky with your food. Striding a few more meters to the left, their guide plucked a few berries hanging from the fronds of a large fern-like plant. These were a dark purple color mixed with some bright yellow ones. These are mijo berries and amar berries. Tossing a few purple berries to each of the younger teens, Tenko watched as they put them in their mouths to test the taste. Several seemed surprised when they realized that they didn't taste like anything. Mijo berries grow mostly on mountains. While not tasty on their own, their juices improve almost every meal due to chemical changes when combined with certain ingredients, primarily water. Rolling the amar berries in his hands, Changewing tossed them one amarberry each. Amars grow everywhere, but most commonly are found on the beaches. They're sweet and full-bodied in taste and are mostly used to make our alcoholic beverages back in the Winchasers and can be used to make yellow dye. What about those red and blue ones? Bakugo spoke up, frowning at the little red and blue clusters of berries hanging from the underside of a large fern frond. Changewing chuckled. Think of those as blue raspberries and cherries from your world. They're essentially the exact same in taste and makeup, so I won't go into detail about them. The blonde shoved his hands into his pockets, scowling at the explanation before shrugging. Mineta was hanging back behind the group, examining a rather large flower, when he heard a squeaking shriek from the inside of the bushy plant. The diminutive student blinked and took a step back, but before he could voice his find, a blur of black, brown, and tan shot from the plant and tackled him, sending them both rolling into the bushes before it sprang up and ran off, holding his handful of berries in its tiny claws. Oh, and this region has tons of pegamastax. They like to beat you up and take your spare items, so be careful of those little BSTRDS. Alright, setting up a tent is fairly simple. Sylvia was instructing the group that stayed behind to make camp. She had one group of 3 set up 3 campfires and 2 cooking pots, a group of 2 make the standing torches for light and benches for seating arrangements, and the rest worked on tent building. You're making it from scratch, so you have to be careful of what materials you're using: fiber to latch everything together, wood for the frame, hide and silk for the walls. Yagi gave a harumph, his eyes narrowing disbelievingly at the child in front of them as she barked her orders. Young Midoriya was truly showing villain-like tendencies by indoctrinating children to live in the wilderness with such ferocious beasts milling around constantly. I hope you aren't thinking of doing anything stupid, Yagi, Aizawa muttered to the older pro as he lashed the wooden frame of their tent together. Yagi snorted, grinding his teeth as he wove the silks into sheets with, even he can admit it, astounding speeds. The strange uploading of knowledge to quickly craft and utilize simple tools and fabrics never ceased to amaze the pro hero. They are essentially an army, Aizawa, the blonde growled. Midoriya is making child soldiers and we are sitting back and letting it happen. Shoyuta rolled his eyes. Your delusions never cease to amaze me. What were you planning to do once you broke into their weapons shed? The symbol of peace jolted, looking wide-eyed at his associate. Aizawa leaned back with stared flatly at the older man. Yeah, I heard about it. Jade pulled me aside earlier in the morning before he got everyone on the diplods. Your stunt almost for us killed. Yagi grunted. All the more reason to strike while we can. They are dangerous and untrustworthy. And that's what's gotten them by so far. You dimwit. The teacher quieted down, then he saw Mina glance over at them curiously. Look, I don't care what you believe, but the best chance of heading home is listening to Midoriya and his people. If it means selling you out because you're trying to destroy their safety measures against hostile creatures and people here, so be it. Yagi scowled. It would seem that our ideas of heroic behavior diverge at this point, then? Aizawa snarled silently, lips curling back. So it would seem. On top of her perch watching over everyone, Sylvia narrowed her eyes at the 2 teachers before petting Kalinatha's snout as he nudged her shoulder. Izuku was right, big boy, she murmured. The red fire wyvern snorted, rumbling questioningly. We'll have to keep a close eye on those 2. Blonde specifically. By the time early evening hit Isla Ragnarok, everyone had returned to the campsite in high spirits and quickly began to mingle, the one-airs merging and exchanging information while Tenko, Izuku, and Sylvia sat back on their wyverns to exchange future lesson plans. It was a successful outing today, but they had several more to go and anything could happen in that span of time. Izuku spread the map out and set up a torch against Katashi's spikes. For light. Okay, so we can give them more flight lessons over the burning mist since it's just over the ridge, Sylvia said, tapping the area of the map she indicated with her finger. But only after they finish their basics with us. Tenko grunted. Maybe, but I think we should get them better ground mounts first. Izuku's eyes flicked from one spot on the map to another, humming quietly and muttering under his breath. Sylvia gave a fond huff and gently poked the teen in the side, jerking him from his mind. Anything you want to share, big guy? Izuku chuckled in embarrassment before tapping the map. I think we should do what Sylvia suggests, then have them tame their ground mounts. We're Winchasers, we spend more time in the skies than on the ground, since it's the safest place to be. Izuku circled a large area with his finger. Fly them out over the canyon, then we can take them to the canyons past the Death Sands and into the Forbidden Valley. Izuku smacked Tenko on the shoulder before he could protest. Yes, I know it's on the other side of the island, but it'll be worth the trip. Green eyes flashed gold in the firelight as he glanced at his 2 companions. But they also need to acclimate to the harsh temperatures here as well. Their fortitudes are really low, for hero course students. Tenko scratched Alice's scales gently, the poison wyvern purring under the ministrations. True, fine, but I don't want to deal with the desert, that's Touya's forte. Izuku snorted, folding up the map. You just don't want to deal with the sandworms crawling around there. Sylvia deadpanned. And I don't blame him. Those things are horrifying. Veisai looked up as Izuku slid from Katashi's back, her position behind her new rider comfortably situated between 2 tents. The green-haired teen gave a low croon in his throat as he approached. Hey there, sugar love. How are you holding up? Izuku reached out to pet the wyvern's dark blue snout, the female leaning into the touch with a purr. Much better, Alpha. The voice of a young girl came across the bond. If Izuku had to put an age to the sound, Vaisai could be around 8 or 9 years old in human years. My hot and cold boy has been giving me belly rubs. They feel very nice. Izuku held in a laugh at the young-sounding wyvern's dazed voice, scratching her jowls fondly. Yes, I can tell, you look like you're high off narcoberry juice. Once we're done with ground training, Katashi and I will have to take you and Todoroki out for a bonding flight. Vaisai have a chirp, eyes widening slightly in delight. You do that for us, Alpha? Izuku nodded. Yeah. Vaisai shorted, her warm breath ghosting over her Alpha's cheeks and ruffling his long hair. You smell a little troubled, Alpha. I won't pry, but don't let whatever it is burrow under your hide so. It isn't good for you. The green-haired teen gave a crooked smile and pressed his forehead against Vaisai's snout briefly, a gesture of gratitude in the wyvern body language. I'll keep that in mind, sugar love. Why don't you and Kalanoff take a flight around the area, find yourselves something to eat? The young female stood, ground shaking slightly, and gave a barking roar to the older red wyvern on the other side of the camp. Together, they leapt into the evening sky, circled the camp once, then took off towards the volcanic beach. Where are they going? Izuku glanced back to find Todoroki standing there with a plate of cooked meat and a side of azul berries. The green-haired teen sighed and put his hands on his hips, watching the wyvern's forms grow smaller before vanishing around the side of the mountain. Hunting. Vaisai and Kalanoff need to eat too. Katashi and Alice head out on their own time. The half-and-half teen hummed, sitting himself down in front of his tent to begin eating, though kept an eye on the slightly older male as he turned to watch everyone else at the fires. Why are you helping us, really? Izuku blinked, glancing down at the seated one heir with a raised eyebrow. You're gonna have to be more specific than that, he said. Todoroki frowned. You're under no obligation to help us get home. He began. I know we've had this conversation before, but I still don't get it. You have every reason to hate us and the world we come from. Hell, you should hate Bakugo and All Might with a passion for what they did, but you just try to avoid them now as opposed to how you acted before. Izuku's mouth opened in a soundless awe of understanding. Well, in the way of Bakugo and All Might, Izuku trailed off, humming thoughtfully. Well, I've been told several times already that it's just a waste of energy and resources to make my anger at them obvious. They know I'm sad, they know they're at fault for it, so the only thing I can do now that won't cause me to make a mistake with you innocent people is to just ignore them, because outside of that, they aren't worth my time as far as socializing would be concerned. Shoto raised an eyebrow. How is that working for you? Izuku barked a low laugh. Pretty well now that I got myself to believe in the principle of the action. The Green Rider sighed, looking up at the bands of stars as they began to emerge for the darkening sky. One other thing, he continued, is that you all in some form or fashion remind me of myself when I was back in your world. Shoto jolted incredulously and Izuku elaborated. You all are now in a world where strength matters when you have people willing to stick with you, but your main strengths are things that don't exist in the moment. Firelight flickers in Shoto's eyes as he stares at the other one heirs around the pots, mobbing Changewing and Runner as they my people have no quirks to speak of, but they have a power of their own. You can choose to go where you want, be who you want, and no one would think less of you for it, barring murder in the coldest sense. You all just have no idea where you fit in here, like I didn't have a way to fit in back there. Shoto was silent, looking down at his plate of half-eaten food with a slight frown. But, I realized something not too long before you guys came through the red obelisk. Here, you can be whoever you want to be, because it's your strength and the people you surround yourself with that matters. Your power, your will, and no one else's. And Shoto's eyes went wide, remembering something from long ago unbeknownst to Izuku. Meanwhile, the older teen stretched an arm over his head, humming contently. Well, you better eat and get to bed soon, goes for all of you. We're shifting teams around and Changewing's group will be with me. After the shifts are done, we'll be taming you all more ground mounts and then giving flying lessons again, evasive maneuvers for aerial assaults against larger creatures. The younger male stared at the Green Rider as he strode away. Shoto looked down at his plate, suddenly not as hungry anymore, as those impactful words echoed in his head, overlaid by his mother's from so long ago. Be whoever you want to be, your strength and will, your power, no one else's. On his left hand, a small flame burst to life, scorching the hide clothing he wore, before flickering out. And for once, Shoto didn't feel repulsed by it, only conflicted. Play Son of Man by Phil Collins. Hup. The next day, Izuku marches his next group back to the beaches. His plan is to circle around to the Haruyu Rise mountain, staying in the front while they follow behind him. Oh, the power to be strong, and the wisdom to be wise. All these things will come to you in time. The older teen stands over a cliff, the wind blowing through the air and ruffling the high ponytail he had. The teen calls the youngers over and points out a massive gray, brown, and green Quetzalcoatlus gliding over the plains like an airplane, rattling off the dossier notes, once again, word for word. The kids burst into excited chatter, and Izuku puts his hands on his hips as he watches them. On this journey that you're making? There'll be answers that you'll seek. Izuku steps back, smiling at the excited younger teens, but his smile fades slightly when he sees a bit of himself in each of them. The scene shifts to show Izuku when he was 13 age, standing behind Leonidas as he shows him the environment beyond the mountain. Leonidas chuckles at something Izuku asks, and nods, pointing out over the mountain and towards the ocean, to the horizon. And it's you who'll climb the mountain? It's you who'll reach the peak. Just before Izuku tells them to get back in position, a small allosaur pack comes thundering up the mountain, making the One Air scatter in a panic. Izuku's eyes glow gold as he sighs, reaching out with his mind to touch the larger carnivores and explain that these kids were under his protection. With Katashi circling overhead, it got the land-based carnivores to back off. At the back of the group, Bakugo watches with an angry expression on his face, one of disbelief and something else as Izuku sends the 3 allosaurs off with a pat on their snouts. Son of man, look to the sky. The blonde looks down at his hand and clenches it into a fist before looking up again, only the scene shifts to when Izuku was younger, middle school age, cowering in the wake of his blonde-haired bully's explosions. Lift your spirit, set it free. The scene shifts back to 1A, and Sylvia is telling stories of her times running dungeons. The class gasps and leans back as if they were feeling fire or ice strike out at them, and Izuku laughs as they blanch at the girl when she proudly shows a set of claw scars on her back. Then, he slips away from the group, only seen by Tenko, and mounts Katashi, the large wyvern quietly walking away a distance before taking off under the stars. However, it appears that Tenko wasn't the only one who saw Izuku leave. A mismatched eyes watch the older teen curiously as he leaves the firelight, but Shoto's attention returns to Veisai as she nudges his shoulder and croons. Someday you'll walk tall with pride. 2 days later, everyone is packing up what remains of the campsite, leaving only the cooking pots and campfires behind for anyone else passing through the area in the future. Son of man, a man in time you'll be. The scene changes from Izuku turning around in his hide clothing to Bakugo and his followers turning away from the younger and beaten version of Izuku. The younger's pained expression turns into an angry frown, and the scene changes as the green-haired boy looks at his bloodied, burnt back in a bathroom mirror. With an angry grit of his teeth, middle school Izuku throws his coat back on and leaves the bathroom with it billowing around his shoulders and the door slamming in its frame. The force of the door makes Izuku's hair wave in its breeze. Though there's no one there to guide you. No one to take your hand. Izuku and Sylvia lead the 20 kids and 2 teachers down to the burning mists while Tenko veers back to the highlands. The large flock of Argies spill down into the burning mists and skim a good distance over the waters for a flight lesson. Izuku glances back to make sure everyone is still with him. His eyes widen when he sees that Shoji has fallen behind, and sees the spine frill cutting through the water. With a shout, Izuku directs Katashi to ward off the approaching Spinosaurus with a burst of flame while Shoji's Argy gives a squawk of alarm and flaps to a higher altitude with the rest of the group. Shooting the multi-armed boy a look, Shoji gives a sheepish shrug and urges his mount to catch up to the group, Izuku staying behind to make sure he doesn't lag again. But with faith and understanding, you will journey from boy to man. The scene changes to Izuku riding on a Gallimimus, coaching the other kids in steering the fast creatures. As the sun casts long shadows facing east in the approaching evening, the 2 wyvern riders call the One Airs to gather, and they instruct them to get into a circle for hand-to-hand and quirkless, for those who still have their gifts, combat. The first one to step forwards without prompting is, surprisingly, Bakugo, and Izuku raises an eyebrow before nodding easily, no expression on his face. The first round ends with Katsuki eating grass and Izuku still standing. The explosive blonde clenches his fists and glares up at his old victim, but Izuku looks at him indifferently before turning to call for the next challenger. Son of man, look to the sky. Lift your spirit, set it free. Shoto steps forwards next and Izuku smirks, seeing the determined look in the teen's mismatched eyes. But just like Bakugo, Shoto eats grass. Sylvia stands to the side, telling the class what they're doing wrong and how to fix it. Down the rows they went before Aizawa steps in to challenge the older teen. Finally, Izuku goes down, but he takes the hand offered to him when Aizawa gives him a lift in sportsmanship. Yagi is next, then, and Izuku has a bit more difficulty, but like the students, he puts the symbol of peace on the ground. Steam bursts from the blonde twig's back for a brief moment, and Izuku narrows his eyes. Before looking away. Someday you'll walk tall with pride? Son of man, a man in time you'll be. The next day it's raining, and everyone stays inside their tents around the outskirts of the Forbidden Valley. The overcast skies are gray, and the rain is unrelenting, but Izuku stays outside, facing upwards with his eyes closed. The water rushes down his body and soaks his clothes, but he doesn't care, feeling refreshed by the downpour. In learning you will teach. When he opens his eyes, the scene changes to Leonidas flying on Andromeda in front of him, swooping low and grabbing a trike in her claws. Katashi has just reached the age to have his first flight, and both Wyvern and Rider are wobbly in the air, feeling new weights and speeds they haven't been accommodated to yet. And in teaching you will learn. The scene changes to Izuku flying in front of Todoroki over the Death Sands, the half-and-half teen just as wobbly on Vasai as Izuku was on Katashi once upon a time. The Green Rider has a strange bundle on his back. He and his Wyvern share a look before smirking. Izuku flings himself off Katashi and whoops as he spins down to the unforgiving dunes below, Shoto's shout of fear and alarm making the other one heirs on their RGs panic briefly. Then the noise grows and Izuku looks up to see Sylvia falling behind him, facing completely vertical to the ground just as he was, and the same strange pack on her back. You'll find your place beside the ones you love. Then, still several hundred meters from the ground, the two open their packs to reveal that they were gliding rigs, enabling them to fly alongside their wyverns instead of on them. The One Airs all dive and fly beside the Red and Green Riders, the thundering of wings making a symphony of thunder in the sky. Oh, and all the things you dreamed of? The visions that you saw. The One Airs surround Izuku and Sylvia, scolding them both and smacking or shaking the poor older teen silly. Even through the scolding and Aizawa's tired utterance of "problem child," Izuku has a grin on his face. Looking over a rather tall dune later in the night, Izuku squints at the horizon where the sun was setting. A silhouette of himself, he thinks he sees, in a hero outfit and standing atop a pile of rubble saving people with an "I am here" smile. The green-haired teen blinks, and it's gone, making him huff and shake his head fondly. Well, the time is drawing near now. It's yours to claim it all. Izuku flies higher than the flock to get a good look at how much farther they must go before making it home. This high up, he can see all of Isla Ragnarok, and even her closest neighbor, Crystal Isles, in the far eastern horizon, the crystals reflecting off the ocean, the world he's walked, explored, and seen for 3 years. The scene briefly flashes, showing Izuku looking over a railing on a certain building before he's back on Katashi's back looking over the horizon. Looking down at the waiting flock, Izuku gives a thumbs up and points southeast, towards home. They were close, just a few more minutes. Son of man, look to the sky. Lift your spirit, set it free. Glancing back at Sylvia, he JRKs his head towards the Winchasers and smirks, taunting her into a race. With a shriek, Kalanath answers for his rider and lurches forwards, making Katashi begin as well and leaving the flock over the ocean with a straight shot home. Someday you'll walk tall with pride? Son of man, a man in time you'll be. The two wyverns play dirty, snapping and breathing fire at each other to distract. Izuku and Sylvia lean over their saddles, reducing drag as they rapidly approach the Winchasers. A flash of blue and gray coming in from either direction expose Raijin and Alice with their riders on their backs, joining in on the race. Son of man? The RGs of 1A have gotten faster and stronger, and soon the whole flock has caught up with the 4 wyverns. In a gust of wind that pushed even Leonidas o his rear, the group lands with an earth-jarring crash. Dust is thrown into the air along with dirt clods and grass, and the Winchasers come flooding out of their homes to see what happened. The dust settles and Izuku tumbles from Katashi's back, laughing along with 1A, his brothers, and Sylvia. Leonidas chuckles and reaches out to ruffle his boy's hair, and Izuku grins as he stands, facing his people as they gather around the returners. Son of man's a man for all to see. New arc, back to the beginning, Mother Island arc. 3.5 months later. As the days turn into months, 1A got better at surviving out in the wilds of Isla Ragnarok. Izuku took them out on longer and longer expeditions, showing them how to hunt, tame, and when the situation demanded it, raid other rival tribes to get by in the harsh environments. Sylvia had split off on Kalanoth to find more artifacts. With her departure came the strong windstorms that herald the winters in the highlands, for while the seasons never really came to the different islands and continents of Ark, signs that winter, fall, summer, and spring were there came in the form of different weathers. In the highlands where the Winchasers resided, their winters were comprised of high-speed windstorms that swept over the verdant plains, dragging trees from the forests, dust from the death sands, and brine from the neighboring coast into the air to form a chaotic windstorm that was unsafe for any kind of flight. To pass the time for his impromptu students, Izuku would take them to Whim's apothecary that overlooked the grazing fields, the teenage healer showing them how to prepare their own medications when a conventional healer wasn't around, how to make insect repellent to retrieve honey from beehives, endurance potion, health brew, and the like. When the windstorms died down, the One-Heirs would spend as much time as they could spare flying with their mounts and completing the homework Izuku had challenged them to complete, which they all, surprisingly, did. With 4 of each type of wyvern spread out evenly amongst the 20 members of 1A, they were shaping up to be a formidable force, soon able to take the first step in finally finding a way home. The viridian wings of Katashi's massive form cut through the winds with ease, blowing Izuku's hair back and making him sigh in contentment. Traveling with a group was fun, don't get him wrong, but there were times when Izuku was a soloist more than anything else. The rider-wyvern duo circled high over the highlands, watching the tribe go about their business as usual, the children taking on the more menial and harmless tasks such as herding the ovis, parasaurs, and dodos. The trainees working on their flying, the farmers over the ridge flying Lymantria over the crop rows. Everything makes you feel small when you're up on wyvernback, huh? Izuku mused to himself. Katashi snorted in agreement, choosing to not reply to his rider's musing and letting a stream of smoke drift from his nostrils before banking towards the smithy's shop near the volcanic beach. Drifting towards where the fishing kayaks bobbed in the surf, golden eyes roamed over the blue expanse of ocean before wingbeats rose from below to join him. Turning, Izuku waved as a dusty gray and brown fire wyvern, named Muhammad, rose to meet him, and on its back sat Ojiro, one of the One-Heirs who had recited a dossier successfully. The slightly younger teen grinned at Izuku as he and Katashi joined the newly dubbed Dust Rider over the highlands. Staying steady, Ojiro? Izuku called over the winds. The tailed teen shouted an affirmative before both boys urged their wyverns to circle each other in a lazy glide. They glided in silence for a while before breaking away, and Izuku watched as the younger male eased Muhammad into a lazy incline to land at the 1A barracks among several other wyverns and land tames. Mina had a bright green poison wyvern male named Xenomorph, Mineta had a shy deep purple lightning wyvern female named Aoi, Bakugo had a light sandy tan fire wyvern, accented green, that he, astoundingly enough, named Mitsuki, after his mother. Said explosive teen seemed to sense eyes on him and looked up to glare at Izuku from his position feeding Mitsuki. Izuku had to admit, Bakugo had gotten somewhat better to be around after their first training session those 3 months ago. They've gotten stronger and surer of Isla Ragnarok since they've passed your tests, Izuku, Katashi rumbled, his low growls heard easily over the winds. The viridian-haired Winchaser hummed in agreement, sitting up straight to peer overhead at the clouds above and around them. Glancing at the grassy meadows far below, the teen smirked at the class as they milled about their barracks, picking out whose wyvern was whose easily. I think it's time we take them on their journey. Katashi huffed in agreement to his rider's decision, smoke trailing from his nose, before allowing Izuku to guide him to the mess hall. If they were going to begin the journey officially, he would need the blessing of his father to begin, more of a formality, but it held no less meaning to Izuku than if he were being handed chiefdom of the Winchasers instead. Going on a journey like this, and with a goal, such as this, was, for lack of a better comparison, breaking away from the Winchasers and starting a tribe himself. In a way, that's what it was, though Izuku has all intentions of returning to the tribe that had taken him in. In a rush of wind and a ground-shaking thump, Katashi touched down next to Andromeda, giving their ice-spitting pseudo-mother a warbling greeting. Patting his partner on the shoulder, Izuku jumped from the wyvern's back and onto the well-worn path up the hill, pushing open the adobe double doors of the mess hall to see the small pockets of Winchasers gathered for a late brunch. Nodding to those who shouted their greetings to the air, they chattered amongst each other or ate alone and quietly. A few were even out on the second-story patio to enjoy the cooler weather. Climbing the stairs to the second floor of the hall, Izuku found the tucked-away corner that Leonidas usually sat at when he was conducting business, Elijah at his side. So we need to ferry these to Vegar's Chasm and to the tops of the Ebling Plateaus. No, that won't work like that, see? We need dash dot. That's right. The bazaar is happening in 3 days, it'll be a good chance to get the One-Heirs to meet and feel out the other residents of Ark. Hey, Dad. Whatcha need, looks like you're in a bind. Leonidas blinked before looking up at his youngest, mouth tilting up into a relieved smile. Oh, Izuku, you're here, the other man at the leader's side gave an exasperated sigh. Your old man's having a conniption over this issue. We're trying to set up some form of navigation so that the ships coming in from the other islands and continents will be able to enter the central canyon through Ivory Gate, but it's tough to gather the needed wing power. Leadsichthies are making it hard for them to navigate as well. Izuku tilted his head curiously. Just have the Thunder Legion guide the ships in. Leads must come close to the surface to attack the boats, so we can just pick them off when they get close enough. Touya and Raijin can help with their lightning wyvern brigade. Leonidas blinked before chuckling fondly. You always have the easiest solutions. Very well then, have the outpost fitted with what you need to accommodate your chosen legion members before heading out. Izuku smirked and saluted. You got it, Pops. Before turning to leave, Izuku paused. When the bazaar is gone, I'll have to speak with you about something. Leonidas raised an eyebrow, prompting his youngest to continue. The one heirs, Izuku said. They're ready to start their journey. Leonidas looked at his son for a long moment. Leonidas knew what was being asked. His heart sank a bit. He knew the time would come eventually, but so soon? It seemed like yesterday that Izuku was a stammering, nervous mess of a litter runt, walking among the giants and eyes wide with wonder. The kid was a man in his own right, strong, accomplished, a rider, and more importantly, a Winchaser. Leonidas blinked rapidly, a sudden onset of emotion rushing him. Do Tenko and Touya know? The man asked. Izuku gave a half shrug. When we were teaching the one heirs, they were pretty adamant about following me on this crazy quest. Very well, Leonidas said. We'll speak more when the bazaar clears out. Until then, have your band of misfits help with the preparations. Izuku smiled, nodding to his father before leaving. He had a band of misfits to gather. It's well over 3 months now, and flight was something Shoto didn't think he'd ever get tired of. The wind in his hair, whispering and howling in his ears, the rhythmic flex and pull of Vasai's muscles as she cut through the air, her brilliant teal-blue wings wide and seeming to glow under the sunlight. Ahead of him, Kaminari on a pitch-black and dark-purple winged lightning wyvern, behind him, the other 18 classmates on their own wyverns, and at the front of them all was Izuku on Katashi angling them. All downwards towards the ocean and pulling up at Izuku's unvocal signaled command to sweep safely over the semi-crowded waves. Hundreds of boats were sailing into the channel that made up the entryway for the Great Central Canyon. Over them and under them flew different variations of flyers, from pterosaurs to quetzal, even smaller variants of wyverns with crystal protrusions on their bodies and an ethereal glow. Some even swam in on the backs of mosasaurs, giant squids, even a massive, 6-legged turtle with a house on its back. The teens of 1A watched the proceedings with wide near-bulging eyes and gaping mouths, unable to fully grasp the variety of each group of creatures they saw. Following their unanimous and green-scaled leader, 1, as wyverns clipped the ocean surface, throwing up a swell of salty sprays as the wings of their mounts dipped occasionally a foot or two under the blue, carefully avoiding the ships, seafaring mounts, and other wyverns and flyers as they all thundered into the canyon. Up! Izuku barked over his shoulder, and the class of teens and the 2 teachers with him followed his order immediately. Bringing them straight up before sweeping around to a small archway leading into the canyons, Izuku circled the small landing area once before bringing Katashi to land, making the small rocks and pebbles bounce once as the large green wyvern settled down. Swinging his metal pike around to prop across his shoulders, Izuku glanced around for any other people landing to rest their mounts before waving for the rest of his group to land. When the 20-odd wyverns touched down and their riders dismounted, Izuku gave them a once-over. All right, he began. There's a few rules for meeting the other survivors of Ark before you go into that canyon. Pointing over his shoulder to the rushing waters that flowed from the center of Isla Ragnarok, Izuku began ticking off the rules as he walked up and down the line of both wyvern and riders. Do not accept any challenge to a spar unless you know exactly what you're getting into. He looked at Bakugo specifically, and the spiky-haired blonde clicked his tongue, crossing his arms petulantly. Don't look at me like that, Bakugo. The far-flung from scorched earth take that sheet seriously and will send you back to the highlands in a body sling suckling a health brew like milk from your mom's melons if you don't keep your mouth shut. Looking at Mineta, Izuku smirked. Do not hit on anyone, please, for the love of God. I don't want to have to bury you because you set off the Amazonians from the writhing swamps on Mother Island. Mineta laughed nervously and saluted his much taller superior from his rather petite lightning wyvern. Don't ask about their lives before unless they offer to tell you. Izuku said, his voice softer now. The Ark chooses us based on who we were so we can become what we're always meant to be. The past is now the past to most out there. Let it stay that way. The final tick had the smirk returning to Izuku's face. And finally, have fun. 1A broke out into smiles and small laughter at Izuku's new and easy smile. The older teen jerked his chin out towards the misting doorway that ate the influx of people and creatures to the unseen hub beyond. The bazaar is the place where all our cultures and resources from around this planet come together and mingle, sharing food and drink, creatures and crafts. Soak it in and learn from this. You'll need it on your journey across the world to get home. Stay in groups of 2 and be back here before 5. With a single whistle to Katashi, the Green Rider leapt from the ledge just as the Green Wyvern took off to swoop under the landform, appearing under the teen and roaring out joyfully to fly into the misting falls. Play Ride with the Dragons by Nesvessen Feet, Gabby Koss and Pau Vasquez. Kirishima glanced at the others before mounting his brick-red fire wyvern, Uproar. You heard him. Let's go. With cheers of elation and excitement, 1A and their more sedate teachers mounted their wyverns and took off after their unofficial leader, joining with the river of incoming survivors. Diving towards the rushing canyon waters below, the kids could see the streams of boats and other types of flyers coming in from beyond the oceans of Ragnarok. The roaring of the waterfalls grew deafening, the spray making some of the kids cough, and Jiro had to cover her ears to get through it, but when they broke through to the other side, it was as if everything else fell away. The sky was choked with the larger creatures' traffic, and closer to the river of Ancients' tears were filled with the smaller flying and faster creatures and seafarers. Baryonyx with saddles climbed from the water and shook themselves dry, their riders petting them and congratulating them by giving them prime fish to eat. A massive mosasaur circled in one of the deeper ends of the tiers, the platform saddle it sported holding a small store with creature busts inside, statues of creatures from a different island or continent. The giant turtle swam inside the mouth of the canyon entrance, heaving a great before it hauled itself onto dry land, water dripping from its massive flat shell. Scaffolding and rope cascaded down its back to the ground once it was in place, and rope ladders unrolled as the turtle's masters began unloading and calling out orders and instructions. Massive Quetzalcoatlus with their own platform saddles came in from above, landing on the flat peaks of the canyon pillars to let their masters off, the small shed-like homes on their saddles unloading like magic to make a large shop linked together before the saddles were removed from the flying reptiles to set them free. Raptors on the edges of the canyon walls gave their barking cries and those who took a different path answered in kind, and just as the land creatures were arriving from different parts of Ragnarok, the ground started to tremble and shake. Creating over the hills of Higher Hidana was a low roar, a titanosaurus with what appeared to be a small town on its back thundered towards the canyon, bellowing out its greeting to the smaller sauropods that were approaching from the southwest and southeast. Feats of engineering were on proud display as platform saddles unfolded and opened up to provide a shop, stall, or a small stand to showcase feats of craftsmanship or proof of hunting and taming prowess. Cryopods with illustrations of what they held within were shown, making Tsuyu pause to look when she brought her light green poison wyvern down to land. Rather burly men were bragging about explosive gauntlets, making Bakugo's eyes gain a familiar shine in them as he nudged Mitsuki to approach the stall near their landing spot. Griffins shrieked as they drove towards the waters, swinging and ducking in a high-speed dance of fun and excitement, and other griffin riders from Crystal Isles chased after them, laughter loud in the air. Izuku guided Katashi through the throng, swinging him around to land at the Winchaser's stall spot. Fire, poison, and lighting wyvern eggs, along with the new model of incubator that Izuku helped to create, were proudly on display for potential traders to look. Seeing that Tenko and Touya were already there, as their wyverns were landed on the metal cliff platforms set up, Izuku gave each wyvern a scratch behind their jowl before opening the shop. He placed a hand over each of the eggs and focused, reaching with his quirk to make sure the minds of the dinosaurs were all right. Small whispers and cooing were heard, as if they were sleeping and having pleasant dreams, but nothing out of the ordinary. Down the line he went until he stepped back and heaved a sigh of relief. They seem all right, Izuku said to himself. Now to plug everything in. Looping the piles of plugs and wires over a shoulder, Izuku turned to see Tenko and Touya coming down from the second floor of their little shop, the sound of the generator providing power rattling away from overhead. Well, we've got power to the incubator now, Touya said, clapping his hands to get rid of the dust. And we have the eggshells on display, Tenko added. Miss haven't made them into necklaces and baubles for the baby wyverns when they hatch, so it's an extra selling point. Izuku grinned and straightened, wriggling the plugs out to his brothers. Then let's make sure these little ones have a person to go home to, yeah? Help me out. As for everyone else, let the treasure hunt begin. Aizawa held back a chuckle when he spotted several young children playing tag through the winding suspended bridges of Bazaar. They were being chased by honking oviraptors, and carefully watched by smaller flying creatures that would dive down to perch on the children's shoulders. The underground hero had to admit that the 4 months spent here learning and taming was enlightening. His erasure quirk didn't work on anything here, save for that kid Midori Leonidas. The abilities of these creatures were giving him new ways to fight back physically, and he was having to pull out all the stops in the spars Izuku would throw him into against the larger, more toothy dinosaurs. Across massive walkways that had unfolded like giant drawbridges, Parasaur and Patchy lumbered across, carrying wares too heavy for the normal human to lift themselves. Get your saber-tooth pendants. Tradable for any variation of metal. Cryopods for trade. Come get 'em. Try our renovated health brew. Tradable for megalodon teeth. Therizino claws in exchange for polymer. 3 claws for a full roll. Everything is so exotic here, Aizawa thought in amazement, leaning over detailed paintings of the coloration these sabertooths were. Being pod one couldn't tell exactly what their coloration was. His eyes landed on the tired, and slightly irritated expression of the pitch-black big cat with ruby red eyes, and his mouth split into a grin, making the seller chuckle nervously. How much for Midas? The teacher asked, fishing in the pouch Izuku gave each of them. Kirishima ducked low to Uproar's back as a swooping pteranodon almost took his head. Watch it, kid, the rider of the pterosaur shouted, looking over his shoulder irritably. Uproar let out a growl, smoke trailing from his nostrils before his rider patted his back to calm him. Golems. Get your golems here. I've got rock, rubble, and iron hearts, 1 for 50 allosaur brains. Kirishima paused before nudging Uproar to land on a large stone cliff platform. Sliding from the rust-colored wyvern's shoulders, the teen's eyes widened when he saw the displays before him. 3 giant creatures made entirely of rock stood before the entryway of the shop, posed in various states. A plain gray creature was in the middle of throwing something, a gray and black variation was crouched with a saddle on its shoulders, and a light gray one with a metallic sheen on its arms and chest seemed to be flexing. Kirishima shared a look with Uproar before the now black-headed teen stepped into the shop with an excited shark-toothed grin. Searching through the cryopods, Kirishima took note on the AC hivements and stats of each golem. The stone was less durable than the rubble, but easier to disguise for ambush attacks. The rubble golem was harder to disguise, but more nimble when it came to head-on combat. The Ironheart golem, however, had the moniker Ultimate Shield. They wouldn't waver and were mostly used solely for defense tactics, and Kirishima paused over a particular Ironheart, one with a golden plate over its heart instead of iron. Ah, I see you've taken a liking to Gwen, an elderly voice said behind him. Kirishima spun around to see an old lady hunched over her cane, looking at him with a grandmotherly smile. Now, don't be shy, she said with a chuckle. My grandson had a doozy taming that one, but he didn't give up until it knelt before him like he was Arthur himself. Kirishima blinked rapidly. So, how much for him? The old lady paused, looking the teen up and down before she gave a sad smile. I don't think I want to sell him, to be honest, she began. My grandson died a short while ago, you see. I worry that Gwen wouldn't get the care he needs. He was always in his sedentary state after my grandson died, even when he was unpotted. Kirishima frowned slightly. That's not very manly, leaving you alone like that, he muttered. I get Gwen lost him, but you lost someone too. I'll bet your grandson would want him to keep fighting and defending in his stead. The old lady gave the black-haired one a good long look before a spark formed in her eye. Well then, son, she said, straightening herself as best she could. How's about we take him out and see if he agrees with you? To be continued chapter text. Izuku breathed out, looking over the brilliant blue, gold, and dark red eggs they had obtained after the first day of trading. For a wyvern egg, the Winchaser heirs had requested crystal wyvern and basilisk eggs. They hadn't gotten any basilisks, but the Crystal Isle's envoy had been rather generous with trading their eggs. From mid-morning to sunset, the great crossroads bazaar had been teeming with life and creature calls, but now that the sun was going down the humans had begun to wind down in various pubs and portable bars on the platform saddles of the larger creatures. Slowly, the One heirs had begun to trickle back to the Ragnarok trading station of the bazaar, and they were winding down themselves with cups of berry juice and plates of prime fish and red meat. Looks like we got a good haul, Touya said, turning off one of the 2 generators for the evening. 2 blood crystal eggs, for tropical crystal, and 1 ember crystal egg. Tenko stretched, standing after counting the canisters of gasoline. Make sure they're put in stasis until we get back to the highlands, the ash-blue-haired heir said, making Touya roll his eyes. Yeah, I'm on it. Izuku stood, untying his hair from the ponytail to relieve some of the built-up tension of the day before shaking it out, humming in satisfaction. I'm gonna see how the One heirs are doing, Izuku said, waving over his shoulder to his brothers. All right, Touya answered. We were thinking of hitting up the small ring down in the lower canyon later, Tenko added. There's gonna be music and a good old-fashioned fighting match if you want to put some metal scraps in for a bet. Izuku smirked. I'll be there, you know I can't resist a good-natured fight. Stepping out onto the front walkway of their shop, Izuku paused a moment to breathe in the canyon air, letting the cool wind card through his hair with a satisfied hum. Well, I haven't seen you in a while. Izuku froze, blinking dumbly as he recognized the voice. A low rumble made the 17-year-old's face fall flat before he slowly turned. On the back of a vivid purple and black shadow mane, his exposed arm carrying a band signifying his being from the Fjorderlands, was a young man with black hair and intense, orange fire-colored eyes. A crest in the shape of a circle for the backdrop, and the symbol a diamond in purple surrounded by black lightning was painted on lavender and black-dyed armor, the sigil for a large tribe known as the Reapers of Anarchy. The Shadowmane's rider slid off of the beast and strode silently to stand in front of Izuku. Both young men stared at each other, faces impassive and eyes narrowed. "You've got a lot of nerve to be here at this bazaar, after the stunt you pulled, Winchaser." Izuku seemed to tense, crossing his arms in an act of defiance against the newcomer. "Really, anarchist? After everything your tribe put mine through, you say we have the nerve?" Behind Izuku, Sato straightened, in his seat beside Tsu, and eyes the newcomer uneasily. "Does Leonidas know that guy?" the frog girl asked, tilting her head. The large boy shrugged. "I dunno, it looks like it, but they seem angry with each other?" Shoto tensed, Vasai rumbling questioningly as the bay-haired boy readied himself to stand, mist dancing on his right side. Izuku and the other teen stared off for several moments, the green rider's wyvern growling lowly at the strange amphibious lion creature that the newcomer rode, which answered the fire wyvern in kind. Izuku's eyes flashed their bushfire orange gold as his gaze jerked to the shadow mane, but the beast didn't stop its vocalization. The two pairs were at a standstill for several moments before Izuku reacted first, choking on a snort and suddenly losing a full-bellied laugh, closely followed by the stranger. "Hero! It's so good to see you." The two fist-bumped, exchanging a one-armed hug that threatened to topple them both over the edge of the canyon pillar before they righted themselves. The one named Hero broke away from Izuku and grinned, grabbing the other teen in a headlock and ruffling his long curly hair roughly. "Back at you, Willow. Geez, it's been what, a full year and a half since we crossed paths?" Izuku nodded. "Just about. How's Dragon doing?" Hero shrugged. "As usual, he's busy keeping everyone running after a Fenrir or two. We just faced the true thing last week. Thanks to the tactics you collaborated over, we were able to bring it down." "It was a rather annoying monster," the Shadowmane grumbled, sounding as proud as his lioness characteristics made him out to be. "But with something as strong as it was easy to fell." "Oh, come off it, Eddie," Izuku snorted, booping the creature. "If Hero and the other creatures and anarchists hadn't been there, you would have fallen just as fast, no matter how strong you are. Your training's paid off since that Dinopathecus King raid Hero told me about, yeah." Eddie growled but playfully batted the teen's hand away, carefully keeping his claws sheathed. "Of course. A few more tries and I may be able to omit the glowing prints I leave behind." "Determined as ever, I see," Izuku said fondly, scratching the Shadowmane behind his frills, making the beast let out a loud purr. The two boys paused and turned to look at the nervous group behind them. Katsuki had been tensed in a ready stance, his hand on the hilt of the sword at his side. Kirishima had been ready to throw out a new cryopod he'd bought that day. Obelisks only knew what he bought. Izuku mentally shook his head. "Oh. Guys, this is Hero, from the Fjorderlands. He's part of the tribe known as the Reapers of Anarchy, and a good friend of mine." Hero snorted. "Friend? Dude, if Leonidas hadn't adopted you already, I'm sure Maddie would have with her mother hen ways. Then we'd be brothers." Izuku groaned. "Don't even joke about that. Remember when she actually wrote up adoption papers on parchment and almost tricked my dad into signing them along with those of the tribe alliance?" The anarchist nodded sagely. "Ah, yes, good times. Good ti-dash. She almost started a tribal war. Potato. Anyways, we had gotten wind of a new island cropping up in the far north and decided to fly overseas to check it out. A storm hit and we kinda crashed onto said island, called Fjordur by the inhabitants, and that's where we met the raiders." Hero huffed. "Always with the short intros, huh? You never change." Batting his eyes, Izuku grinned mockingly. "Would you have me any other way?" Hero shoved his friend aside and turned to the one heirs. "Head over to my tribe's tavern when you get the chance. We're hosting a ring fight along with food, drink, and music to celebrate the first day of the crossroads." Izuku nodded. "We will, Hero. And it's good to see you're still alive, survivor." The teen smirked and nodded to the Winchaser, giving him a two-fingered salute. "Same to you, survivor." With a low growl, Eddie stood, his scaly purple and black hide shimmering, before the Shadowmane leapt, blurring into purple and black and leaving a light trail behind him as he made easy leaps from one canyon pillar to another. A faint outline shimmered beside Izuku and the teen turned to see Hagakure's vague shape standing beside him. "What was that?" she breathed. Izuku smirked. "That was a Shadowmane. The only way to get one is from the Fjorderland's Asgard realm." Izuku glanced back at the other speechless one heirs. Fjordur is actually one of the islands we're gonna have to really comb with the biggest chance to get you all home. It has a sort of field around it unlike any other island. If I had to give a word to it, it'd be magical. Don't worry, the Viridian-haired teen silenced the others with his next words. You'll get to know all the islands. You all have had a rough day, so stay here and get some rest. You're gonna be helping me at the shop tomorrow. As for Touya, Tenko and I, the three brothers exchanged smirks and glances. We're gonna go get drunk and bloody. I want a match with Hiro. Yagi frowned disapprovingly. You would willingly seek out violence? He asked, borderline appalled at the looks in the young men's eyes. Tenko shrugged, gesturing vaguely at the group. Well, according to you, these kids aren't ready to face the violence this barbaric world has to unleash upon them. It would be so tragic if they were scarred even after starting their heroics training before they were transported here, wouldn't it? With the teen army of 20 complaining loudly behind them, the three brothers high-fived each other and mounted their wyverns, taking off and blending into the throng of night flyers to hit up their destination. Well, I have some news for you all. After much deliberation and rereading of this FIC, I realized that my writing was, once again, all over the effing place. So, I want to give you all the best experience I can. AMDUKOW what that means, I'm gonna do a rewrite of some. I know exactly where I want it to go after starting my other arc fix, and since this one is my longest one and my most successful, I'm buckling down on it starting now. The reason I was taking so long with updating Psalm was because of that very reason, so I hope you all can be patient a little longer. The reinstallment will be something someone mentioned a while ago. They wanted experience Izuku, Touya, and Tenko come into their own on arc. And I know that'd be the good start to the series I had envisioned. Once more, you all are amazing, and so awesome, and I'm just so thankful that you stuck around for me to make this decision. Because of you guys, I keep writing. Stay awesome. Queddy. P.S. Expect the rewrite to come as a separate FIC, titled Run Like the River. I'll keep the old one up for those of you who leoed it, but once I'm cutuffed up chapter number-wise, this one will go down. Chapter 1 of the rewrite, Run Like the River, is now up. It's almost exactly like the original, but I edited a bunch of stuff and added some stuff too. Hope you all like it.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.